dir einfach nochmal eine Mail, vielleicht auch eine Spam-Mail oder erklären nochmal. Oder ich muss
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening session will begin soon. Please proceed to the main conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 62nd Munich Security Conference. And let me try to start this on a somewhat lighter note. I think what happened in Davos a couple of weeks ago does not necessarily need to stay in Davos, so I'm going to put this on for a moment. On a more serious note, on a very serious note, this conference takes place at a time of growing concerns about global security, or I should say insecurity. Never before in the more than 60 years of this conference have there been so many simultaneous, rather fundamental challenges and bloody wars in Europe, and around the globe. A rules-based international order, did it ever exist? Question mark. There is a reason our Munich Security Report of this year carries the title Under Destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, the transatlantic relationship in particular finds itself at an inflection point. For the Munich Security Conference, the backbone of which has been the transatlantic relationship, this poses an unprecedented challenge. In this situation, I am so pleased that strong transatlantic bonds continue to exist on both sides of the Atlantic. Please welcome all together a large and bipartisan delegation from the United States of America, led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and including around more than 40 members of the US Congress here in Munich today. A very warm welcome to all of you. And let me specifically applaud the fact that so many of you were able to catch your flights in spite of a lot of, how shall I say, important domestic business on Capitol Hill over the last several days. So we appreciate your presence here very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing is clear. The transatlantic partnership needs a stronger Europe. Europe must stand, but Europe will stand only if European nations stand together even more closely than in the past. This is why it is my tremendous personal pleasure on behalf of the Munich Security Conference team to welcome such a large and impressive number of heads of state and government, of foreign ministers, defense ministers, and other senior cabinet ministers from all over Europe to this conference today. A warm welcome to all our European friends and partners. Last not least, we need to address fundamental issues about global aspects of security, about AI, the future of AI, cyber, about climate change, about energy and supply chains, about global health, about human rights, and other issues reaching far beyond the Euro-Atlantic space. I'm therefore also very happy to offer a warm welcome to leaders from the Asia-Pacific, from the Middle East, from Africa, from Latin America, and certainly to all those who represent countries of what is now being called the Global South. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Munich, this is a time to be serious. This is not a time to mince our words, or as they say, to beat around the bush. We need to be honest about our differences, but we should seek to help organize a constructive transatlantic reset, if that is possible this weekend. In this spirit, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude these brief opening remarks by throwing just a few questions to some of you from a long list which I collected over the last couple of weeks. First, a question to the 27 members of the European Union. What concrete steps are you proposing, or are you prepared to take, beyond delivering speeches, to help create a European Union that is going to be a more respected international actor and more capable of defending our freedom, our values, and our borders? Second, a question to the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Are you 5 fully aware of your obligations under Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty? And if so, what exactly are your concrete plans to avoid a foreseeable crash landing, a serious confrontation with the non-nuclear world at the forthcoming NPT review conference in April at the United Nations? Question mark. Third, a question to our American friends. Does the United States of America, does the Trump administration truly believe that it needs allies and partners? And if so, this is what we hope, is Washington actually prepared to treat allies as partners? Question mark. And finally, a question to our Chinese guests. If China wishes to further develop and enhance her relationship with Europe, to what extent is China actually going to be willing to invest in getting Russia to end its aggression and withdraw from Ukraine? Question mark. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my brief remark. It is now my privilege, my honor, to present to you the Minister President of the Free State of Bavaria, President Söder. Before he speaks, let me remind those of you who do not speak German that you might wish to put on your earphones, because both Minister President Söder and the German Chancellor, who will be introduced right after that, will, as I understand, use the German language. So be prepared for that. Herr Ministerpräsident, Sie haben das Wort. Thank you.
Ambassador, many thanks, and a big thank you to the entire team of the Munich Security Conference for organizing this astounding conference. It is really it takes a year of hard work. Thank you very much for this excellent preparation. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, Herr Ladies and Bundeskanzler, gentlemen, herzlich willkommen im Chancellor, Bayernland. A warm welcome to Bavaria. You can use the German language, the Bavarian language. I speak flawless German, by the way. We have been home to the Munich Security Conference for over 60 years, and it is the biggest conference, Munich Security Conference of all times. 115 countries, 16 heads of states and conference, 16 foreign ministers, 25 defense ministers, many generals, admirals, diplomats, and others, and many representatives of industry. We are pleased to have you in Germany and Bavaria. Bavaria is an excellent location in Germany, and that is true for Munich. We would be the fifth largest economy of Europe. We export a lot, and we are a close partner to the US. We have the largest troops exercise round, and many American companies have their seats here. We export a lot. We are a high-tech hub, particularly for defense, air and space. And a lot has happened here over the last weeks as well. And all this makes Bavaria a great place for this important conference, this speed dating of international policy, if you will. One of these questions that Mr. Ischinger mentioned rings particularly important to me. What about the relationship between the US and Europe? It would have been unthinkable to even have to consider this at one of these conferences. For me, it has always been a certainty that the US has a very clear course. They stand firmly with Europe and Germany. And in these days, this certainty is being challenged because challenges have been shifting. Everybody's trying to end the atrocious war in Ukraine, but that does not seem to be happening. And many Germans feel this uncertainty. What about the US? What about the transatlantic band? Could we maybe live without it? Well, I can honestly say that I cannot imagine a world without this transatlantic bond. Economically, militarily, in terms of our secret services and so on. The Warsaw Pact was just a military alliance, but NATO is an alliance of values as well. And these values of free and liberal democracies are what brought us together. And these are values that we must defend, because they are not a mere relic of the past, but they are important for the future. And we strive to defend these values of freedom, democracy and human rights all around the globe.
Ich bin dem Bundeskanzler sehr dankbar, dass es ihm immer wieder gelingt, gerade mit den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika Dinge voranzubringen. Er wird das jetzt gleich sehr ausführlich dann hier beschreiben. Nur aus meiner Sicht ist klar, wir wollen Freunde sein, wir wollen Partner sein, aber nicht Untergebene.
We want to be friends, we want to be
Es hat uns schon
partners,
sehr
but we
gewundert,
do
und ich
not
darf
want to
das
be
sagen,
subordinates to
Journalisten auch ein
the
Stück weit verletzt,
US.
dass der Einsatz, den
And we
viele
were surprised and maybe a little hurt that our contribution, our mission in Afghanistan, where we lost the lives of many of our soldiers, that this contribution is not being recognized. We stood by the United States and we paid the highest price, and I believe it would be appropriate to respect this, to respect the sacrifice that our forces made in Afghanistan.
Wackelt die Beziehung? Gibt es eine Beziehungsdelle?
So,
eine Beziehungskrise?
is this relationship in crisis, or at least going through tough times?
Soll das jetzt
Well,
weiter so gehen? Oder
sometimes
versuchen wir einfach
relationships
nochmal einen
do.
neuen Weg zu finden?
Or should we
Meine
maybe try
Überzeugung,
to press the
ja, wir
reset
Europäer haben
button?
unseren
I
Beitrag
am
zu leisten.
convinced that we
Kommissionspräsidentin
Europeans
arbeitet sehr hart
have
dafür,
a contribution
Europa stärker
to
zu machen.
make, and it is the time to do that now, to make Europe stronger militarily, economically. And we in Germany want to make an important contribution. Maybe we can reduce our red tape and become a bit freer and therefore a bit stronger. That's one part of the puzzle. But what's the other part? I don't think we can go it alone. But I also believe that the Americans will be happy without the Europeans in the long run. You know, sometimes you have a crisis in your relationship and you think, maybe I'll move out and I'll start over. But often, after some time, you come back because you miss what you had. So maybe we can strike a deal. Maybe we can become a little better, you can become a little friendlier. We will accept your leadership, but maybe you pay us some more respect, a little more appreciation, and maybe you can recognize our interests as what they are, which is understandable. I grew up next to a hospital of the US forces, and I've always felt very, very close to the Americans. And of course, I want to keep saying that I love Bavarian beer. That's my favorite, but if in doubt, I prefer whiskey to vodka. A warm welcome to the Munich Security Conference.
Meine Damen und Herren, da auch der nächste Redner seine Präsentation in deutscher Sprache halten wird, bleibe ich jetzt auch für diese 30 Sekunden in Deutsch. Ich freue mich sehr als Organisator dieser Münchner Sicherheitskonferenz, dass Bundeskanzler Friedrich Merz entschieden hat, nicht wie seine Vorgänger and he decided to not speak at the second conference day like his predecessors, but rather he will open this conference this afternoon, right now. And I believe that this will set the tone for the next couple of days or 3 days. In light of the difficult questions that we have to tackle in this room, questions for us, the Europeans, the transatlantic and the global community. So I don't want to keep you waiting. It is a pleasure to have you here, Chancellor, opening the Munich Security Conference. You have the floor.
Sehr geehrter lieber Wolfgang Ischinger, lieber
Markus Söder,
liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen aus den Regierungen, aus den Parlamenten, Exzellenzen, sehr verehrte liebe Gäste, meine Damen und Herren. Ich komme mit einigen Unterbrechungen jetzt seit mehr als 30 Jahren nach München
for more than 30 years.
Die Münchner Sicherheitskonferenz
The Munich Security Conference has always been a seismograph
der politischen Lage.
The political situation. In the early years, a seismograph for
zwischen Amerika
the relations between the United States and Europe.
Seit vielen Jahren ein
For many years, it's been a seismograph for the political state of the entire world.
Ich bin in früheren Jahren vor allem
in the early years, I came here mainly to foster the relations with our American friends, but also to meet new actors in foreign and security policy from many parts of the world.
Seit einigen Jahren liegt nun
for several years,
auch hier im Saal,
also here in this room,
eine Stimmung,
we've had an atmosphere marked by increasing tensions and conflicts in the world. And at the latest, with the beginning of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine 4 years ago, we have entered a new phase of open conflicts and wars that make us hold our breath
und die unsere Welt tiefgreifender verändern,
that change our world more comprehensively than we in this room would have thought possible for many years before.
Vor diesem Hintergrund, lieber Wolfgang
Against
Ischinger,
this backdrop, Wolfgang Ischinger, it was important to me to open this conference today, because we need to talk. This is more urgent than ever. Before we do that, allow me to
Wolfgang Ischinger dafür danke, dass
Wolfgang Ischinger on behalf of the federal government for heading this conference once again this year. I may say this that way, Wolfgang. Thank you very much for your great work, especially in this year.
Über dieser Konferenz steht ein düsteres Motto.
You've chosen a grim motto for this conference, under destruction.
Dieses Motto meint wohl,
and it probably means that the international order based on rights and rules is currently being destroyed.
Ich fürchte,
but I'm afraid we have to put it in even harsher terms.
Diese Ordnung,
this order,
so unvollkommen
as
sie
flawed
selbst zu ihren besten
as it has been even in its heyday,
sie gibt es
no
so
longer
nicht mehr.
exists.
Und wir, Europa,
and we, Europe,
Europa, so hat es Peter Sloterdijk
Peter Sloterdijk wrote a few weeks ago that Europe had just returned from a vacation from world history.
Wir haben gemeinsam die Schwelle
Together, we've entered an era that once again
von Macht
is marked by power and big power politics, very openly. First of all, we see Russia's violent revisionism, its brutal war against Ukraine, against our political order, with daily cruel war crimes. But this is only the shrillest expression we see on a daily basis. We see other developments in the world as well that are different to what we in this room would have expected or discussed in the years before. China wants to be a leader in shaping the world, and it has paved the ground for that over many years with strategic patience. In the foreseeable future, Beijing could be on an equal footing with the United States in military terms. China systematically uses dependencies of others, and it redefines the international order in its own favor. If there had been a unipolar moment after the fall of the Berlin Wall, a unipolar moment in history, it has long passed. The United States' claim to leadership has been challenged and possibly lost. The return to power politics, however, is not only rooted in the rivalry between great powers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also a reflection of restless, agitated societies in times of revolutionary changes. It is an expression of a wish, also in many democratic states, a wish for strong leadership in a globalized world, in which especially democratic states are coming very close to the limits of their ability to act. Big power politics, it seems, gives strong and easy answers, at least to the big players, and at least at a first glance. With disillusion, big power politics turns away from a world in which increasing connectivity translates into the rule of law and peaceful relations between states. Big power politics has its own rules. It is fast, harsh, and often unpredictable. It fears own dependencies, but uses dependencies of others and, if necessary, even exploits them. At the heart of this stands a battle for spheres of influence, dependencies and deference. Natural resources, technologies and supply chains are becoming bargaining tools in the zero-sum game of the major powers. This is a dangerous game. At first, for the small players, but later on, probably also for the big players. And our friends in the United States are adapting to this at a fast pace. They have realized their own need to catch up in some areas with China, and they are drawing radical consequences in their national security strategy. They do that in their own way that does not slow down this trend, but rather accelerates it. And we, the Europeans too, are preparing for this new era. And we reach different conclusions than, for example, the administration in Washington. Our prime task as Europeans, and of course as Germans too, is to accept this new reality today. It does not mean that we accept it as an inevitable fate. We are not at the mercy of this world. We can shape it. And I have no doubt that we will preserve our interests and our values in this world if we step up together with determination, with confidence in our own strengths. This way we will weather the storm and preserve our freedom. We will push open new doors, we will seize new opportunities, and if we get it right, we will emerge even stronger from this testing time. Ladies and gentlemen, in a very sober manner, we should firstly focus on our objectives and our possibilities. The major objectives of German foreign and security policy derive from our basic law, our history, and our geography. Above everything stands our freedom. Our security makes this freedom possible. Our economic power serves this freedom. Our basic law, our history, and our geography mandate us to always think our goals in a European dimension. This focus is in our own vested interest. It opens up, only this way, it opens up the best opportunities for our country. Especially, particularly German foreign and security policy is anchored in a European perspective, and this Europe is more precious than ever. The way we approach our goals is something that we adjust today to the possibilities that we have. And let me be very frank here. Compared to its power instruments, German foreign policy of the last decades had, if I may put it that way, a normative surplus. With the best intentions, it criticized violations of the international order all over the world. It has often admonished, demanded, and scolded. But it was not worried enough about the fact that it often lacked the means to solve the problem. This gap between ambition and possibility had grown too wide. We are closing it now. And this way, we will be in a better position to face reality. So let's be honest about our own possibilities. And one striking example is Russia's GDP is currently about 2 trillion euros. That of the European Union is almost 10 times as high. But still, Europe is not 10 times as strong as Russia today. Our military, political, economic and technological potential is huge, but we haven't tapped it to the necessary extent for a very long time. So the most important thing is to turn the switch in our minds now. We have understood that in the era of big powers, our freedom is no longer a given. It is at stake. We will need to show firmness and determination to assert this freedom. This will require our willingness to engage in new beginnings, in change, and yes, also make sacrifices. Not just someday, but right now.
Aus gewichtigen Gründen tun wir uns in Deutschland
And it is for
nicht
very good
leicht
reasons that we have our difficulties in Germany with state power. Since 1945,
ist fest in unserem Denken
it has been
verankert.
deeply enshrined in
Wir
our
müssen
thinking
diese
that we
Macht
need to rein in
einhegen.
this power.
Lassen Sie mich
And
hinzufügen,
let me add,
nicht nur zu
it is
viel
not just too
staatliche
much
Macht,
state power
zerstört
that
das
destroys the
Fundament
foundation
unserer Freiheit.
of our freedom.
zu wenig
Too little
staatliche Macht
state power
führt auf anderem
will
Weg.
lead you to a different
zum
path,
selben
but to the
Ergebnis.
same result.
Und diese Frage
And this
hat eine
question
zutiefst europäische
has a
Dimension.
very much European
Darf ich ihn
dimension.
zitieren? Schon vor 15 Jahren hat Radek
Already
Sikorski
15 years ago,
Deutschland
Radek
ins Stammbuch
Sikorski
geschrieben,
told
ich
us
fürchte deutsche
Germans,
Macht weniger
I fear German power
als
less
deutsche Untätigkeit.
than German inactivity.
Auch dies ist Teil
This too
unserer
is
Verantwortung,
part of our
Verantwortung, die
responsibility,
sich aus
our responsibility that rises from our basic law,
und
our
Geografie
history, and
ergibt.
our geography.
Wir nehmen diese
We
Verantwortung
assume
an.
this responsibility.
Dazu brauchen wir eine Strategie,
And we need a strategy
die
for
ein
that,
offenkundiges Dilemma
to
auflöst.
solve an obvious
Die
dilemma.
Neuordnung der
The
Welt durch
restructuring of the
große
world by
Mächte
the big powers
vollzieht
is
sich
happening
schneller
faster
und
and more
tiefgreifender,
comprehensively
als wir uns
than we
selbst
can
stärken
strengthen
können.
ourselves.
Schon deshalb überzeugt
So
es
I'm
mich
not
nicht,
convinced,
denn manchmal
because
allzu
sometimes
reflexhaft. Danach
people
gerufen wird,
automatically
Europa solle die
demand
Vereinigten
Europe
Staaten als Partner
to just
abschreiben.
write off the US as a
Meine
partner.
Damen und Herren, ich verstehe
Ladies and
das
gentlemen, I
Unwohlsein
understand
und die
the
Zweifel,
uneasiness and the
die sich
doubts
in solchen
that
Forderungen
lead
Bahn
to
brechen.
such claims,
Ich teile sogar einiges
and I share some of
davon.
them.
Und doch sind diese
But still,
Forderungen
these claims have
nicht zu Ende
not been
gedacht.
fully thought
Sie
through.
blenden harte
They ignore
geopolitische
hard
Realitäten
geopolitical realities
in
in
Europa einfach aus.
Europe.
Und sie unterschätzen
And
das
they
Potenzial,
underestimate the
das
potential
unsere
that our
Partnerschaft mit den
partnership with the
Vereinigten Staaten bei
US
allen Schwierigkeiten
continues to have,
weiter hat.
despite all the difficulties
Es
that
wird nicht
exist.
genügen, also
It will not suffice
möglichst klug
to simply
auf die Manöver
give smart
und Launen
reactions
der
to the
großen
maneuvers and moods
rhetorisch
of the great
zu
powers
reagieren.
rhetorically.
Wir setzen in dieser
So,
Zeit der Anfechtung
In these
unsere
challenging
eigene Agenda.
times,
Wir
we
besinnen uns
are
auf
creating
uns
our own
selbst.
agenda. We are focusing on
Diese Agenda
ourselves.
ist im Werden.
This agenda is gradually
es auch
being
anders sein?
developed. And how could it be
Und doch ist
otherwise?
ihre Verwirklichung
But still,
in vollem
we're
Gang.
implementing it
Wir
at
nutzen
full
den
speed.
Druck,
We use the
unter den wir
pressure
gekommen
under
sind,
which we've come
Neues
to
und
create
hoffentlich Gutes
something
zu
new,
schaffen.
something hopefully good.
Großmachtpolitik
Big
in
power
Europa
politics
ist
in
allerdings
Europe, however,
für Deutschland
is
keine Option.
not an option for Germany.
Partnerschaftliche Führung,
Leadership in partnership, yes.
hegemoniale
Hegemonial
Fantasien.
fantasies,
nein.
no.
Nie wieder
Never
werden wir
again
Deutsche.
will we
allein
Germans go it alone.
Das ist bleibende Lehre
This
aus
is the
unserer
enduring
Geschichte.
lesson we've learned from our
Unsere
history.
Freiheit
We
behaupten wir
assert
mit unseren
our
Nachbarn.
freedom with our neighbors,
nur mit unseren Nachbarn
only
und
with our
Verbündeten
neighbors and
und
our
unseren
allies
Partnern.
and our partners.
Wir bauen auf unsere
We build
Stärke
on our strength,
Unsere
our
Souveränität
sovereignty,
und unsere
and our
Fähigkeit zu
ability
gegenseitiger
to
Solidarität.
show mutual solidarity
Wir
in
tun
Europe.
es
We
mit
do this with
prinzipienfestem
realism
Realismus.
based on our principles.
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, wenn ich das so
Friends,
sagen darf, meine Damen und
if
Herren, 4 Punkte.
I may say so,
umfasst
ladies and gentlemen, this program
Programm der
of
Freiheit.
freedom
Erstens,
consists of 4 points.
wir stärken uns
Firstly, we are
militärisch,
strengthening
politisch,
ourselves,
wirtschaftlich und
military,
technologisch.
in military
Damit
terms, political
vermindern wir
terms,
unsere
economic
Abhängigkeiten
terms,
und
and
unsere
with
Verletzbarkeit.
technologies.
Höchste
We
Priorität
are
für
reducing
uns
our
hat,
dependencies and
Europa
vulnerabilities.
innerhalb der
Our highest
NATO
priority
zu
for us
stärken.
is
Wir
to
investieren
strengthen Europe
massiv
within NATO. We are making massive
glaubhafte
investments in credible
Zur
deterrence.
Erinnerung.
And
Deutschland
just a
hat seine
reminder,
Verfassung geändert.
Germany changed its constitution.
NATO-Gipfel im
At the
letzten
NATO
Juni
summit
haben
in The
sich
Hague last
alle
June,
Alliierte,
all allies,
fast alle Alliierte,
almost all allies,
verpflichtet, künftig 5%
committed
des
themselves to
Bruttoinlandsproduktes
spend
in
5% of their
Sicherheit zu
GDP
investieren. Deutschland allein
on security.
wird in den nächsten Jahren
Germany
mehrere
alone
100
will
Milliarden Euro
invest hundreds of billions of euros over the coming
Wir
years.
unterstützen die Ukraine
We
in
support
ihrem
Ukraine
tapferen
in
Widerstand
its
gegen
brave
den
resistance
russischen
against
Imperialismus.
the Russian
Wir tun das
imperialism
diplomatisch,
in
wir tun das
military,
politisch,
in
wir
diplomatical,
tun es ökonomisch, aber
political,
wir tun es natürlich
economic
auch
terms,
militärisch.
and also in military terms.
Übrigens,
And by the way,
seit einem Jahr leisten Deutschland und Europa
For a year, Germany
hier die
and
wichtigste
Europe
Führungsarbeit.
have assumed the most
Wir haben
important
Moskau
leading role.
ungeahnte
We have
Verluste und
imposed
Kosten
unheard of losses
aufgezwungen.
and costs on Moscow.
Wenn Moskau endlich einen
And if
Frieden
Moscow
zustimmt,
finally agrees to make
dann auch
peace,
deshalb.
it will also be for
Denn
that
das ist
reason.
Ausdruck
Because this
europäischer
is an
Selbstbehauptung.
expression of European
Wir haben große
self-assertion.
konventionelle
We have
Beschaffungsvorhaben
launched big conventional
angestoßen. In der
procurement
Luftabwehr
projects in the field of
zu
air
Deep
defense,
Precision Strikes,
deep
in der
precision
Satellitentechnik.
strikes, and satellite
Wir erwecken
technology.
unsere Verteidigungsindustrie
We are
zu
reviving
neuem
our
Leben.
defense industry.
Neue Werke eröffnen, neue
New
Arbeitsplätze
factories are
entstehen,
opening,
neue
new jobs are being
Technologien
created, new
kommen
technologies
hinzu.
are
Der bayerische
emerging.
Ministerpräsident hat es
The
gesagt,
Bavarian
hier um München herum
state
zum
premier
Beispiel
said it.
boomt
Here
ein
in Munich,
Cluster
a cluster of
hochinnovativer
highly innovative defense tech
Defense-Tech-Unternehmen,
companies is
die
booming,
disruptive Technologien
developing
entwickeln,
disruptive
zum
technologies,
Teil
partly
in enger Kooperation
in close
mit der
cooperation
Ukraine.
with Ukraine.
Herr Verteidigungsminister, die Reform
The
unseres
Minister of
Wehrdienstes ist auf
Defense
den
started
Weg gebracht.
the reform of our military
Wenn es
service,
erforderlich ist,
and if necessary,
steuern wir nach.
we will adjust it further.
Wir stärken die Ostflanke
We are
der NATO.
strengthening NATO's eastern flank.
Dafür entsteht unsere Brigade in Litauen. Das
This is
erste Mal,
symbolized by our brigade
dass in
in
der Geschichte der
Lithuania,
Bundeswehr
the first time in the
ein
history of the
ganzer
Bundeswehr
Großverband
that
außerhalb
a
unseres
brigade
eigenen
is
Territoriums aufgestellt wird.
deployed outside
Wir
our own
werden für mehr
territory.
Sicherheit
We
des hohen
will
Nordens
do
sorgen.
more for
Die ersten
securing the
deutschen
high north.
Eurofighter
The first
sind
German
gemeldet.
Eurofighters have been
Und es wird
earmarked,
mehr kommen.
and more is to
Die
follow.
Bundeswehr werden wir, ich habe es häufig gesagt,
I
und
often
wiederhole
said
es
that,
hier,
and I will repeat it today.
schnellstmöglich zur
We will make
stärksten
the Bundeswehr the strongest conventional army in Europe
machen.
as soon as we
Eine
can.
Armee, die
An army
standhält,
that stands firm
wenn sie
when
muss.
it has to.
Gleichzeitig machen wir
At
unsere
the same
Gesellschaft und
time,
unsere
we are
Wirtschaft
making our society and our
Wir
economy
bringen
more
neue Gesetze
resilient.
auf den Weg, unsere
We
Netze
have
und unsere
initiated
kritische
new
Infrastruktur gegen
legislation
hybride
to make our
Schläge zu
grids
halten. Wir
and
schmieden
critical infrastructure
widerstandsfähige
resilient to hybrid
Lieferketten
attacks. We are forging resilient
und
supply
bauen
chains and
einseitige
reducing unilateral dependencies on raw
Schlüsselprodukten und
materials, key
Technologien.
technologies, and key products.
Unsere freiheitlich-demokratische
We
Grundordnung schützen wir
protect
gegen ihre
our
Feinde
free
im Inneren und
democratic
Äußeren.
order against internal and
anderem
external
werden wir unsere
enemies. And among
Nachrichtendienste
other things, we will
stärken.
also strengthen our intelligence
In dieser
services.
neuen Welt
In this
ist
new world,
Wettbewerbspolitik
competitiveness policy
Sicherheitspolitik.
is security policy.
Und Sicherheitspolitik,
And security policy
Wettbewerbspolitik.
is
Beides
competitiveness
dient
policy.
unserer
Both
Freiheit.
serve our
Und
freedom.
genau deshalb wollen wir
This
Treiber
is
des
why we
Fortschrittes
want to
in
be
den
drivers of
Zukunftstechnologien
progress
sein.
in the technologies of the
Intelligenz wird
future.
dabei eine
AI
Schlüsselrolle
will play a key role in
einnehmen.
this.
Zweitens,
Secondly,
wir stärken
we're
Europa.
strengthening Europe.
Ein
A
souveränes
sovereign
Europa
Europe
ist
is
unsere
our
beste
best
Antwort auf die neue
answer
Zeit.
to this new era.
Europa zu einen und zu
Uniting
stärken
Europe and
ist heute
strengthening
unsere
Europe
vornehmste
is
Aufgabe.
our prime task
Unser
today.
Europa muss sich
Our
dabei auf
Europe
das
needs to
Wesentliche
focus on
konzentrieren,
what's
auf Wahrung
essential,
und Mehrung
that is
unserer
preserving
Freiheit,
and
unserer
enhancing
Sicherheit
our
und
freedom,
unserer
our security, and our competitiveness.
Den Wildwuchs europäischer
We need
Bürokratie und
to cap
Regulierung
the explosion of
müssen wir
European
beenden.
bureaucracy and regulation.
Europas Standards
European
dürfen uns
standards
nicht
must
Fesseln
not
anlegen,
put us
die uns
in
im Wettbewerb
chains
lähmen und behindern. Sie
that
müssen
rob us of
unsere
our
Stärken
competitiveness.
zur Geltung bringen. Sie
They
müssen
need to highlight our
Innovation
strengths.
und
They need to fuel
Unternehmertum
innovation and
befeuern,
entrepreneurship,
Investitionen ermutigen,
encourage
Kreativität
investment, and
belohnen.
reward
Europa darf sich
creativity.
nicht darauf
Europe must
zurückziehen,
not just withdraw
Risiken zu
to
vermeiden.
avoiding risks.
Europa muss
It needs
Chancen
to
eröffnen
open up
und
new
Tatkraft
opportunities
entfesseln.
and unleash a new
Über diese
sense of
Fragen haben wir,
agency.
liebe Ursula von der Leyen, gestern
Ursula von der Leyen, we
mit den
discussed these
europäischen
questions
Staats- und
today with the
Regierungschefs
European heads of
intensiv
state and
beraten.
government.
Und daraus entwickeln wir
And
jetzt
we are
gemeinsam
developing
eine
new
gemeinsame Roadmap für ein
roadmap for
starkes
a
und
strong,
souveränes Europa.
sovereign Europe.
Europa muss ein
Europe
weltpolitischer
needs to become a
Faktor
real
werden mit einer
player
eigenen
in global politics
sicherheitspolitischen
with its own
Strategie.
security
Übrigens,
policy strategy.
zur Erinnerung,
And by the way, just to remind you,
für manch einen auch, der es nicht weiß.
maybe
In
some
Artikel
people don't know
42
it,
des
Article
Vertrags über die
42
Europäische Union
of the
verpflichten
Treaty
wir
on
uns,
European Union, we
einander im
commit
Fall eines
ourselves
bewaffneten Angriffs
to provide
in
mutual
Europa
assistance
beizustehen.
in case of an armed attack
müssen nun
in Europe. So we need
ausbuchstabieren, wie wir
to
dies
spell out now
europäisch
how we
organisieren
want to
wollen.
organize this
Nicht
at
als
the
Ersatz
European
für die
level,
NATO,
not to replace
sondern als einen
NATO,
selbsttragenden,
but as a
starken
self-sustained,
Pfeiler
strong pillar
innerhalb des
within
Bündnisses.
the alliance.
Ich habe mit dem französischen Präsidenten Emmanuel Macron erste Gespräche über
I have
europäische
started
nukleare
first talks with the French President Emmanuel Macron about
Meine Damen und Herren, damit das klar ist,
European nuclear deterrence. And
wir
ladies and
halten
gentlemen, to be
uns
clear,
dabei an unsere
we
rechtlichen
absolutely
Verpflichtungen.
stick to our legal
Wir denken dies
obligations.
strikt eingebettet
This will be fully
in unsere
embedded
nukleare Teilhabe
in our nuclear
innerhalb der NATO.
sharing within
Und wir werden in
NATO.
Europa
And
keine
we will
Zonen
not
unterschiedlicher
have
Sicherheit
zones of
entstehen.
different security levels in Europe.
Und die europäische Verteidigungsindustrie,
And the European defense
sie muss
industry,
schließlich ihre Pferde stärken
it
auf die
finally
Straße
needs to
bringen.
show its mettle.
3 große große S.
three big S's: standardization, scaling, and simplification of weapon systems will have to be organized in a European framework. We are tapping a huge potential by doing so. And we are translating this power into a joint external positioning that gains us new partners. Part of this is a strong trade policy. The EU-Mercosur agreement will be provisionally applied. Yes, this is the right decision taken by the EU Commission. The free trade agreement with India has been fully negotiated, and we will and have to have additional agreements. Diplomatically, we in Europe are truly squaring the circle these days. It is reflected also in our work for peace in Ukraine. When we need to be agile, we made progress in small groups with the E3, that is Germany, France, and the UK, but also with Italy and Poland as big European players. We know in the long run, we will only be successful if we take the other Europeans on board, and we're doing that. For us Germans, there's no way around it. We are at the heart of Europe. If Europe is torn apart, we are torn apart. Germany is torn apart. But I would also like to appeal to our partners. Please realize the impact of the moment, and please also engage in a path towards a strong, sovereign Europe. And thirdly, we want to forge a new transatlantic partnership, and let me start with the inconvenient truth right from the start. A divide has opened up between Europe and the United States, and Vice President J.D. Vance said this very openly here at the Munich Security Conference a year ago, and he was right. The battle of cultures of MAGA in the US is not ours. Freedom of speech here ends where the words spoken are directed against human dignity and our basic law. We do not believe in tariffs and protectionism, but in free trade.
Und an Klimaabkommen und
Weltgesundheitsorganisation
we stick to
climate agreements and the World Health Organization because we are convinced. Because we're convinced that global challenges can only be solved together. Now, the transatlantic partnership is no longer something we can just take for granted. First, it started in the United States, then here in Europe, but probably also here in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, if our partner is to have a future, we need to forge it and reason it in a new way. This reasoning must be hands-on and not esoteric. We need to realize on both sides of the Atlantic that we are stronger together. We Europeans know how precious the trust is on which NATO was founded. In an age of superpowers, also the US will rely on this trust. Even the US is reaching the limits of its own power if it goes it alone. The strategists at the Pentagon are very aware of this. NATO is not just our, but also, dear American friends, your competitive advantage.
Let me paraphrase this for our American friends in English. For 3 generations, trust amongst allies, partners and friends has made NATO the strongest alliance of all times. Europe knows deeply how precious this is. In the era of great power rivalry, even the United States will not be powerful enough to go it alone. Dear friends, being a part of NATO is not only Europe's competitive advantage, it's also the United States' competitive advantage. So let's repair and revive transatlantic trust together. We, the Europeans, we are doing our part. Und ich möchte den Satz
And I
aufgreifen,
would
den
like to
Wolfgang Ischinger gesprochen hat.
say a few words about what Wolfgang Ischinger said before. Autocracies may have loyal followers,
Demokratien
but democracies
haben Partner
have partner
und Verbündete.
and allies.
Dieser Satz ist übrigens auch
And this
richtig für uns
sentence
Europäer.
is also relevant for
Ein
us
wahrer
Europeans.
Verbündeter nimmt
A
seine
true ally
Verpflichtungen ernst.
takes his obligations seriously.
Niemand hat uns in die
No one forced us
übermäßige
into
Abhängigkeit
this
von den
excessive
Vereinigten Staaten
dependency
gezwungen,
on the United States,
in der wir uns
in which
zuletzt
we have
befunden haben.
found ourselves recently.
Diese Unmündigkeit war
This
selbstverschuldet.
dependence was
Aber
self-inflicted,
diesen Zustand lassen wir
but
jetzt
we
hinter
now
uns.
cast off
Und
this
zwar lieber
state
heute als morgen.
as soon as we can.
Das tun wir nicht, indem
And
wir
we're
die
doing
NATO
this not by writing
Wir
off
tun es,
NATO. We're doing
indem
it
wir im Bündnis,
by
im eigenen Interesse,
establishing
einen starken,
a
selbsttragenden
strong,
europäischen Pfeiler.
self-sustained European pillar within the
Und dieser
alliance. It's in our
Aufbruch, meine
own
Damen und Herren,
interest.
ist
And
unter
ladies and
allen
gentlemen,
Umständen
this
richtig. Er ist
approach
richtig,
is
falls sich die
absolutely right. It is
Vereinigten
right
Staaten weiter
if
entfernen.
the United States
Er ist
further
richtig,
alienates
solange
itself.
wir
It
unsere
is
Sicherheit
right
nicht aus eigener
as
Kraft
long as we
gewährleisten
cannot guarantee our security by
schließlich auch
ourselves.
dann
And it is
richtig,
also right
eine gesündere
in order
transatlantische
to forge a
Partnerschaft
healthier
neu
transatlantic
zu bekommen.
partnership.
Ich vermute dabei, dass wir
I
in Zukunft
suppose that
häufiger als in der
we
Vergangenheit
may
unterschiedlicher Meinung sein werden.
have
Wir werden
differing
öfter über den
opinions
richtigen
more
Weg
often than in the past.
verhandeln und
We
vielleicht
will
sogar
negotiate about the right way
streiten
forward
müssen.
and maybe have to argue
wir das
about
mit neuer
it.
Stärke,
But if we do this with
neuer
new strength,
Achtung
new
und
respect
Selbstachtung
and
tun,
self-respect,
dann ist es zum
it will
Vorteil
be
beider
to the
Seiten.
benefit of both sides.
Etwas davon habe ich in den
And by the way, I could feel
über Grönland
something of this spirit in the talks we
die
had
wir in den
about
letzten
Greenland
Wochen geführt haben.
over the recent weeks.
Ich wende mich insbesondere an
And
Mette Frederiksen,
Mette
die
Frederiksen,
dänische
the Danish
Ministerpräsidentin.
Prime Minister,
Die
can
weiß,
confirm
dass sie
this.
sich auf
She
europäische
knows that she can
Solidarität
rely on
ohne
European
jede
solidarity.
Einschränkung
There is
verlassen kann.
no limitation to that.
Wir knüpfen viertens und last but
Fourthly,
not least ein
and last
starkes
but not
Netz
least, we are
globaler
forging a strong
Partnerschaften. So
network of
wichtig
global
europäische
partnerships. As
Integration und
important as
transatlantische
European integration and
Partnerschaft für uns bleiben.
the transatlantic
werden
partnership
nicht mehr
remain for us,
hinreichen,
they will no longer be
unsere
sufficient
Freiheit
to
zu bewahren.
preserve our
Partnerschaft ist
freedom.
dabei kein
Partnership is not an
absoluter
absolute term here.
Partnerschaft
It
setzt keine
doesn't
vollkommene
require full
Übereinstimmung
convergence
aller Werte
of
und
all
Interessen
values
voraus.
and interests.
Das gehört
This
übrigens
is
zu
one
den
of
Lehren
the lessons
dieser
we've
Tage,
learned these days, by
Wochen
the way,
und Monate.
these days and weeks
So
and
nähern
months.
wir uns neuen Partnern,
So
mit
we
denen uns
reach out
nicht
to new
alle, aber
partners
doch
with
wichtige
whom
Anliegen
we share
verbinden.
not all but many
Das vermeidet
objectives.
Abhängigkeiten
This
und Risiken und es
avoids
eröffnet
dependencies and
zugleich
risks, and at the same time it opens up new
Möglichkeiten und
opportunities
Chancen für
for
beide
both
Seiten. Es
sides.
schützt
It
unsere
protects
Freiheit.
our freedom.
Kanada und Japan,
Canada
die
and
Türkei,
Japan,
Indien,
Turkey,
Brasilien
India or
werden dabei
Brazil
eine Schlüsselrolle
will play a key
spielen. Auch
role in this,
Südafrika, die
as do
Golfstaaten
South
und
Africa,
andere.
the
Wir wollen
Gulf
mit
states and
diesen
others.
Staaten
We
enger
want to
zusammenrücken in
work more
gegenseitigem
closely together
Respekt
with these states
und mit
on the
langem
basis of
Atem.
mutual respect and
Wir
with
teilen das
stamina and
grundlegende
determination. We
Interesse
share the
an einer
fundamental
politischen
interest in a
Ordnung, in der
political
wir auf
order in
Verabredungen
which we can
vertrauen
rely
können,
on agreements made,
in der wir zur
in which
gemeinsamen
we are
Bewältigung globaler
able to
Probleme
solve
imstande
global
sind
problems
und
together,
in der wir
and
vor
in which
allem
we, first
Konflikte
and foremost,
miteinander
resolve
friedlich
conflicts
ausräumen.
peacefully together.
Wir teilen die Erfahrung,
We share the
dass
experience
Völkerrecht und
that
internationale
the international
Organisationen
law and international
unserer
organizations
Souveränität,
serve
unserer
our sovereignty, our
Unabhängigkeit und eben
independence,
und auch
and
unserer Freiheit
particularly
dienen.
our freedom.
Wir Deutsche
We
wissen,
Germans know
eine Welt, in der
a
nur
world
Macht zählt,
in which might makes
wäre ein
right
finsterer
would
Ort.
be a dark place.
Unser Land ist
Our
diesen Weg
country
im 20.
has gone
Jahrhundert
down
bis zum
this
bitteren
path
und
in the
bösen
20th
Ende
century until the
gegangen.
bitter and dreadful end.
Heute schlagen wir einen
Today,
anderen,
we embark on a
einen
different,
besseren Weg ein.
a better path.
Unsere größte Stärke
Our
bleibt die
biggest strength
Fähigkeit,
remains the ability to
Partnerschaften,
forge
Bündnisse
partnerships,
und
alliances,
Organisationen
and
zu bauen, die auf
organizations
Recht und Regeln
based
fußen, die
on
auf Respekt
the law and
und
on
Vertrauen
rules
gründen
anchored in
und die an die
respect and
Kraft
trust,
der
and that
Freiheit.
believe in the power of freedom.
Nach
After
1945 waren es vor
1945, it
allem
was
unsere
mostly
amerikanischen
the
Freunde,
United States, our
die uns
friends in the
Deutsche
United States,
für diesen
that
starken
sparked
und hellen
our
Gedanken
enthusiasm for
begeistert
this
haben.
bright idea here in Germany.
Das vergessen wir
We will never forget
euch
that.
nicht. Auf diesem
On this
Fundament
foundation,
ist die NATO
NATO
zum stärksten
became
politischen
the
Bündnis
strongest political
der Geschichte
alliance
geworden.
in history.
Wir bleiben
We
dieser Idee
remain faithful
treu.
to this idea.
Mit aller Kraft und
With all our
Leidenschaft,
power and
mit
passion,
Anstand
with decency
und Solidarität,
and solidarity,
mit
with
Kreativität
creativity and
und
courage,
mit Mut übertragen wir
we
diese
carry
Idee
this idea
in die neue Zeit,
into this new
damit
age
diese Zeit nicht
for a
finster
future
wird,
that is
sondern
not dark, ladies and gentlemen, but bright, a great time for us, but especially for the generations of our children and grandchildren who rely on us in these weeks and months to do the right thing. And we are determined to do that.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Merz. We have only a few minutes for just a couple of questions, and I will use my role here to throw the first question at you. I'd like to ask a question about our relationship with Russia. The discussions which are currently being conducted with Russia about the future of Ukraine are being conducted essentially exclusively by our American friends. Your colleague Emmanuel Macron has recently expressed himself in favor of a direct European channel of communications with the Kremlin. You have expressed, if I can put it that way, doubts about the usefulness of that. But isn't it, when we think and we talk about European sovereignty, isn't it something that we should somehow try to manage better and not leave this only to our American friends? Give us your views.
Wolfgang, many thanks for this important question. And this is a question we ask ourselves almost every week and every month. My first remark is that we are closely linked to those who are talking with the Russian side, be it the United States of America or be it Ukraine itself. We are well coordinated, and there is nothing which is not negotiated, at least talked about with both sides before. My second remark is the following. There was somebody from the European Union, a prime minister, who traveled to Moscow on his own. This is almost 2 years ago. He had no mandate. He went there. He achieved nothing. And the week after, we saw the heaviest attacks on civil infrastructure, on private homes, on hospitals we had ever seen until this time. So if it makes sense to talk, we are willing to talk. But as you can see with the American side, Russia is not yet willing to talk seriously. And my personal guess is, this is my personal view, that this war will only end when Russia is at least economically, potentially militarily exhausted. We are approaching this time, but we are approaching this time. And I said that in my speech, that we did a lot to achieve that, but we are not yet there. Russia has to give up this terrible war against Ukraine. And we have to do everything what is needed to bring them to the point where they see no further advantages for them to continue this terrible war. We are not yet there, but look, this war is now lasting longer than the Second World War. It's terrible. Russia has it in its hand to stop it. But we have it in our hand, and this is America and Europe and Ukraine together, to bring them to this point, to stop it. And we have to do everything what is possible in our hands to do that. Militarily, economically, politically, diplomatically, whatever. And if it makes sense to talk, we are ready to talk. But they have to concede that they are really willing to talk about a ceasefire and then about a peace plan.
Thank you. We have time for one or two questions from the audience. Who will pose the first question? Please, where's the microphone? Microphone? Gentleman in the second row. Please be kind enough to identify yourself.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I'm the President of Montenegro. Dear Chancellor, I do want to ask you, what do you think, what is in your opinion the baseline scenario about the dynamics of the EU accession? You know that Montenegro is one of 10 candidate countries that are currently interested to join the club. And do you believe that also the enlargement of the Union is another part of making Europe more competitive on the world stage? Thank you very much.
Definitely, the answer is yes. And Ursula von der Leyen and myself, we are completely agreeing on that. We have promised the accession to become member of the European Union to many countries, especially in your region. And we had our meeting in December with the West Balkan states and the European Council in Brussels. And frankly, I'm feeling more and more uncomfortable with our approach to your countries. We have to reopen a new strategy, how to bring these countries closer to the European Union. I don't want to lose you. You are part of the European continent, and therefore you are potentially part of the European Union. And I know that this is a consensus. There is an elephant in the room. Everybody knows that here in this room, who is against it. But we have to overcome that. This is, until now, it's unanimous vote in the European Council to open the next chapter. But we have to overcome that. And the latest after the election, which will take in April, hopefully we will be able to open the next chapters and to bring you closer and closer to the European Union at the very end as members.
Chancellor Merz, thank you so much. I think you succeeded in setting the tone for the 62nd Munich Security Conference. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue in just a minute. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. We'll continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the editor-in-chief of The Economist, Merz.
All right. Good afternoon. Is this working? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Shh. Can I ask you to take your seats or at least quieten your voices? Shh. Because we are now going to follow on from that remarkable opening address by Chancellor Merz to discuss whether, well, our essay question is the international order between reform and destruction. But I think we've kind of realized that actually something fundamental has shifted. And those of you who were in the room a year ago, we got an inkling of this with Vice President Vance's speech last year. But I think we now all know that the old order has gone. We've just heard Chancellor Merz say, the order, as flawed as it has been, even in its heyday, no longer exists. We've entered an era that is once again marked by power and big power politics. That is what the German Chancellor just told us. Last month, as you know, many of you will have seen Prime Minister Carney of Canada called it a rupture. And just before he got on his plane to come here to address us tomorrow, Secretary Rubio said, the old world is gone. We live in a new era of geopolitics. So I think we can put to one side the question of whether the old order is over. It is over. And so the question is, what are the characteristics of the new one? Where is it going? How can we shape it? And that is what I hope this extremely distinguished panel of great powers and middle powers, and I won't identify who comes from which, will help us discuss. Kaja Kallas, as you all know, Vice President, High Representative for Foreign Affairs at the European Commission. Welcome. Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Major General Pedro Arnulfo Sanchez Suarez, Minister of National Defense from Colombia. And last but absolutely not least, Ambassador Michael Waltz, Ambassador of the United States to the United Nations, and of course, as you know, former National Security Advisor to President Trump. So we have the great powers, we have the middle powers, we have the future being built by all of you now. So let's start. Kaja, let me start with you, if I may. You obviously heard Chancellor Merz just now. First of all, do you agree with him that the old world is gone? And secondly, how would you describe the characteristics of the new world that we are entering?
Yes, I mean, I would take a step back and think why this world order was, put in place first time, and it was because, that there wouldn't be any wars. I mean, if you think about League of Nations, after the First World War, it didn't work because there was a war. Then after the Second World War, we had the United Nations so that there wouldn't be any wars. And now we are here. We have a lot of wars going on. So, you know, what is the opposite of the world order or a world that is based on rules is, you know, tyranny and wars. And that is clearly where we are now. Now, every time we have had these big international crises, we have seen that we have also developed the international law further. I mean, League of Nations didn't have the elements that the United Nations had, and now we have to look into the future. So how do we really, you know, shape this new world? And one thing that is missing, I think, it is accountability. So that, you know, the rules are there. I think everybody signs up to the United Nations Charter. The principles are there, but what happens if somebody breaches those principles? The accountability is clearly not working. The Security Council is not working the way it was meant to be. The United Nations is not reflecting the world as it currently is. So I think we have to use this opportunity to really develop this world forward, because majority of the countries in the world want rules-based order, want some kind of rules to govern the way we talk, the way we interact with each other.
Prince Faisal, can I ask you, I sometimes, when I'm in your part of the world, people say to me, you know, you Europeans keep going on about the old world order being over, but actually it's always been a might is right world, and you just lived in some kind of a, you know, transatlantic cozy bubble. And actually now you see the world that the rest of us live in. I'm paraphrasing and exaggerating slightly, but is there something to that? Is this whole discussion about the world order changing a transatlantic perspective or a European perspective more than a broader perspective?
I mean, the fact that the conversation is now finally at the forefront is certainly a reflection of a Eurocentric view for that order historically. I mean, obviously, it came out of the crisis in Europe. The First World War and the Second World War is what gave us the United Nations, is what gave us the foundations of that world order. So, fair enough that there was a certain Eurocentric or transatlantic focus. But that is, the reality is, many of us have seen the breakdown of that rules-based order, and the reality that might makes right being very much front and center well before the crisis. I very much actually heartened with all that's going on and all the suffering that's being caused by the multitude of wars that we are now dealing with, that actually the conversation is finally taking front and center, that the system isn't working, that it hasn't delivered. It's something that a lot of us have believed for well over a decade, and I think, you know, if 2014 wasn't, you know, enough of a wake-up call, that was unfortunate. But in any case, now, for the first time, I'm actually hearing, even among the great powers, even, you know, when you talk, obviously, you know, the US is leading on some of these things and trying to address these deficiencies, but even within Europe, where there was for a long time an attachment to symbolism rather than the realities on the ground. And, you know, you saw that even when, you know, we tried to address conflicts in various parts of the world, where some of these ideals were kind of an obstacle to actually having real substantive discussions about what are the drivers of these conflicts and how do we try to mitigate those drivers so that those conflicts come to an end. So I'm, to some extent, actually more optimistic than I was last year, because we are actually having these conversations in a much more honest and transparent way, including among the friends in Europe who were, let's say, the most ardent, not adherents, but supporters of the old system, and those that were least willing to admit that it was broken.
But do you think that, I mean, I take your point that perhaps in Europe we are recognizing a world that has existed for many before, but do you think it has become a world that is more might is right, more transactional, less focused on rules?
I think, yes, just because it's become more of a factor even among the biggest players. So it's, you know, historically, I would say if you look back at the last 2 decades, you will see that the people that are affected by this principle have been mainly in the third world, have been mainly in the developing world. Europe, especially, certainly the US, had the luxury of being at a remove and being able to kind of say, no, this is, you know, not impactful on us. I think obviously the war in Ukraine has brought that home more than anything, and that's why we're having this conversation. But it's always been the case, and it's all. I mean, I think if you look even in conflicts in our region, sometimes, you know, it was based on UN mandates, often not.
Minister Sanchez, you are the defense minister of a country that is in a region which I think has, I don't think any more doubt, has seen a very different approach from the United States, particularly in the last 12 months. The new national security strategy articulates it as the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which we now all call the Donroe Doctrine for short. But it is a very clear assertion of power in the United States' backyard. How do you feel about that? And what does it mean for your country and for your region?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to switch to Spanish in order to have more fluency in my words. Thank you. Primero quiero agradecer esta gran oportunidad de estar acá hablando con todos ustedes que de alguna manera lo escuchan también en el mundo.
This is a conversation heard all around the world, and I would also like to greet you on behalf of the President of the Republic of Colombia, President Gustavo Petro, who wasn't able to come here due to an environmental emergency that we are currently having in Colombia. This just goes to show that things that happen in one part of the world can affect the entire world. The threat of climate change is real, and we are here, of course, to solve that problem together. I had the opportunity to study at Edwards College in Montgomery, Alabama in 2018. And there, I learned about the U.S.'s national security strategy. And I would always ask why the American continent didn't figure into this strategy. They spoke about Russia, China, the multipolar world. It was always focused elsewhere and not in the American continent. But then, last December, there was a new security strategy that was published, and the main focus was the American continent. And for us, this is a fantastic opportunity, because more people die in the United States due to drug-related problems than due to war. In fact, our country, which is battling this foe more than anyone else, more than 2,000 military and police personnel during the past 3.5 years were injured or lost their lives in the fight against drugs. And these are global matters, because drugs are a global problem, but it's also an economic problem. I've been to France and Spain and Qatar, and I've seen how that silent crime can reach those faraway countries, and there are people dying in those countries as well due to problems related to violence. And when President Trump met with President Petro a week ago, we saw two fundamental elements. First of all, every single country in the world, no matter how powerful they may claim to be, is vulnerable to this worldwide scourge known as disinformation and misinformation. Global Risk says that after interstate conflicts, misinformation and disinformation is the second greatest risk that we are facing. And in a few years, it might become the greatest risk that we will face due to accelerants such as AI, for example. Secondly, misinformation and disinformation reached President Donald Trump, and it made him believe that Colombia was doing nothing to fight against the drug trade. After that meeting, we were able to establish that 316 million people in the world consume drugs. And this makes it very difficult to do away with the drug trade as long as the demand is still there. And Colombia is the country that does the most to fight against the drug trade. And there is no better ally in the Western Hemisphere and indeed in the world in the fight against transnational organized crime. So, when we saw that the new strategy mentioned America first, President Petro took the cap that President Trump gave to him and added an S at the end. America's, because America doesn't just refer to the United States, it refers to the entire continent. And together we can do more than separately.
It is certainly true that your president managed to turn around what had been rather a tricky set of interactions when he came to the White House, because just in the weeks before, I believe President Trump called your president a drug leader and a thug. So you know, hats off, you turned the rhetoric around, and you're right that in the area of drugs, it is important, you're doing something important, it's important that everyone focuses on it. But I wanted to stand back to ask you how you felt about a strategy which asserts US dominance in the Western Hemisphere as explicitly as this national security strategy does. Because that is a very big shift from the old order of the UN and rules. Ambassador, I can see you saying no. I'll come to you in just a second. Let me just ask the minister. Do you think it is a big shift, or are you okay with the fact that the United States thinks that it can do what it likes in its backyard?
The President
of the United States doesn't meet with drug traffickers. The President of the United States meets with legitimate heads of state. And that's what happened during that meeting. But there was disinformation that said otherwise. So, President Trump was able to understand that what we've done attacks an economic problem. And this problem has to be dealt with not just with weapons, but also with economic tools. That is why we are trying to convince the rest of the world to purchase cacao instead of cocoa. When we look at what the United States has been doing, we have seen that every nation is autonomous and they can act for themselves, but the President of Colombia has also stated that there is a global order, that multilateralism exists, that there are organizations such as the United Nations or the Organization of American States to try and tackle these issues. And there is an opportunity there. And what we concluded after the meeting with the United States is similar to what we're saying now. In the case of Colombia, we see a problem that affects us directly, and the main issue is international organized crime. And this is why, alongside the United States, we want to strengthen our defense capacities to do away with this scourge, drug trafficking. That is the focus that our president is maintaining. But it's clear that the United Nations was created so that nations could work together to solve these types of issues. We are in a much more civilized world compared to previous centuries, and I believe that we can create a better world because we all live here. We don't have life on other planets.
Thank you. Ambassador Waltz, you've been very patient as you've been hearing my questions. Two questions for you. You are now ambassador to the United Nations, which is the institution, I would say, that epitomizes the old order most. And yet, your administration and your president is, as we heard from Chancellor Merz, we are in a new world now. And a world, I think, which is one where might is right, or at least power projection is playing a much bigger role, and where transactions play a bigger role than rules. How do you square that?
Well,
happy to tackle that, and I have a gift for you along those lines. But first, I just wanted to point out what and reinforce what the general said. More Americans die from drugs and fentanyl and transnational crime than in any other type of conflict around the world. So this notion that the United States reasserting its leadership in the Western Hemisphere isn't necessarily new. I'd call it overdue. And Colombia and the United States worked quite well with each other under Plan Colombia in the 1990s, in the 2000s, defeated the FARC narco-insurgents. Then we see the transnational gangs that have taken over Haiti, where the United States spent over $1 billion in 2024 to take on. We've now asserted a new UN-mandated gang suppression force with a more offensive mandate, and we've seen Maduro, who was basically a state sponsor and state backer of narco-terrorism. He is now removed, and you know who is not wringing their hands? The 8 million Venezuelan refugees, a larger refugee crisis than Syria, mind you, that was destabilizing the region, and my former constituents in Congress, the Venezuelans who were seeking asylum in Florida, with tears of joy, thanking us. So asserting U.S. leadership has been welcomed, and we're hearing again and again behind the scenes, thank you, from a number of countries, 7 of whom will meet with the president in the coming weeks. To the broader point, look, the president has been clear, and my mandate is clear. We needed to put the UN on a diet. Everyone agrees that reform was needed. We are pushing hard for the UN to go back to basics, to that peacemaking and peacekeeping function that was core to its founding. And the biggest problem we've seen is that it's trying to do too much for everyone and be everything to every nation. So what has been a result of this initial push? The UN has agreed to its first budget cut in its history of 15%, just approved this last December. Nearly 3,000 headquarters bureaucrats will be cut. 18% overall personnel cut, 25% peacekeeping cut. We're going to get the UN back to fit to purpose. Again, despite the hand-wringing I hear in the media, what I was just in Geneva with a number of humanitarian agencies, and again, we heard, please keep up the sustained pressure. And I'll just say, you know, we've heard a lot about NATO and the future of multilateralisms and our engagement. Who here would argue that NATO is not in a better place now than it was 10 years ago when less than 7 of its contributors met the bare minimum? And with the president's leadership, we are going to reform the UN to get it fit for purpose and back to basics, much like we've done for NATO. He will do for the UN what he's done for NATO the last 10 years.
Is the president's goal, is the administration's goal to strengthen the UN so that it continues to be more effectively at the fulcrum of a global order? Or is it the goal to also create alternative institutions? I note that the president has created a board of peace, which has a very different membership, and it's... I have to wait. Because that's a bit of inaccurate information. I won't call it misinformation. The United Nations Security Council created the Board of Peace unanimously with countries such as Pakistan, countries, our friends in the UK, France, and others. So attached to that was the president's 20-point peace plan, which I saw many leaders who are here today show up at Sharm el-Sheikh in relief to sign, because we have the ceasefire in place, because hostages are being released. We now have humanitarian aid going in at levels that the entire world was demanding for. So is it going to work? I hope so, but I can tell you what wasn't working, either Hamas in charge or endless war. So the president has charted a third way, and to the point of the Board of Peace, it built on having our Gulf Arab friends, Muslim majority nations such as Turkey, Pakistan, Indonesia involved. And so to answer your question, what I'd call it is focused multilateralism.
We've seen it through this institution that the United Nations blessed. We just saw it through the Critical Minerals Conference. We just saw the first direct flight between Azerbaijan and Armenia in its history, and the first wheat shipments flowing through those countries from Kazakhstan. So I guess I'll just stop with, I have to push back on the premise, the world on the brink, which I think was the name of this panel. We are returning the world from the brink, where it was 18 months ago between Ukraine, Gaza, Iran racing for a nuke, the Houthis shutting down the Suez Canal, the refugee crisis in South America, and on and on. So if you focus on the facts and the results, and if we have to reform multilateralism that hasn't been reformed, frankly, in 80 years, then I think that should be welcomed by the world. And in that, guise, I do have my...
Is that for me?
Make the UN Great Again, otherwise known as Munga hat. I brought one for everyone, but they've been so popular. I have one for you, Lanny. We could pass
there you go. Thank you. I think we'll give that to Carlos. Luckily, I don't have to respond to your accusations of misinformation because I have the absolute best person to answer this. Do you see the Board of Peace as a strengthening of the overall constellation of global organizations? And if so, why isn't Europe, actively pushing it? Let's start there, and then we'll go on.
Yes, it is true that the United Nations Security Council resolution foresaw a Board of Peace, but it also foresaw that it's limited in time until 2027. It's foresaw that Palestinians have a say, and it also was referring to Gaza, whereas the Board of Peace, as the charter is not referring to any of those. So I think, in the Security Council there is a resolution, but this Board of Peace does not reflect. And one thing, I'm listening to you and I'm thinking, it is very good that you want to reform the international order. What is, I think, for the rest of us, majority of us, important that in the multilateral system there is equality of states. What Faisal was saying as well, if we reform, then we should actually take into account the world as it currently is, where all the states are equal, and also that nobody is above the law. That's why I'm talking about accountability, that if we have rules that we have agreed to, then, if somebody breaches, even the most powerful countries breach those laws, there's also, some kind of accountability and for these people, because what we see in the world is that very often you have like one guy who decides to start a war against another. So he sends a lot of brothers, fathers, sons to kill other brothers, fathers and sons. And there's no accountability for that one decision that actually gets so many people killed. And I think, if we're talking about the reform of the multilateral system, and I agree that it's good that it's under fire, then that's why it's also on the front of these debates, but we should respect that all states are equal.
Sure. Here's just one thing I would ask everyone to consider. All states are absolutely equal within the UN Charter. The difference and why the United States is pushing for reform is the U.S. has historically paid more than 180 countries combined in terms of our dues assessments and voluntary giving. So, of course, when I have to look at mechanics, doctors, nurses, firemen that formerly in my district who are struggling to get their kids to school, but yet I have UN officials who are flying business class around the world, I can't believe that there is an argument against reform. But on the Board of Peace, look, I would just say this, for the people of Gaza, for Israel and the region, there's also a cost to status quo. Status quo was not working. The alternatives were Hamas in charge or Israel in endless conflict. And instead, we have charted a different way, backed by the countries of the region. And you have 8,000 troops that have now been contributed, publicly announced by Indonesia. You will see more in the coming weeks. And you have billions of dollars that, frankly, some countries were not comfortable putting completely through the UN system. So we have a funding mechanism that's now set up under this Board of Peace Charter, in addition to the Palestinian Technocratic Committee.
I'm conscious that we need to open to questions, but Ambassador, I want you to take the lens up a little bit. And you make a lot of very good points about the need to reform and the need to tighten belts. But at a big picture level...
But no one was doing it. We've talked about it endlessly. Strongly worded letters, a lot of hand-wringing. No one was doing it. And when we're doing it,
Ambassador, I take your point. But if you listen to Chancellor Merz, the questions that we are all asking ourselves is the old system, at a big picture system of multilateral rules, engagement, alliances, is changing. And we are wondering what the United States, where it wants to go and what it wants to do. And is it a world of might is right, great power politics, unconstrained? Because, and this is the question to you, does the president believe in a multilateral system where there are rules that would constrain the United States or not?
NATO is stronger because of our leadership and push for the reforms that were badly needed, namely the contributions. The UN will be stronger at the end of this process. The status quo was unsustainable and not working in places like Gaza or Azerbaijan, Armenia. You have to ask yourself, why were we 18 months ago in so many active wars around the world? And I think it's a fair question for the president to say, why hasn't the UN been able to resolve issues like a border dispute between Cambodia and Thailand, or Azerbaijan, Armenia, or we could walk around the world, or Kashmir and India and Pakistan, where we faced a very serious nuclear escalation. So what I'm hearing outside of forums like this privately is, thank you for American leadership. America has to lead. If we have to have more focused plurilateral or focused multilateral organizations to do so, I think that should be perfectly acceptable if we're getting the results that results in peace and security.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think that was actually very clear. Questions? Lady here in the fourth row. If you could identify yourself and keep it very brief.
Thank you. My name is Amal Modelleli. I'm a researcher at Princeton University. I have two quick questions. Mr. Waltz, it's good to see you. And
thank you.
Thanks to your efforts, Resolution 2803 was passed and the Board of Peace was established. But the problem that people are having is that the charter of the Board of Peace that came out from the White House later on, it does not mention Gaza, and it talks about solving global problems. Doesn't this go beyond the mandate that you got from the United Nations? Can I have a second question?
Why don't we just stick with that one, because there are a lot of hands went up, and it's a very focused question.
Look, the Board of Peace is absolutely focused on Gaza. I think you will see that in the meeting next week. But in the formation and in its founding documents, the team wanted to leave flexibility to be able to tackle other problems if asked. Again, this was an outcropping of what I think history will look back on, which was an absolutely historic meeting where the president convened the countries of the region and the Muslim majority nations, namely Pakistan, Turkey, and Indonesia. Just a few weeks prior, we had the strike on downtown Doha from the Israelis. There was a lot of concern that would this the diplomatic momentum continue. And just a few months later, we had Sharm el-Sheikh with Abu Mazen from the Palestinians shaking the president's hand in the historic speech at the Knesset. The hostages released, the ceasefire in place, the humanitarian aid flowing, and now an international security force moving. So, again, let's focus on the results in Gaza that we're seeing as a result of this action.
Thank you, gentleman there in the second row.
I'm Mustafa Barghouti from Palestine. I have this question. We are held accountable as Palestinians 3 times a day. Israel is violating the ceasefire already 1,500 times. Who's going to hold Israel accountable? And the second question, how can we call this a board of peace if it has the Prime Minister of Israel in it, but not a single Palestinian in it?
Thank you. Kaya, would you like to answer that? And then maybe Prince Faisal would like to add something.
But this is exactly the point of accountability that I'm saying, that nobody should be above the law. I mean, if we have agreed international rules, then, you know, if you are breaching those rules, then you should also be held accountable, whoever you are.
Prince Faisal?
Certainly, I completely agree. And obviously, it's not a ceasefire if the guns haven't ceased. I think where I'm most concerned is even if the killing has stopped, the dying hasn't. So aid access is still an issue, and I know that the US team is working on that every day. So one of the reasons we're remaining engaged is just because of that, is we do see, it doesn't always translate, unfortunately, into what's happening on the ground, but we do see a consistent engagement on trying to get these things addressed, whether it's the ceasefire violations, whether it's the issue of opening up aid access. And of course, when the resolution was adopted, it was very clear. It included language that addressed the right of the Palestinians for self-determination. So certainly, I know from the Kingdom's perspective, many of those countries that signed on to the resolution, many of those countries that have agreed to join the board, we see this very much as one step on the road to Palestinian self-determination. Obviously, the priority needs to be to stop the dying in Gaza, to stabilize that situation, to start the rebuilding, to build the reassurance that there is no longer a threat from Gaza to its neighbors, and then move that to addressing the issue of Palestinian rights. And with that, you know, we believe very strongly that if we don't address holistically the rights of the Palestinians, including the Palestinians of the West Bank, and here this is very critical, the unity of Gaza and the West Bank needs to be maintained. And that can only happen if we stabilize the situation in Gaza, because there's no linkage with a space that is currently in chaos. So we have a lot more to do. You know, we have a meeting coming up, and I'm sure we'll hear more about what's being done. It's a daily effort to stabilize the situation. All the hostages are out now, so now the focus needs to be getting the lives of the Palestinians in Gaza into a much, much better place, and allowing that then to be the opening towards a pathway towards the Palestinians and the Israelis can live together side by side in peace and in harmony.
And I just would add very quickly, we've had over 4,000 trucks per week moving now since the Sharm el-Sheikh. Number one, it's not enough, but it is exponentially more than it was. And as the minister pointed out, there was language in the peace plan that is now in the Security Council resolution, post-reform towards Palestinian self-determination, and no occupation, no annexation of Gaza, which again, I would argue forcefully that only President Trump could bring all sides, including the Israelis, to the table to get this far. A long way to go, but we are far better than where we were in September of last year.
Thank you. There are a lot of hands going up. Question here, very briefly.
Very briefly. Katarzyna Pisarska, I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Poland. My question to you, Ambassador Waltz, just an honest reply, please. Does America...
I've been pretty straightforward and honest so far.
Does America need a rules-based order? And if so, what are you willing to also sacrifice, because you have been backing this world order for years and years. And thanks to the United States of America, many of us, including Poland, has benefited immensely. And what we're seeing now is a withdrawal. That's an honest, I think, assessment of many of us. And we just ask ourselves, are you willing to fight with us, the Europeans and others, for this world order? And the same question really to Kaja Kallas. Do you feel that the Europeans are willing to really fight for this order?
Thank you.
And I would follow your question. Are the Europeans willing and able to take the tough financial steps necessary? I'm a recovering politician myself. I know how tough those votes are when you have a social social support system. But look, to answer your question directly, absolutely. The American people have underwritten with their hard-earned dollar the global multilateral rules-based order since World War II. However, with 37 trillion in debt and counting, the massive debt load that the Western world is facing, I think it is fair on their behalf to ask 450 million Europeans with the same size economy as the United States to be more self-sustaining in their own defense. And it astounds me why that is so controversial I mean, it is...
Ambassador, I think it's not.
It's a fair question. When I go to people in Indiana and Georgia and North Florida that I represented, and it is their money paying more than 180 countries combined into the UN system, it's fair to say, yes, I have to look at them honestly and say it's being well spent, and it's not.
Absolutely. And indeed, I think as Chancellor Merz made very clear, the Europeans have belatedly got the message. And there is a recognition that, defense spending has gone up and is going to go up further. Europe needs to get his act together, and I'm going to come to Kaja Kallas again. There's an absolute, that was very clear in Chancellor.
But it wasn't clear in 2014. Why not?
It was. It took.
We're acting as though things were coming unglued now. It's been coming unglued for 10 years, and no one was responding in an effective way. Now we're asking more forcefully.
Yes.
And I think we're seeing a good result as a result of the 5%.
That was being asked from the audience was, if the Europeans are responding now, do you still believe in multilateralism in this order? Do you still believe in it? Or, as Chancellor Merz said, he said, and I just wrote it down, even the US is reaching the limits of its own power if it goes alone. Do you agree with him that the US could not go alone?
I mean, I'm looking at the grouping I just discussed of our Gulf Arab allies. I'm looking at the Abraham Accords. I'm looking at the fact that the president didn't need to take on Azerbaijan, Armenia, and he did. He didn't need to take on Pakistan and India, and he did. And we're asking the rest of the world to be there with us in a fair way financially. Because there is a cost to the status quo, and the status quo was not sustainable anymore. And that's, I think, on behalf of our constituents, a fair question to ask.
Kaja, how do you respond to that? It's a reasonable point, surely.
No, of course it is. But if you look at also to the United Nations and all the contributions, then when it comes to the development aid, Europe is doing the biggest share. So I don't really buy this argument that we are not doing anything. In the beginning you said also that is it that actually the rules of jungle and the might makes right actually has always been there? And one might say that is true, that those who have the power have had different rules. But even in jungle, animals cooperate, and so you are better off when you work with others. And if you think, in the global, if we take the superpowers, what is actually the difference? When for example, Russia goes to war, they go alone because they don't have allies. When America goes to wars, then, a lot of us go with you and we lose our people on the way. So that means that you also need us in your to be this superpower. Because if we look at the bigger picture, I mean, in terms of economic might, China is a very, very powerful country. In terms of military might as well. So what is the difference between you and the other superpowers so far is the allies. So, but I'm coming to this point that, of course, we are willing to fight for the world where there are some kind of rules, because majority, or actually all the European countries are small countries, or those who haven't realized that they are small countries yet. But we are small countries, so we need a rules-based order. And it is clear that the current rules-based order, it has been put in place after the Second World War, considering all what was happening there, what were the powers fighting then, and it doesn't serve the world right now. But what serves the world is, the rules really that are, protecting everybody, so that, nobody is above the law. And I think that is the difference, that we actually want partnerships that are based on dignity, where we actually listen to the other party and we care also what the other countries are thinking about. So it's not like, we make decisions in this, Border Peace Charter, for example, that, you don't have to actually take into account anybody who is on that organization, because one person can make the decisions. And that is, I think, the difference how we see the world. Because if countries are treated equally, I think there's also less chance for war and tyranny.
So I realize that I have completely failed to instill a rules-based order here, because this conversation has been wholly dominated by the two biggest economic and political blocs. But we're also running out of time. I'm very sorry. But I wanted to end by giving all four of you a chance. And I'm going to start with you, Prince Faisal. I'm going to ask you one question, and then you can offer me one reason for optimism. I'm sorry, I can't get to all the questions. I'm very sorry. I'm sure you'll have another chance to come back to this in a different panel. I'm very, very sorry. The question is, do you think this world that we are going to go into is going to be more dangerous or not than the world that came before? And secondly, what's the one thing that you would advise us all to focus on to ensure that it was not more dangerous?
I think in the interim, yes, just because we are in a transition period between the system that was and the system that probably will be. And that has significant risks. I think economic disparity and inequality, especially as will be created by technological advancements, are a significant risk factor that are also going to impact us, but that over time may actually deliver significant benefits after a period of dislocation. So yes, to the first question, I think we are entering a significant risk period. You asked me to kind of end on an optimistic note. The conversation we just had actually is why I'm a bit optimistic, because finally we are being, all of us, honest with each other. We don't agree yet, but we're actually having the conversation. Everybody is saying how they really feel about the system and how it didn't work from their perspective. We heard from the US that the burden sharing wasn't fair. We hear from the Europeans, you've heard from us in the developing world. We are finally actually having these conversations in a way that removes the edifice and talks about what's really the case. It'll take us some time to actually get to a point where we agree on what the future system is going to look like, and how the burden sharing is going to work, and how equality of states, even though there is a disparity in interests and in capacity, is going to be addressed. But I think over time, with some pain, as I mentioned, there will be some pain in the process of getting there. I think we will be in a better world.
So I am going to end us there on that optimistic note. A spirited conversation. Thank you all. Thank you, Minister Sanchez. Thank you, the rest of you. And now on to the next panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the conference hall will continue at 3:30 p.m. with the session Terrifying Times, Managing the Weaponization of Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue here at 5:30 sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the conference hall where we'll continue in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. back into the main conference hall now. We'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy, Ravi Agrawal.
Okay, hi there, ladies and gentlemen. Just going to ask all of you to settle down a little bit, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here. Hi, welcome to our next session here at the Munich Security Conference. My name is Ravi Agrawal. I'm the Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy magazine and the host of FP Live, on which we are also live streaming this session. The name of this session is titled Terrifying Times, and I feel like that name itself gives you a very good sense of the mood when it comes to America's tariffs on much of the world and what that has done to weaponized trade. So let me just introduce our four excellent panelists on stage. I ask you to hold your applause, and once they're all on stage, let's hear it for them. They are Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, Lars Klingbeil, the Vice Chancellor of Germany and also the Minister of Finance, and Tom Tillis, Republican Senator from North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our guests. Welcome to all of you. It's great to have you here. Director General Okonjo-Iweala, I'm going to start with you. We're now in year 2 of Trump's second term, and I remember this time last year, the word you kept using was chill. And you kept telling us that, you know, let's wait and see what happens when it comes to tariffs. Well, now it's been a year. We have some data. We know what's happened. And it seems to me you've begun to sound a lot more concerned about the state of affairs.
Well, thanks, Ravi, and good afternoon, everyone. When I said chill, it wasn't that I... Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. When I said chill, it wasn't that I wasn't concerned. I was very concerned. But what I meant was reacting quickly to these announcements without thinking through what kind of approach you need to have, I didn't think was the best way to go. Because at least for my members at the WTO, because the reaction then would be immediately, okay, I need to hit back. And I thought it would be worthwhile thinking it through. There's one thing you need to know. It's not all about trade or tariffs. The tariffs, so many other things are linked into it. Security issues, immigration issues, energy issues. So when you're dealing with that kind of situation, you need to think through your reaction and your action. If you start a tariff war, can you carry it through? Would it be better to have dialogue? We've been there before in the 1930s, and it was a bad movie. So that's why I said chill.
So take us to 2026 now. How concerned are you?
Oh, I'm still concerned. I mean, we've got a situation in which the U.S. average weighted tariffs have now gone from about 2.6 to about 18% in our numbers. These are the announced tariffs, but the actual applied tariffs are closer to 14%. That's still a big leap, the same, almost as the same number announced by the New York Fed at 13%. So this is a big change and a big leap in protective measures. And I will always say, look, I may not agree with the US's unilateral actions or approach to dealing with the issues, but I do agree with a lot of their criticisms of the system. And what I would like to say is that the system has not evolved, has not been quick to change and respond to the changing world. And some of those criticisms about it not functioning well are good, and it's across administrations. It's not just this administration, but various ones. I see Mike Froman sitting in the audience, and I think he was also one of the critics. Mm-hmm. So we may not like the action, but we must take the signal that we need to reform many of the things with the world trading system. So that is where we are now. And then the second point I want to make, and I know people don't like to hear this, in spite of the massive disruption of the system, the biggest we've seen in the past 80 years, an undermining of global trade rules, the system is proving resilient. I will keep saying it, that 72% of world's
diplomatic advisor to the President of the UAE, Anwar Mohammed Gargash, and U.S. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. There's a vision for a new Gaza. The people in charge have been named. The Board of Peace will be in Washington next week. But there are wide gaps over the next steps, including Hamas disarmament and Israeli withdrawal, as well as questions over the Board of Peace's legitimacy and whether this is indeed the right path forward. Foreign Minister, I'd like to begin with you. The U.S. has presented this glossy and this modern vision of Gaza, but there are some harsh realities on the ground, some 1 million people in need of shelter, dependent on aid. You endorsed Trump's plan. Are you satisfied with the timetable and the progress so far?
I think it's not just about the plan itself. Who would say no to a peace plan? What we need to see is a time frame that would take us throughout the steps of the plan, including the realities today in Gaza. Today in Gaza, the reality is that there's only a partial ceasefire. Humanitarian assistance is not entering in the extent that is needed, and there's a lot that needs to be done in Gaza. Gaza is not separable from the West Bank. The reality is Gaza is part and parcel of the occupied Palestinian territory, and as such, we need to look at it as an integral part. The most important issue is the security issue. We need to look at the security with an objective eye and ask ourselves, whose security are we trying to prioritize and whose security we are trying to normalize? For us Palestinians, the pathway is very clear. It's part and parcel of the occupied territory, and as such, we need to be engaged as soon as possible.
And I'd like to get Mr. Mladenov that perspective from you, because I mean, security and the disarmament of Hamas has been called the linchpin now going forward. This is really seen now as the first step to provide that security. Is Hamas going to give up its weapons, and how soon? And I'd also like to remember, you're the one who is now charged with making this plan work on the ground. You're the principal diplomat.
Well, thank you. I would say that we have to look at the plan as the only option of going ahead with anything that makes sense in Gaza and that stops this war and doesn't allow a return to violence. And the plan is quite clear. Gaza needs to be governed by a transitional authority as authorized by the Security Council resolution, under which it needs to take on the full civilian and security control of Gaza, and that includes the disarmament of all factions in Gaza, not just Hamas. Hamas, Islamic Jihad, others, there are plenty of them. who have weapons and tunnels and production facilities inside Gaza. That is the condition under which we can see Israeli forces withdraw from the current yellow line in order to be able to begin any reconstruction for the Gaza Strip.
We're hearing about a draft plan. There's been some reporting this week. We understand you are listed as part of this American-led team that is behind it. The details that we have learned is that it would require Hamas to surrender all weapons that are capable of striking Israel, but would allow them to keep some small arms temporarily. Can you confirm that first? And is it ready to send to Hamas?
Are you seriously asking me to respond to that question? I'm not going to respond to that question. We have different plans. We have different
What's your time frame for presenting it to them?
The table, but I think the reality is that all of this needs to move very fast, because let me be absolutely clear about the risks that we're facing here. The first risk is that we're not going to go back, we're not going to implement the second phase of the ceasefire, but we're going to go to the second phase of the war. And that is a serious threat on the situation on the ground. And if Gaza returns back to war, there's no place for the Board of Peace, there's no place for any of us until we see what is left and pick up the rubble potentially at the end of it. But to me, the biggest risk right now is that we cement the reality that we have on the ground. And that reality is not just Gaza being divided from the West Bank under a legitimate Palestinian Authority, it's the division within Gaza itself, split into two zones. And I think we need to understand that if we don't quickly, with Hamas and with all other partners, move on the implementation of the plan, this reality will be cemented on the ground, and then it will be very difficult to do anything else except perhaps some humanitarian aid to people.
Let's talk about the pressure that's being exerted. Mr. Gargash, I'd like to turn to you because how difficult is it going to be for the Arab states on the Board of Peace to push Hamas to get this done? What's your assessment?
Let me say that I was talking to some friends from Gaza who live in the UAE, and I could see these different emotions in what they expect. I mean, first of all, they don't really trust the process, seeing what had happened to their family, seeing what had happened to their city and country, etc., etc. But I think they're also, and they know that I know Nikolai very well, so they try and get a sense of improvement in at least their, the sort of living conditions of their families right now. The thing that they talk about right now is, what about water? What about shelter? So what I'm really saying is we've got to address the immediate. And I think that is the essential part. Of course, the longer-term view of a two-state solution and how we get there, and the effect also of not taking more irreversible actions in the West Bank are all important. But I think right now, the main thing is to bring real improvements to conditions of safety, security, livelihood, and I think that's essential.
Very important issues, but I'd like to just take it to security for a little bit more specifically now, because Israeli withdrawal from Gaza in phases, it's linked to a number of security steps, and I'd like to ask you about one of the next ones, which includes having this international stabilization force. This is meant to be the long-term international security solution. The UAE hasn't completely ruled it out or joining it. What would you need to convince the UAE, do you think, to join this force?
Well, I think we've come out and said that we will not join that. But I think there are many things that we will do. We will do more in terms of humanitarian. We will do more in terms of facilitation. We will use and leverage our relations also with Israel more and more in order for us to sort of let them see also the other perspective in these things. So I think it's not only one item, whether you do it or you don't do it. I think there are many things, and we need to do that.
Let me turn to the Spanish foreign minister. We're going to get to the structural problems that you have with this deal, but just very quickly, can you tell me, because Pedro Sanchez has said that Spain would be ready to send troops to Gaza for peacekeeping when the opportunity presents itself. What do you need to see in order to give you the confidence to send?
Certainly a clear mandate from the United Nations, and to see the Palestinian Authority at the center of the whole process. I think that we have steps that we have to do before. We need massive humanitarian assistance to be able to go into all the land crosses to Gaza. We need to see this to be also a Palestinian-led process, and therefore the Palestinian Authority, that is our partner for peace on the Palestinian camp, to be involved, and then a clear mandate to that. And of course, Spain is ready to participate, including with troops.
Let's talk a little bit more about that. I alluded to this earlier. You're among the European allies who have been critical of the whole setup of Trump's Board of Peace, which is charged, of course, with overseeing the Gaza peace plan. You explicitly, in fact, declined the invitation. One of the reasons cited was concern it undermines the UN system. Another was that it does not include Palestinian representation, which you've just mentioned there. But there's no alternative to this. I mean, we just heard from the High Representative. What's the alternative? And where does this leave Europe now? Are you out of it?
We commend President Trump for peace. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we all give the same content to the word peace. A word peace starts for building from a ceasefire that is continuously violating to a real peace by this massive humanitarian assistance going in, from seeing the Palestinian Authority at the heart, and Europe must be at the center. We have been a partner for everyone in the Middle East since many years ago. We are financing the Palestinian Authority since many years ago. We have our southern neighborhood in the Mediterranean completely affected by the situation. So we have been engaged, we must remain engaged, and we are a good partner for the peace.
Okay, Senator Murphy, I'd like to turn to you. Some elements of your Democratic Party were alienated by Biden's approach to Gaza. They wanted more pressure put on the Israeli government's military campaign on humanitarian grounds. You have spoken, indeed, about that. Under Trump, there's now a ceasefire and a framework for the future. What do you see Democrats now within this structure being able to do to help push Gaza on a path toward peace, reconciliation, reconstruction?
Well, is there a ceasefire? Hundreds of Gazans have been killed since the announcement. Israel still reserves the right and, in fact, is potentially making plans to go back in with a new significant deadly ground invasion. Our critique has been that the president, I think, has been engineering for press releases and banners, not actual substance. There is an alternative to the rushed Board of Peace, which excludes some of our most important allies. The reason that it's very difficult to get our friends in Europe to sign up for a project as essential as this is because our president has engaged in a consistent campaign to alienate our friends in Europe. There was an alternative to stay closer to Europe so that when we needed them at a moment like this, they were there for us. The question is the president going to use leverage that he has over the Israeli government to make sure that the very difficult decisions to open up avenues for reconstruction and humanitarian relief, to put the next step of Palestinian input into the governance authority in place, is he going to use that leverage? And right now, it seems as if he uses leverage to make announcements, to issue plans, to convene sort of partial boards of allies, but not using that leverage to actually bend the political will inside Israel to get us to the next phase.
Foreign Minister, I'd like to take it back to you. You were mentioning timetables earlier, in the realm of this deal. I'd like to ask you about your own timetables now, and the next steps on the Palestinian side. We've talked about Hamas disarming. The Palestinian Authority also needs to reform, which is something that you have been talking about for so long. When will you get to the point when you can take over Gaza's governance? Are you talking about time frames?
Yes, and we're ready because we've been thinking about the day after in Gaza for some time. We're not starting today. And we've had the plans. We've had plans that were endorsed by the Arab League, the Muslim world, and the international community at large. So what needs to happen is for the Palestinian government to be empowered, to be able to take its responsibilities. Today, the Palestinian government is marginalized, and you cannot continue marginalizing a government because whatever transpires in Gaza would be very much related to whatever happens on the West Bank. If you talk about a population registry, you need to go to the West Bank. If you talk about issuing passports, you need to go to the West Bank. So you might as well bring in the Palestinian Authority early on rather than in the middle of the process or at the end of the process.
Trust has been eroding among Palestinians amid all of this that you have described in the occupied West Bank, and trust in the Palestinian Authority. Political alienation is also on the rise. There's an increasing number of the population refusing to identify with any faction. Can you bring people together? I'd like to ask you, is it even possible on the short term?
Yes, it's possible, and we need to keep that hope alive.
Because the numbers are pretty stark when you look at the polling.
We need to keep the hope alive because we cannot go into desperation. The Palestinians need to see something moving on the political front. We are tired from being seen with a humanitarian lens. The humanitarian lens needs a political track. And if Palestinians start seeing a future at the end of the tunnel, then they will rally behind the leadership. But if this leadership is not being able to deliver, and it is the peace camp that is unable to deliver, then of course the leadership will be marginalized and its reputation going down.
I'd like to ask you a little bit more about governance, Mr. Mladenov, and I know you also wanted to talk about the International Stabilization Force. I saw you signaling for me earlier. Let's talk about the Palestinian National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. This is the technocratic body that's meant to move in, and they're currently operating out of Cairo. What needs to happen before they can operate in Gaza, and how much power will they have to decide the future of the Palestinian people, with all these layers of oversight and governance?
There are no layers of oversight and governance.
The Board of Peace?
The layers are of support, guidance, and assistance to the committee. The committee is not the bottom layer of a system. It is the spearhead of what is required to actually give the people of Gaza a new hope, as you said, for the future. Now, for them to go into Gaza, a number of conditions need to be met, and we've already started working with them with all sides. One, Hamas needs to transfer the civilian control of the institutions in Gaza. And this is not an easy process. This requires a little bit more careful planning. It requires monitoring and verification for us to be able to make sure that this is done in a proper way. This is not a government coming in after an election. This is far much more complicated because Hamas has been governing Gaza for 20 years and changing Palestinian laws and implementing policies that are not in line with Palestinian legislation. Secondly, we need to make sure that what is happening now with the violations of the ceasefire stops. Because if you put the committee tomorrow in Gaza, and the violations of the ceasefire continue the way they are now, we're only embarrassing the committee and ultimately making it ineffective. Thirdly, we need to see a radical increase in the assistance to people. Aid going into Gaza, materials that have been long needed, temporary housing, tents, caravans, medicine, food, everything that is required needs to change so people can quickly see some change, some basic change in their lives. There are a couple of other conditions as well. We need to make sure that the committee has the resources, of course, to be able to do this. And finally, we need to make sure that we have the framework agreed in place on the decommissioning of weapons in Gaza. And here comes my answer to the ISF question. The ISF question is the ISF is extremely important, the security force, but far more important than the ISF, far more important is the new Palestinian security force that should be deployed in Gaza, that should be able to secure the ground with the assistance of the ISF. Because if we are relying on international troops, no matter where they come from, to police Gaza, we have a very wrong approach to this. And this is not the approach that we have.
I have just a quick question for you now, and I just want to change gears for a second because I understand you'll be in Washington next week. The Board of Peace will be meeting. Trump is set to announce a multi-billion-dollar fund for Gaza. There are demands for this fund to be controlled by the UN, we're hearing from some diplomats. Who should control the cash?
They're different. First of all, it's not cash.
The money.
And secondly, it's there are a number of instruments. There's a World Bank Trust Fund that is being created to manage assistance for Gaza. We're looking now at three priorities. Firstly is humanitarian aid, because that is what is immediately needed. Secondly is emergency recovery on the ground. And thirdly, security, because none of the ideas that are out there of how Gaza can be rebuilt in the future can even begin to materialize until Gaza is won, and right now it's not won, and you have the security problem related to the weapons there. So for the conditions to be in place for Gaza to be reconstructed, if you wish, and redeveloped in a way that is sustainable, one, we need to have the committee effectively governing. Two, we need to have the process of decommissioning of weapons, and three, we need Israeli withdrawal.
Would the UAE be satisfied by that answer, being
I think
having given money to the Palestinian people? And if not, what are the checks and balances that you're going to be looking for to try and convince you that the money will be stably invested for the benefit of the Palestinian people?
I think we're on board. I think number one, on humanitarian support, in the last 2 years we put about 45% to all aid going to Gaza. So we're committed. We are sending more and more aid there. But again, with the money, the more transparent the system is, I think the more comfortable the UAE, as I'm sure many other donors will be, as soon as we see that sort of transparency and the system of spending for Gaza is clear, I think.
There are so many details yet to be worked out. Foreign Minister, I'd like to turn to you because, Europe gives a lot of money to the Palestinians. What would you be looking for when it comes to how the money is structured, for example, for anti-corruption?
First of all, we want to make sure that Gaza remains being the land of the Gazatis, the Palestinians from Gaza, and that there is no division of the Gaza Strip. The second thing, all the money should go to strengthen the Palestinian institution. And if there are things working in the West Bank, let's not duplicate them. Let's try to involve what is being done successfully in the West Bank, and let's bring it to Gaza, because what's very important for us is reconstruction must be focused on the people of Gaza, the Palestinian of Gaza, and not losing sight of our final objective. And the final objective is to give a definitive peace and stability, and that means two-state solution and putting in place a Palestinian state. Everything that reinforces that goal, it's good for everyone, including the Israelis and its security. Everything that goes away from that will do nothing at the end.
Let's go back to the glossy future that has been presented for Gaza. We've also saw the pictures. We saw Kushner, although not addressed in his presentation in Davos, the guarantees that there should be for Palestinians regarding property rights, compensation for those who lost homes, businesses, livelihoods, during the war. Have you gotten any clarity on that sense?
I don't think there's the clarity that is needed, but the main issue that we need to put before us is we don't want to engineer a new Gaza. We want a Gaza that is for its people and for being part and parcel of the whole of Palestine. If we think of a new Gaza that is divorced from this reality, then we are going into something that is foreign to the terrain and foreign to the people.
Senator Murphy, I'd like to turn to you now. We can't ignore what is happening in the West Bank. The increasing settler violence, now there's new legislation making it easier for Jewish settlers to buy land. We have successive governments in the United States which have failed to rein this in. And this is a major barrier to lasting peace. Why has there been that failure? Because the United States does have leverage, don't they?
You are watching in real time the erasure of a Palestinian state, and we don't any longer have years. We have days and weeks to interrupt what is happening in the West Bank. This is a critical moment, and the president has to use this leverage that I spoke of, not just to open up humanitarian corridors, not just to make sure that the next phase is opened up, but to speak truth to power to the Israeli government about how their actions in the West Bank are shattering a future Palestinian state. I just want to be honest about what's happening in the United States today with respect to U.S. public opinion. For the first time ever, the majority of Americans now, Republicans and Democrats, no longer support additional military aid to Israel. That number, if you are under 30 in the United States, is 16%. Now, that's heartbreaking as someone who has spent his entire life believing in and supporting the state of Israel. But what's happening in the West Bank to many Americans is just as relevant as what's happening in Gaza. And so if there is not a change in Israeli behavior in the West Bank, it will threaten the long-term ability of the United States to support its vital allies. So this is a very important moment for Israel to maintain support from the American people. And it's not just about what's happening in Gaza. The American people are watching what's happening with the expansion of the settlements, with the talk of annexation, and it is part of what is driving both the left and the right away from continued support for our ally, Israel.
Mr. Gargash, I'd like to turn to you next because, Arab states, they signed up for this plan under the assumption that it is indeed working toward a two-state solution. Do you feel that that is still in the cards? And what sort of timetable do you think should be expected? And will the UAE and others walk away if you feel that in this process it is not adequately addressed?
I'll echo what the Palestinian foreign minister said. You have to have a political horizon. You cannot just work on humanitarian issues without a clear political horizon. And I think this is the main understanding of the UAE and other Arab countries, I would say. You have to lead somewhere. I mean, right now we know we have to address the Gaza issue, and these are, many of them are issues, part are humanitarian, part are reconstruction, part is Hamas weaponry, part is Israeli occupation of Gaza. But again, as you deal with these things, if you don't really present a political horizon, you're just walking in circles, really. So you do need a political horizon.
I'd like to also ask you about not only the political horizon, but also the structures that are in place, because it has been highlighted here before that there are Arab countries on the Board of Peace, but no Palestinian representation there. How do you see the risk that Arabs on the board will need to speak for the Palestinians and not the Palestinians themselves?
Well, I think we have to work with the situation that we have right now. I mean, you have many Arab countries today that are represented, but I think a more, let's say, equal situation will be for the Palestinians to have their voice. And they have to have their voice not only on the Board of Peace, but everywhere, because this is, I think, they are one of the principles as much as the Israelis are. This is essential, in my opinion.
Do you have confidence that, Arab and other member states of the Board of Peace will stand up to Trump if progress on the two-state solution does not materialize?
We have confidence in the Arab world, and the Arab world is our backbone. But we need to be around the table, because enough of people talking about us, implementing for us, planning for us without us. It's about time that we speak for ourselves.
Where do you think Gaza will be 1 year from now?
I hope it will be governed by the transitional administration of the committee. I hope we will be able to do that in cooperation with the Palestinian Authority, because that is critically important, as the minister said. I hope that we will be significantly advanced on deploying a new security force of Palestinians inside Gaza, and Hamas would have given up a significant part of its weapons, so that we are moving forward to the point at which Israel can withdraw from the yellow line. These are conditions that I think are critical if we are ever to return back to the political resolution of the Palestinian question, because the political resolution of the Palestinian question requires negotiations. It requires one Palestinian leadership over the entire occupied territory, and it requires a dialogue that is facilitated, not overseen, but facilitated by the United States, Europe, and others, as it has been in the past. But to be able to do that, we need to see what is written in the resolution materialize. And the resolution is not just about Gaza. The resolution includes the requirement for the Palestinian Authority to undertake significant reforms, and for Gaza, at the end of the transition period, to be handed back to the Palestinian Authority and return to the political questions. This is the framing of the resolution, and this is, I think, on what we all agree.
We have time for just some quick remarks before opening it up to the floor. Foreign Minister, how do you see Spain's role, just briefly, in helping with reconstruction?
We are going to continue in the path that we are supporting the Palestinian Authority. We do it financially. This year we have given 50 million to the Palestinian Authority. We are ready to help with the reconstruction, and we are ready to help with a genuine peace. But we, once again, we have to make sure that we all give the same content to the word peace. That means a Palestinian-led process. Gaza is for the Gazati people and for no one else. And we give them the living condition for that. Under those conditions, we are ready to be there.
Senator Murphy, you mentioned fatigue over this issue in the United States. You have midterms, you have other issues coming up, there are other hotspots in the world. How do you see keeping the focus and keeping the public focused on this in the U.S.?
Well, I think it's incredibly important that we see real progress in the short term. You obviously have an enormously difficult job, but the humanitarian situation continues to be morally unacceptable. And so once again, I really worry about the long-term health of the U.S.-Israel relationship if we don't see real meaningful progress in the clearing of rubble, in the delivery of humanitarian and medical aid, the construction of actual real permanent shelters in which people can live. This is going to be critical for the United States to continue to build support for the ultimate very expensive reconstruction project. I think the other quick thing to mention is that it's got to be done in a transparent way, right? We have watched our president hand projects to cronies and to friends to waste and abuse taxpayer dollars. If there's going to be a request that the Congress put forward substantial money into Gaza, it's going to have to be administered through a forum in which we know there are not favors being doled out to the president's friends.
Mr. Gargash, I'd like to ask you, how hopeful are you with all the moving parts that you're seeing that this will become a region of peace?
We always have to be hopeful, I think. I think that is the...
What's the state of your personal hope right now?
That's the cornerstone, I think, of working as a diplomat, is to be hopeful. I mean, the challenges are many, but I think bringing relief to people who are suffering, trying to find political solutions, being able to help in issues like these are what keeps us going. I mean, this is going to remain being a very difficult region. I think the Palestinian issue is also at core. So addressing that Palestinian issue does not mean that you resolve all of the region's issues, but it's very central and very important to do that. I think we have to be very hopeful and continue, although it's sometimes very difficult, to be honest.
What is your level of confidence that this is the plan that works? Or are we here again in another 10, 20 years still talking about lasting peace?
I hope we're not here next year talking about peace, but it needs a lot of teeth and a lot of work. The Palestinian leadership's message is constant on the viability of a state that lives in peace and security with its neighbors, and we all need to work towards that end.
Okay. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. We're going to open it up now to the floor. We have a first comment coming from the former Foreign Minister of the State of Israel, Tzipi Livni, and perhaps some food for thought, to get your response to what we've heard about plans for Gaza's future, how you see Israel's security concerns being addressed, and perhaps you can also address the fears among some that Israel may be preparing to resume full-scale military operations in the territory.
Thank you. I believe that there is an opportunity here, an opportunity that can turn into a danger to both Israeli and Palestinians. And the only way to continue and to create a better future for both is by stop thinking in terms of supporting the Palestinians or Israel. There's a win-win situation or win-win way of thinking. And therefore, those of you just speaking, not just, speaking about the situation in Gaza without taking care of Israel's security, this will lead to a situation, to a danger, to the Palestinians in Gaza, as well for Israelis. The only way to move forward is also by having a joint understanding and action plan of the moderates or the pragmatics in the region against the extremists. And it's clear, especially after October 7th, that Hamas cannot stay in power, that it should be demilitarized, and Gaza should be demilitarized, by the way, as was agreed also in the past when we negotiated peace with the Palestinians. There is no hope for peace with them. They do not represent any national cause of the Palestinians because they represent this religious jihadist ideology. And we should learn from past experience. Israel quit Gaza Strip in 2005. Israel dismantled all the settlements in Gaza. Israel hoped that the Palestinian Authority will take over, but Hamas took over. And the Palestinian Authority didn't have enough power to replace Hamas. And I believe that part of the responsibility of the pragmatics is to strengthen the Palestinian Authority against Hamas. And therefore, we cannot afford another situation where Hamas is taking over or reaching an agreement that they will be part of a future government in Gaza. Because when they took over in 2006, the entire international community agreed that if a Palestinian government wants to be legitimate, they need to accept the Oslo Agreement and to renounce violence and terrorism. And this is more than true, especially after October 7th today. So yes, it's not just about Gaza. And I do not represent here the Israeli government, but I do represent here the Israelis who want to live in peace with the Palestinians, that are not thinking about expansion of settlements or building new settlements in Gaza. But I'm also the one that negotiated peace in the future. And unfortunately, Abu Mazen was not willing or didn't have the courage to say yes to a plan. I'm not entering into a blame game, trust me. This is not the reason that I'm mentioning this. But we need to learn from past experience. And the price that all of us paid during all these years is too high not to learn from past experience.
I think that there will be a response to that from the panel, and I would like to integrate it also with the first question from the audience. So I would encourage people to raise their hands so I can get a sense of who might have questions in the room, and we'll begin right here.
Thank you very much for an interesting panel. My name is Kat Piri, a member of parliament in the Netherlands. I have a question. No one mentioned the word accountability or justice. So I wonder, when will there be justice for the crimes that have been committed? I think all the perpetrators of 7th of October mostly are killed. What about the perpetrators of the genocide? Thank you.
Mr. Mladenov, would you like to take that one?
Look, my focus now really is entirely centered on how we can make sure that the tragedy that Gaza does not continue a day longer than it has until now. And I'm sorry to say, but Munich is very far from the reality of what people are living with in Gaza right now. And that's why I want to get back to what I said in the beginning. Our focus needs to be on making sure that the people of Gaza receive the aid that they require right now, that we put in transparent, accountable indeed, institutions of governance in Gaza that they have not had for 20 years, and that we make sure that there are no weapons beyond the control of the transitional authority in Gaza. Because if we continue this, if anyone in this panel or in this room believes that we can move forward or anyone gains...
When does the accountability part though come in? I think that was the question. When does it come in?
By Hamas staying in control of Gaza, please let me know. Yeah. Please let me know. That is my focus now. All the questions related to the political process, to what happened on October 7th, to what led to October 7th, to what happened after October 7th, right now are not in my remit. And that is why I want to stay within what I need to focus on, because we're dealing with human lives right now. We're really dealing with human lives, and we need to understand this. And again, if anyone in this panel or in this room believes that there is a future for Israelis and Palestinians, with Hamas and government in Gaza, with their weapons under their control, please let me know.
Okay, there was a question right here in the front, and then, we'll ask two questions.
Thank you very much. I'm the Assistant Secretary General of the Arab League. I'm very encouraged by the panel and what was said about the way forward in Gaza, but I think most of us would agree that Gaza in itself is not the issue. The issue is the political horizon for the whole Palestinian question. I heard, for instance, what Minister Livni said, and I know this is shared in wide circles in Israel, but they also have to ask themselves why we reached this stage. The ruling coalition in Israel right now has succeeded effectively in taking us back to prior Madrid, before 91. That is very significant. So we need to, you need me to ask a question, right? I didn't have a question, I had a comment, and I think it is warranted. So my question, my comment really is, at the end, I would say, let us focus, led by the United States, because I still believe, I'm among many who still believe that it is the United States power that would be needed in order to bring things forward. Let us all gather in terms of finding this political horizon. We cannot wait until the little stories, the little problems, little for us, but very, very huge for the Palestinians in Gaza, are settled before the political horizon is reached.
We have a lot of hands.
Thank
and
you.
There's, here, Mr. Barghouti.
Yeah, thank you. I want to agree with Senator Murphy that about the urgency of the moment. I feel sometimes we are living in a bubble of illusion. While we are talking, the Israeli government has declared that the whole West Bank is available for settlements, and they practically nailed the last nail in the coffin of Oslo Agreement in front of the whole world. And it is the Prime Minister of Israel who declared that Israel will be from the river to the sea, including Gaza. And it is the Israeli finance minister who declared that they will come back to Gaza and resettle there, and Palestinians should be ethnically cleansed. In this situation, it's not just about the accountability for genocide, which is a very good question. Also, who's going to pressure Israel to stop the process of killing the very last option of two-state solution?
Is there someone to whom you'd like to direct that question? Perhaps Chris Murphy?
Well, listen, I mean, our own intelligence agencies tell us that the net results of Israel's military activity in Gaza has been essentially meaningless with respect to the eradication of Hamas fighters. Essentially, just as many have joined as have been killed. And it is a reminder that we can have this conversation every decade about the reconstruction of Gaza after a major military activity from Israel, or we can make a decision to prioritize a future in which the Palestinians have a home of their own. And so this has to be a centerpiece of American policy. I will agree that we need to lead. This administration has not led, but we cannot give up. But I think the administration needs to understand that time is of the essence.
I'm going to turn around because I haven't been able to see behind me if there were any questions or any hands. And if not, I did see a question right here. Yeah. And please do ask a question if you would.
It is a question. Thank you. Hi, I'm the director of the Carnegie Middle East Center in Beirut. Nikolai, for you, it's called the Board of Peace. So while I applaud the focus on, the immediate humanitarian, addressing the disastrous conditions, I think maybe this needs to be part of a larger political horizon. At least taking that into account. It's not enough to say the here and now and the urgency of the moment. I think Mustafa and many of the speakers have already referred to. So my question to all of you is what can be done? What are you willing to do? What leverage are you willing to use to start building the blocks for something really that is called peace? I think I'd have to give that to you again.
I fully agree. I fully agree with you. What I'm saying is that there are two ways of looking at it. Can we fix the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and end up with a two-state solution if we're looking at the politics at the top without looking at what's happening on the ground? Or do we need to fix the situation on the ground in order to enable the conclusion of what needs to happen at the top? And right now, we have such a disastrous situation in Gaza, such a disastrous situation, that if we allow collectively it to be cemented under the current conditions, in which it is not just Gaza being divided from the West Bank, it is Gaza itself being divided into two parts. If we cement that division, please tell me how we get from that to a two-state solution, because I can't see the pathway. And that is why we need to make sure that, one, Gaza is, we often talk about having one governance, one legal system, and one system of controlling weapons in Gaza. And I always add to that, we need one Gaza for that. And that is why we need to start with, making sure that Hamas is out of the governance, that there's a transitional civilian authority in place in order to be able to normalize the situation on the ground, in order to have what is really required, as you said, a political solution to the conflict. But under the current conditions, with Hamas still in Gaza and Gaza divided into two, we're setting ourselves up for complete and utter failure if we don't address that. And that failure will be, the price of that failure will be paid both by Palestinians and Israelis down the line.
And with those words, we conclude our panel, Life Under Destruction, Building Blocks for a New Gaza. Thank you so much to all of you, and thank you so much to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely.
In touch with you. I'm sorry, your name is? JT. Oh, it's on. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall so we can continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall.
HDI oben, außen schließen, Boston außen. Oder? Boston außen oder HDFDI? Dann ganz oben, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the main program in the main conference hall. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final chance. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my final call. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll close the door to the main conference hall now. Please make your way back to us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the editor-at-large at Bloomberg TV, Francine Lacroix.
Thank you, everyone. I hope everyone's caffeinated because we have a long day ahead, and I could not be more happy to speak to my next panel. So I'm going to get straight to it because we only have 45 minutes. We have 4 fantastic panels, and we also have a chance to ask, to hear questions from the floor. So I'd love to welcome on stage Ralph Regenvanu, Minister of Climate Change, Adaptation, Meteorology and Geohazards, Energy, Environment and Disaster Management for the Republic of Vanuatu. Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, Governor of the State of California of the US of A. Lydia Pereira, Vice President, EPP Parliamentary Group, European Parliament, Brussels, and Andrew Forrest, Executive Chairman for TESCU Perth. So look, we only have 45 minutes to try and tackle one of the biggest concerns that we have. But to start us off, do you guys feel a little bit forgotten? Peak climate concerns around the COPs in Glasgow and Dubai. We're in Munich, defense is rising. Is climate change falling off the agenda? Governor?
Falling off the agenda, it fell off a cliff. I was down at COP. The United States was a footnote. China sent close to 800 delegates. The United States didn't even send a stenographer. They sent nobody. They've completely walked away, abdicate any role in relationship to the issue of low carbon, green growth. President Xi is celebrating.
Minister, the U.S. is the world's historically largest emitter. It's no longer part of the Paris Agreement. It has also cut most of the foreign aid for climate. What impact does this have for your island and for nations like yours?
Well, for us, we can't escape the climate crisis. It's already the main security threat to our country. So when the US takes actions like this, it becomes a threat to our security, right? So we are working in all forums we can possibly work with in the coalitions of the willing outside. We are waiting for the US to come back on board, basically. It happened once, so I think it'll happen again.
We'll come back to that. Andrew Forrest, what do you think is required to actually galvanize climate action as, again, the world heads towards overshooting 1.5 degrees this century?
Look, I'm a marine ecologist. I just know that we're going to look back on this when we're in 2030, and we're going to feel pretty foolish we deserted all the values which brought us to where we are. And our values simply say that we stand against pressure like this. The science is absolutely clear, but so is the economics. I am, and my company Fortescue, is the industrial grade proof that going renewable is great economics, great business, and if you desert it, then in the end you'll be sorted out by your shareholders or by your voters at the ballot box.
But, Ms. Pereira, is everything a little bit more complicated? Because there was a lot of talk, for example, this week about the EU emissions trading system, how it's harming the industry. We heard even from the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, how it could possibly be postponed. So are your climate targets for the EU actually compatible with keeping industry in Europe?
Well, the issue is that we have, unfortunately, no longer popular support on the streets. And if we compare to 6 years ago, it was a much easier agenda to deliver for the younger generations and for the people that were expecting climate action. And today is not the case. But at the same time, what we do see is a clear commitment from the European Union, because we have our climate law that is binding, and until 2050, we are delivering policies. We are correcting some of the things that we didn't do so well in terms of over-regulation, but the commitment and the ambition and the targets remain the same, and it's climate neutrality by 2050.
Governor Newsom, what are you doing to fight the US federal government's reversal on climate policies?
I'm showing up. And look, Donald Trump is doubling down on stupid. California has been a leader in climate policy going back to Ronald Reagan. 1967, Governor Ronald Reagan established the first tailpipe emissions in the United States of America, created the California Air Resources Board. 3 years later, a president by the name of Richard Nixon, another Republican, codified California's leadership under the Clean Air Act. Never in the history of the United States of America has there been a more destructive president than the current occupant in the White House in Washington, D.C. He's trying to recreate the 19th century. He's a wholly owned subsidiary of big oil, gas, and coal. He's quite literally reopening coal plants in the United States of America. He's received close to $500 million in campaign contributions. He asked for $1 billion, look it up, in return for basically eliminating all regulations in the United States of America. De facto, he just did that yesterday with federal regulations and the endangerment finding. It is code red in terms of American leadership in this space. Low carbon, green growth. And I know a thing or two about this. I represent the 4th largest economy from a GDP perspective in the world. And we ran the 4th largest economy last year, 9 out of 10 days on 100% clean energy. 2/3 renewable energy. We've seen our GDP grow by 81% since 2000, and we've reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 21%. 7 times more clean energy jobs than fossil fuel jobs. We're proving at scale that we can implement, we can compete, and we can dominate. But Donald Trump is trying to turn back the clock. And so we're showing up, but we're also showing what can be accomplished, the power of emulation. We are in the great implementation in my state. Final word. I hope, if there's nothing else I can communicate today, Donald Trump is temporary. He'll be gone in 3 years. California is a stable and reliable partner in this space. And it's important for folks to understand the temporary nature of this current administration in relationship to the issue of climate change and climate policy.
But, Governor, many have called Many have called Joe Biden the climate president, but that didn't help with his re-election. So how important do you think climate issues will be back for the 2028 presidential election?
Well, you may not believe in science, but you got to believe your own eyes. I mean, people are burning up, choking up, heating up. We have simultaneous droughts and floods. Historic wildfires. You know maybe little about California. You've seen those images of these wildfires. Talk about being as dumb as we want to be. Places, lifestyles, tradition, being wiped off the map. Greenville, Paradise, California. And so this issue has been brought home in a very personal way, not a political way. And Senator Whitehouse is here. He's also someone that deeply understands that climate risk is financial risk. It's becoming uninsurable. This is an economic issue, not just a moral issue. It's not just a competitiveness issue. And so it's incredibly important that we talk in those terms to address some of the political dynamics. But it's, again, something we're on the other side in California. It's a big blue state, but also has more Republicans than most Republican states. And we have long moved beyond the partisanship on this issue because there is no Republican thermometer, there's no Democratic thermometer. There's just reality. And people in my state have been mugged by reality. Those that have been in denial understand that we're on the other side of the debate.
Ms. Pereira?
Okay.
Oh, Andrew, you want to go first?
Who is it?
Go ahead.
Ms. Pereira, and then Andrew next. Yeah.
No, I was going to say that summarizing some of the things that have been said so far, there is a moral imperative when we discuss about climate action because it is about protecting homes, communities, it's about preserving nature, it's about delivering for future generations, but there's also ambition because there's an economic model that proves it is possible, it is feasible, it is profitable. If we look back at history and we see the evolution of humankind, we had, in the recent past, we have agricultural revolution, we have industrial revolution, and now we are in a transition phase from a linear model to a more circular model because knowledge, because scientific progress, because innovation provided such. And there's also a necessity. I come from a country that is at the moment under a huge difficulty managing a huge storm coming in on the 28th of January. My hometown this morning was on the verge of being completely flooded because of climate change. So we have to be better prepared. We are talking about a country, a EU member state, where people have to be displaced on the 21st century, where salaries were not paid in its fullest because of the disruption. So we really have to choose between two scenarios when we discuss about climate action, energy security. It is either chaos and war or investment and a true investment for younger generations and for our planet. Because unfortunately, what we have been witnessing so far, and what I said at the beginning, there's not the same popular support, but we do see the issues with our own experience. Part of my rooftop disappeared on the 28th of January in Portugal. So we really have to take action, and obviously we have to convoke everyone in our planet to make part of the difference that we have to deliver for younger generations.
Andrew?
Look, I just want to thank you for convening us, Francine, and these are excellent speakers. They have their own knowledge. I can only share with you, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen the browning off of millions of hectares of Australia. I've seen the reefs you all love, the Great Barrier Reef, get completely desecrated. On the other side of the continent, you've got the Ningaloo Reef. But let's just say we don't believe in climate change because we don't believe in what's in front of our eyes. Let's just assume that you don't believe in the physics of climate science, but oh my God, do you ever believe in the physics of computer science? You've got to choose. If you don't believe in science, which one do you want? I mean, if you're all in on AI and you're not all in on climate, then you're a total hypocrite because you're backing the science you want to hear and you don't want to hear from the science you don't. But I come from the science and the economics that you may not want to hear if you're a hardcore vassal state of fossil fuel. Fortescue is the cutting edge. We burn 1 billion litres of diesel a year. We procure our diesel from across the world. That stops this decade. That stops this decade. Next year, we're switching on the world's first green grid. We burn as much energy as medium-sized cities, bigger than many small countries, and we're going to create even more. And with AI optimization, we swing that onto the entire company, we save circa $1 billion a year. So I really don't care if you do not believe in climate science. What I care about, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but I love my planet, I love organic life. And we're the hardcore proof that what we're seeing with climate denialism, with rolling back the clock to oil and gas only, is very bad economics. And that's my only argument. My children want me to say, Dad, you're a scientist, just stick with science, will you? Dad, you're a philanthropist, just stick with what you're doing for the world. That part of the world isn't listening. The part of the world I want to appeal to is business. Every cabinet room in every part of the world, every responsible boardroom in every part of the world, please listen. We start saving $1 billion a year next year by going fully green. Period.
Minister, Vanuatu, we can applaud. Vanuatu was amongst the island nations that argued for and actually successfully secured the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Scientists are now certain that that won't be achieved. So what recourse do island nations have now?
So we've been talking about the science being very clear. You know, the IPCC, the best available assessed science. The economics is clear. But what we are doing now, because we haven't been able to get through at the multilateral level with states to take action, we got an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice last year, and that crystallized international law. So now the international law is clear as well. States have obligations to address climate change. They have to take actions that reduce emissions. Licensing new fossil fuel companies is now a wrongful act under international law. And so what we need to do is what the EU's done, put laws in place. It's no longer political will. It becomes, we put laws in place at a multilateral level. So for countries like Vanuatu, very small countries, we rely on the international rules-based order. We depend on it. And we're seeing now, I think, with what's happening with Trump and so on, there is a growing unity among countries that want to reinforce the international rules-based order. That's our unity. And so if we can progress that, we need that back. Yeah, that multilateralism, that's the only way small states are going to make it.
Minister, what does this mean concretely? Because as you say, the ICJ noted, that all countries have an obligation to fight climate change, but it was only advisory. So have you actually been able to use this ruling to advance climate action concretely?
Not at the international level, but this case has been used in numerous cases of domestic litigation and succeeded. So it's added to the growing body of law that can be used against governments to force changes in policy and laws by countries. And we saw that almost immediately after the advisory opinion was handed down.
Governor, you said everything would change in 3 years. The global climate community, I think, has lost faith in the US's ability to support climate action. Yep. So if you were to become president, maybe the next president, what would you do to restore trust in US actions?
Well, look, my job today, my day job is governor of California. By the way, to put it in perspective, the size of 21 US state populations combined, California. And as a consequence, when we move at scale. And we talk about the power of emulation, this notion that success leaves clues. We're, again, no longer asserting our capacity to change the way we produce and consume energy. We're actually proving it can be done and see our economy thrive as a consequence of it. We have enshrined in law, in the spirit of what you just said, our goals through a cap and invest program through 2045. So we have doubled down in terms of a consistent regulatory framework, by the way, that has invited in tens of billions of dollars of investment in this space, 60 ZEV manufacturer supply chains moving in the state of California. All the R&D in electric vehicles dominantly is in my home state. We set the first goals for 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2035. Of course, Trump administration has vandalized that, but we jump-started. That investment was 29% in the last quarter of all new car purchases. So we're continuing to move, continuing to thrive. And so the point is subnational in the context of your prior point, because folks haven't walked away globally, and I don't think this, I know this. I happen to co-chair the MOU Under 2 coalition, where we have folks from all across the world at the state level that don't care about the prevailing winds at the federal level, that are in the how business, that are working and implying these ideals, working with business, not just working with governments to move forward. So that gives me confidence. I know 3 years is a long time, but it gives me confidence that we continue to weather the storm. Final point, it's what Andrew said. The ultimate confidence is the ultimate gauge, and that is the ROI. He's making the business case at scale. This is one of the largest miners on planet Earth. That's about to save $1 billion a year in energy costs because he gets it and he gets things done.
Yeah.
Andrew?
Look, and I'd just like to, thank you, Governor. I'd just like to turn our attention to Europe. Europe, you're focusing here hard on your military security, on your geostrategic security, and it's going to take a while if you want to get to full autonomy, maybe at least $1 trillion. But everything stands on your energy security. You're not an independent, autonomous group of nations unless you have full energy security. Switching between President Putin to President Trump, well, choose your own poison, Europe. I'm just saying that if you wind up with 80% of all your gas coming from one country, it doesn't matter if it's the United States or Russia, I don't think you're that autonomous. So my simple message to you is you have a bank of energy called North Africa, which is multiple times of anything which Saudi Arabia will ever produce, and it's right on your doorstep. The Kingdom of Morocco, it's a 14th century monarchy. It's a little stable, it's a little boring. That's perfect to develop very large energy systems in. So I'm putting a proposal to Europe now that we develop a fully green state in Morocco. We drive down energy prices, making Morocco one of the most investable nations on earth. That helps a huge amount with all your immigration issues across Europe. But it also helps Europe massively because it can drive the greening of Western Europe. Now, we can do this. We've proven it in our own company, Fortescue. Trust what someone does just as much, even more than what they say. We're doing it. We can take that model straight across to Morocco, straight across to Europe. Laying cables at 2 to 2.5 gigawatts of cable isn't difficult. We can do it in about a year. We lay 40 to 50 of these electrical cables, which we can do. It's within our balance sheet in the next several years. And we've created an energy supply for Europe approximating the scale of Germany. And so Europe, you reach to the Nordic countries and you got way more energy independent. And now I'm saying reach to your other neighbours, reach to Morocco, and reach to Fortescue. Fortescue will stand behind this and turn Europe green to have much more competitive energy prices. You'll be in command of your own destiny. You will not be a vassal state to anyone.
Lydia Pereira.
What Andrew is saying is very right, and that's actually the case for clean technologies. I have been pushing for this agenda in Europe. California is a great example. But yet the investment on clean technologies, if we compare Europe and US, in the US, there's still, even if Donald Trump is not engaged with his concerns for climate change, but still the venture capital on clean technologies in the US is double or far more double than the investment that is made in Europe. But it is true, like in Europe, we don't have natural resources, so we better invest our knowledge, our money into a technology that we still have some level of, we are still pioneers on some of those solutions. And obviously, when we talk about climate, it's obvious that disruptive weather events, they expose our vulnerabilities to critical infrastructure. And once again, referring back to what's happening at the moment in Portugal, like there's still people without electricity, there's still people without access to water. So it is a vulnerable country at the moment. Not to speak about the recovery costs that it implies. We are talking about specifically 4.5 billion euros just for this occasion. So I would say clean technologies and fixing the fragmented energy market in Europe, it is crucial to be strategic and talking about defense. And if we talk about defense, we cannot be talking about fighter jets that use oil resources, right? We have to find alternative ways to be able to not to depend on third countries. So when we talk about climate, we are talking about security, we are talking about innovation, we are talking about an economic model that I think Andrew very much well put it forward. And I think it is something that we really need to push for in Europe, and it needs the commitment from prime ministers. Because I can tell you, I come from the European Parliament. The issue is not in the European Parliament. The issue is at the heads of state to agree on the strategy to pursue and combining national objectives and European interests, which is often the case, the national interests and the European objectives. But I think we have to shift here a bit the mindset.
And the EU has agreed to cut emissions quite significantly, but there's not a real framework for post-2030. So what needs to be in it? And actually, can you do that with coherent policy without adding too much bureaucracy in these times?
Well, that's exactly what we are trying to address. We want to simplify, to be easier to attract investments to Europe. And as I said, we have to bear in mind the following. When we adopted the climate law, it was at the peak of the pandemic. So we have delivered for what people's aspirations were at the time. But there was also sometimes not the easiest of the political context to agree on what should be more feasible as well for businesses. And that's why it is so important that we address the issue of bureaucracy and we can show that it is possible to have economy and environment going hand in hand. Because without economy, without prosperity, we don't have then innovation to pursue our climate goals. So we really need to fix this, and that's why the omnibuses are the simplification processes that are in course are so important to be able for member states to achieve these goals. But once again, a lot of the issues still remain in the capitals. And it is very crucial that in the Council, even this week, there was a discussion about competitiveness, about where we want to go in the long term. So, prime ministers, this is a wake-up call. We need your leadership as well, because we know that the national politics consume a lot of their time. But if we don't fix this, we don't deliver on the European interests. And geopolitics, when we talk about energy transition, there's a trade element here. So it is a geopolitical discussion. And that's why the capitals the prime ministers really have to be aligned in delivering on these common objectives.
Minister, how can countries in the global north and south overcome their current differences and join forces?
Well, a good example is what happened at COP30, where a group of about 80 of us decided to have this meeting in Colombia in April. To find this fossil fuel pathway that we need to get off the addiction to fossil fuels. We couldn't do it at COP in the political process because there were countries stopping. It's a consensus-based thing, so a few countries can hold us ransom, but we took it outside, and we'll be holding a meeting in the Pacific for Pacific Island countries next month, preparing for that meeting. Every region's doing it. And then we go there and we come up with something and we try and tie it back to the UNFCCC process. But otherwise, we're setting up these legal mechanisms, this accountability, and agreeing to, for example, trade measures. EU's taken the lead on that. Other measures that we can agree as a group of countries that we want to implement together and see if we can bring that back to the larger group.
Governor, Chinese electric vehicle manufacturers are actually producing high-quality vehicles at lower price than U.S. competitors, right? Given California's 2035 zero-emission vehicle mandate, do you believe the state can realistically meet those targets without access to Chinese EVs?
Well, if there's any state that can, it's California. But look, my state of mind, let's clarify. 70% of global EVs are coming from China. And it's statecraft for them. It's about supply chains. It's about influence. It's about dominance. These guys aren't screwing around. I say this with admiration. They're flooding the zone in Europe. They're flooding the zone in South America. I mean, what Donald Trump just did yesterday with the endangerment finding by basically eliminating any federal regulations, not just on power plants, methane, but also tailpipe emission, I think was writing a death sentence to legacy American automobile manufacturers. You talk about innovation. It's been California's regulation in this space that's driven manufacturing innovation that allows American automobile manufacturers to be competitive globally. It's no longer just cheap. I mean, sure, the BYD Lamborghini Mini, it's $9,700. They're no longer just, I mean, now they're doing 5-minute chargers. Fill up your SUV. It's about 5 minutes. It's the tech stack that comes on top of it. And it's a whole generation of young folks. Don't bet against young folks. They bat last, they bat 1,000. We know where the market's going. China gets it. Look at their GDP growth last year. Where was their GDP growth disproportionately? It was in the clean energy space. This is about economic prosperity and competitiveness. And that's why I'm so infuriated with what Donald Trump has done. It's our fiercest competitor moving forward, China, in this space. So California is it. It's the only game left in the EV space. Again, because of the intense investment in R&D. Remember, Tesla exists for one reason: California's regulatory market, which created the incentives and the structure and the certainty that allowed Elon Musk and others to invest and build that capacity. We are not walking away from that. In fact, again, we have doubled down and extended our nation-leading efforts through 2045.
How will you, get to those targets by 2035?
We have a plan. We call it a scoping plan. Every 5 years, the California Air Resources Board puts it out. It's interesting, in that plan, just in the spirit of innovation, California has the second largest installed utility-scale batteries in the world, China and the state of California. That wasn't in our last scoping plan. It was technology that we didn't even envision in our previous scoping plan. So we put out detailed 5-year plans. Every single target California has advanced, we have exceeded. Every single one. Proving the point. I know there's sort of this theories that it's just goal setting and that we can never achieve these goals, or they're just stretch goals. Quite the contrary. I think the biggest mistake, in the spirit of Michelangelo, is that the biggest risk is that we, aim too low and reach it, as opposed to aim too high and miss it. And that's California's mindset, and it has to be, again, in order for us to compete in this next big global market.
Thank you all. We have 15 minutes, so we go to questions from the floor. The first question, I'd love to invite the Munich young leader, Ryan Oliveira de Aguirre Atias, to ask the first question. Then could I see just a very quick show of hands so that I go around the room? We have someone on the second, and then first row, and then one on the... But here, let's start with Ryan. If there's a microphone, there you go, right here on the aisle seat.
Hi, thank you so much. So my name is Rayane. I'm from the state of Pernambuco in northeast Brazil. And I've been quite happy to follow the discussions today, and I'm very honored to be the first Munich young leader to ask the question. So while national diplomacy is failing to tackle climate change, subnational diplomacy is moving forward. But not every state is as powerful and rich as California. So I come from a very poor region in Brazil, where fighting climate change means improving people's access to urban infrastructure, clean water, food security, health public services. So I guess my question is how the international community can help subnational governments and local climate action to move forward and making sure that resources are really getting to that level. And how do you see the future of climate finance in this context that we're facing now, where powerful countries are diverting international aid into defense?
Thank you. Great question. Let's have maybe Governor Andrew and then Governor Newsom. Yeah.
The very first way is to help you with technology and the provision of equipment. I speak to countries all over the world who ship in oil tankers every few days or gas tankers every day, and I'm saying, well, stop doing that. Like I'd say to your own state, the technology exists now with solar, with wind, with batteries, and most importantly with AI. We didn't have it only 6 to 9 months ago. We didn't have it. But we do have it now. You can run a renewable energy grid in your state with AI, which wasn't possible before. You get a cloud bank floating over the top of a solar farm in your state, everything changes. You have to make decisions at literally light speed. Humans can't do that. we've pioneered how to do that, but so has other institutions. So I'd say speak to whoever you need to, but particularly those in leadership, and say, you're blowing up our state's capital, you're keeping us poor, buying all this fossil fuel. What we'd like you to do is to invest that in replacing all those imports into our state with our own ability to make all our own power, 24/7 base load power. And that is within your grasp now. It wasn't, but it is now. And this is the transition in action. This is the economic transition in action. So I'd be delighted to speak to your state because I'm seeing it happen in my own country. It can happen in yours.
Governor?
When I was in Belém, we signed 22 MOUs with 22 states in Brazil. And the MOUs are not pieces of paper. They're commitments from the state of California to provide technical assistance and to provide resources and a resourceful mindset, meaning an openness to engage in problem solving. Let me give you a specific example. The modern environmental movement in the United States, again, started in California under Ronald Reagan. Not because Ronald Reagan was a fierce champion of clean air and clean water until he had to be. Los Angeles was so smoggy that businesses were complaining to the governor saying, we can't do business here. So he decided to do something about it with tailpipe. And that's exactly why Donald Trump just said, pollute the hell out of the United States. That's called deficit spending. Pollution is an act of theft in the health of a nation and the cleanup costs. You saw all this just in the United States of America alone, 23 weather-related events last year that cost the taxpayers over $1 billion. We are, again, as dumb as we want to be. Don't tell me this is about saving money. Quite the contrary. But it was interesting, and this is the point, the folks in China paid some attention. We established relationships with China. They send technical teams, and literally some of their low-carbon green growth specific to their cap and trade programs came from the example of California and the work we did. And Beijing is proof positive of a lot of that technical assistance and support. So that's at scale the kind of work we do in terms of this relationship, nationally, subnationally, people to people, to actually solve problems despite, again, who's in office in a particular jurisdiction.
Thank you. So we have a question here on the second row and then first row. I'm actually going to get 2 questions at a time because I think we have a lot of questions and only 10 minutes left.
Thank you. So I am Eugene. I'm also one of the Munich Young Leader Program this year, and I'm from China. I work for Rocky Mountain Institute, a US-based think tank focusing on energy security. Energy transition. So my question is, actually, in the past 5 years, we have witnessed that the climate issue has become unnecessarily political. Because of geopolitics, because of trade imbalance, etc. While at the same time, we are also seeing the clean technology becoming cost competitive. For example, in Southeast Asia, also South Asia, we are seeing renewables and also like the electric two-wheelers or vehicles being adopted by the consumer themselves, where the policy are not really in place yet. So it's very like bottom-up development. So my question is, what can we do? What the additional things we can do to make climate more market-based and science-based instead of political-based? What are the additional actions we can take, or what are the things that we must stop immediately now by whatever stakeholders in this climate regime?
Great, thank you so much. Let's take a second question from the gentleman on the front row.
So thank you. I'm Pedro Jean Pons, I'm MP from Spain. So Lydia, I totally subscribe what you said. All countries, we are vulnerable, Spain as well. Second thing, I'm the president of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, 57 countries. 2 things. First one, how can we revert this idea that the transition and climate change is paid by middle and lower classes and the elites are taking advantage of this? And the second question is, can we dissociate security of climate security? There cannot be climate security without global security. So I think it's an oxymoron. But look at the room; it's not fully empty, fully booked. But it is the key issue, that this is a political link to both issues. Thank you.
Great questions. Lydia Pereira, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, I will start by the last one. Well, indeed, we have to acknowledge that things have changed. That's why I said, I referred to the example of the popular support in the streets. It is not the same. Things have changed. But at the same time, it is a responsibility from the leaderships to stay in course in the action that we decided some years ago. Because if we start being uncertain about the policies to take, then it doesn't bring any assurance for the business community. And this leads me to the first question. I think there's a huge responsibility, a corporate responsibility, to be more active and more outspoken, like Andrew said, about these issues, because companies are also affected by climate action or climate effects. So it is really important, and we have to learn, and here it is a challenge for the media eventually, media and social media, but we have to learn more about the success stories that our climate action is bringing to prosperity, to salaries. People have to feel in their electricity bill the opportunities that investing in photovoltaic panels brings, more than using the normal usage of electricity. So it has to be felt by people. The same way, unfortunately, that it is felt when we have a climate disruption, like the example I gave, when my rooftop, part of it just disappeared. The other way around, the positives of what the economic model that underlies in the climate action, then I think we can stay in course. But to conclude, the business community is really crucial here, and I see a lot of silence, and I see a lot of fear sometimes when it is the time to be more vocal. And I'm saying this because, as a member of the European Parliament, we had now the discussions about and the decision about Mercosur, the trade deals. Trade deals are, by the way, great instruments to make sure that everyone takes its part in the climate action. Mercosur, a huge opportunity for the European industries at large, all the sectors, from agriculture to automotive. But there was a vocal mobilization from farmers against Mercosur, but the impact for the industry is huge. So it is time for businesses to speak up about the good things, about the positives that this transformation is bringing to the world. And we don't see that. We only see the worst part of only when there's climate disasters or whatever, but we don't see what the clean technologies are bringing for families and for companies. So it has to be visible for people so they feel mobilized in the efforts that we are making and in the salary that they are taking.
Andrew, I mean, we've talked about this in the past, that a lot of people a lot of chief executives maybe continue on this path, but they don't want to be vocal because they're worried about politics.
Yeah, look, if I can just answer your question very concisely. I think, of course, the way you frame the question, you're already doing very much the right thing, but I'd ask your leaders now, when are you going to stop burning fossil fuel? Name the date. And you're not doing it because, on one side of your life you're a scientist or a philanthropist or whatever. You're doing it because you want a better economic solution. You want a higher standard of living for lower cost of living. And if they say, well, oh my goodness, I don't think I can name a date, then say, well, the technology's there, the examples are there, the talent with you isn't. What about you get off the stage, give the microphone back and hand it to someone who will name a date to get off fossil fuel? You'll all be better off.
Okay, we have 5 minutes. I'm going to try and get 2 more questions. So here on the third row, and then I don't know if there's a microphone coming. So that's the first question, and then we can take a final last question. They're from the person sitting in the booth on the left afterwards. Yeah, go ahead.
Gavin and Newsom, hi. Lutika Burke from Andrew Forrest's Native Australia. You speak about reclaiming leadership on climate change after temporary Donald Trump. But one of the things we're observing about the US from the outside, at least, is actually there's a lot of timidity to push back on anything that Trump is rewriting. So where is your confidence that you can lead the United States people to this debate and putting Humpty Dumpty back together again if you can?
Well, people better buck up, wake up. I mean, I made some pretty aggressive comments in Davos. I think I handed out knee pads on stage. for corporate leaders, sold out, universities, law firms in my country that are selling out. You just got to call this stuff out. Look, the polluted heart of the climate crisis is big oil, period, full stop. That's what this is all about. I mean, that's where the politics, that's where the timidity comes from. You talk about the tech stack. You can't get in one of these modern new vehicles and ever want to go back to the old gas guzzler. I mean, the technology, and we can talk in terms of just energy efficiency and how we bring down costs, and we've got to address those cost issues. But the biggest problem is the deceit and the denial that's happening because of these special interests. And so you just have to have the courage to call it out. And I agree with you. It's infuriating what I hear privately, but is not expressed publicly. And so we have to call people out. They'll be held to account. They will be judged and ultimately judge themselves. And I think this is a moral moment, across the board, simultaneous crisis, not just climate, but democracy. All this stacking of stress. And we all have a relationship to it. Society becomes how we behave. We are our behaviors. And so all of us have a role to play. All of us have agency. We can shape this conversation. But we have to stand up with more clarity, conviction, and we have to be more consistent.
People don't speak up because they're afraid of retaliation.
Yeah. Well, buck up. So am I. There's probably not a politician in the United States. I'm under assault attack by this guy every single day. Here's the President of the United States. He's 80 years old, and he's calling me a nickname that an 8-year-old called me, new scum. The President of the United States. You saw the racist tropes he put out. This is the President of the United States of America. Call this guy out. Stop this timidity. Stop with the BS diplomacy. You're in the rearview mirror. The recklessness of our own actions. And we're all becoming Chamberlains in this space. We have a supine United States Congress, so we have to stand up. Corporate leaders have to stand up. People have to stand up.
That is really
And
something
so
I said very strongly to endorse your point, Governor, very strongly to the corporate leaders all across Davos, across the world, and I opened this afternoon. Remember your values. Your values brought you here. The science hasn't changed. Your values should not change. They shouldn't weaken just because they're threatened and challenged. When this is the time now to stand up. As Governor Newsom was saying, I say to every corporate leader in the world, now is the time to stand. Face into this onslaught against your common sense, against your own values. 2030, you're going to be judged. Please be judged well. Act now. Do not fade. Do not go quiet. Do not go silent. This is the time to speak up, and this is the time to act.
Thank you. I promised the last question. We're almost out of time, but please go ahead.
Elisa Miebach, climate reporter for the German public television. After the brilliant conclusions we just had, I would just like to ask Minister Emmanuel of Tuvalu, can you give us one conclusion? We're talking about the nexus of climate and security here. What does it mean for you coming from the front lines of climate change?
Minister?
It means if we don't address the climate crisis, if we don't immediately do a phase out of fossil fuels that's fair and full, as Andrew's been talking about, there's going to be no future for lots of people in the Pacific Islands, lots of people in the small island developing states. And we're part of this world, We're part of this international community, and we need the support of everyone in the international community. And we don't need this kind of backing away from the issue that we're seeing. We know that it's the oil lobby. We know that it's the profits that are being made by certain companies that are causing the world to end. And it's the countries in this room, it's the developed states, it's the first world that needs to deal with this problem, because we're the victims of your problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for a wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, well done. I think they're amazing.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program in the conference hall will continue at 5:30 p.m. with the session Destructive Ambiguity, Deterring and Countering Hybrid Warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, will continue at 5:30 in the main conference hall. Until then, enjoy your coffee. gentlemen, please start making your way back to the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will start momentarily in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back there and take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll start with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll begin with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Center for European Policy Analysis, Alina Polyakova.
Good afternoon. It's my absolute pleasure to be here at the Munich Security Conference to chair and moderate a very important panel on destructive ambiguity, deterring and responding to Russian hybrid warfare. But before we get there, it's my pleasure and honor to please welcome to the stage the President of the German Federal Intelligence Service, President Martin Jäger, to set the scene for us. Please welcome President Jäger.
Thank you, Alina, and ladies and gentlemen. Doing a scene setter is something new for me. I usually do and often do intel briefings. However, I usually don't do these briefings in public town hall meetings. So let's see how that goes. 72 hours ago, I was standing in Kiev, and now I'm standing here at the Bayerische Hof. The gap between these two places could not be wider, and exactly that gap is the target area of Russia's hybrid war or shadow war. First, important observation. What we understand as hybrid warfare is inherent to Russia's understanding of warfare as such. President Putin uses hybrid measures not just to secure Russia's strategic interests, but also to prepare the battlefield and to complement direct military force. The Kremlin's hybrid operations in Ukraine, already since 2004, are a case in point. The aim of Russia's warfare, hybrid warfare, is threefold. First, divide NATO. For over a year now, we have witnessed Moscow testing NATO. Airspace violations by drones in Poland, attempts to blow up railway tracks, all that is meant to disclose differing reactions of NATO member states and ultimately split the alliance between Europe and the US. Second aim of Russia's hybrid warfare is install governments with more pro-Russian views. To this end, Moscow drives wedges into our societies and tries to manipulate election processes. Elections in Moldova and Romania are recent examples, and we expect more hybrid campaigns throughout this election year in Germany. Third aim, paralyze Brussels. Russia wants to weaken our joint efforts to support Ukraine by delegitimizing the EU and fueling frictions between member states. This is dangerous, not just for our Ukrainian partners, but for all of us. If Russia succeeded, the consequences would be felt everywhere. Russia would try to further expand its sphere of influence on the European continent, and it would be able to blackmail European states, be it militarily, politically, or economically. What do we see exactly? Our intelligence shows it is Russia's leadership that orchestrates destabilizing campaigns in our society and fuels political crises. The malign tools Moscow uses are well known: disinformation, intimidation, espionage, sabotage, airspace violations, contract killings, persecution of opposition figures living abroad. Let me give you a few concrete examples. Espionage. Russia gains information superiority and fosters mistrust
with up to 60,000 intelligence officers worldwide. And this does not include an even larger number of co-opted individuals, former military personnel, procurement helpers, and other proxies. Just this January, a woman was arrested in Berlin, allegedly having spied for the Russian GRU for years. Sabotage. Our Federal Criminal Police Office registered 321 suspected cases of sabotage and more than 2,000 drone sites in 2025. It is likely that Russian actors and their Telegram agents are behind numerous of these incidents. In planning and executing operations, Moscow not only tolerates but also consciously accepts the involvement of innocent victims. To name just one case, only due to a flight delay on July 2024 did the air freight of a DHL plane not explode in the air, but on the apron in Leipzig. Disinformation. Just 2 months ago, the federal government, the German federal government, attributed a massive hybrid influence operation to Russia. The German intelligence services were able to prove the involvement of Russian actors and Moscow's direct responsibility. With the Storm 1516 campaign, the Kremlin, with the support of the GRU, attempted to influence the last federal election and to interfere in the internal affairs of the Federal Republic of Germany. Our analysis has shown that the campaign spread artificially generated pseudo-investigative research, deepfakes, and fabricated witness statements on various platforms. What can we do about it? The threat emanating from hybrid warfare has been recognized. There are numerous initiatives, declarations, and strategies within EU and NATO. But we likely agree we have not been successful enough. Deterrence is not working yet. This raises the question, do we simply want to continue to observe and record these developments, or have we reached a point where we must take active countermeasures? This question also applies to my service, the BND. In my opinion, the service must and will become more operational. All that requires a whole of government approach. Deterring hybrid warfare starts with resilience, and resilience starts with understanding Russian thinking and acting, not just among experts and politicians, but among the wider public, because the public is the main target. It is the public that needs to understand that seemingly unrelated hybrid activities are strategically related hostile acts, that we are no longer in a time of peace, and that Russia is playing the long game. We need to start doing so as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Jäger. And if I could ask my distinguished panelists to please come join me on the stage. President of Moldova, Maja Sandu, Prime Minister of Sweden, Ulf Kristersson, and the head of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Dragone. Please welcome everyone to the stage. So I listened very carefully to what President Jäger said in his scene-setting remarks, and I want to get straight into the discussion since we are in Munich time here and don't have a lot of time. But I was struck by a few comments that he made that I hope some of you may be able to pick up on. One is that in the past, when we talk about so-called hybrid war, we were really talking about information and cyber operations. And now what we're really talking about is kinetic operations that are taking place not just in the eastern flank, not just in Moldova, certainly, or Ukraine, but across Europe and across the entire NATO space. I think the second thing that I was struck by is that not only are these operations intensifying across the NATO domain, they are intrinsically linked to Russia's conventional war against Ukraine and part and parcel of Russia's strategic objectives to not just undermine NATO, but the entire cohesion of the EU and Europe at large. So I think we're facing an expansion of the Russian war in Ukraine, and we must see these two as deeply, deeply interlinked and think much more strategically about how to be not just reactive and not just think about deterrence by denial, but I think we need an entire new theory of deterrence to counter and defend against this type of shadow war, as we call it at my institution, SIPA. So, President Sandu, I want to start with you. We have known each other for a little bit of time, and you are certainly a beacon of democracy and resilience in the eastern flank in Moldova. I wanted to start with you because Moldova has been the front line, and you have had a front row seat to Russia's hybrid attacks and Russian kinetic attacks against your country. When you think about withstanding this constant barrage of shadow war, what would you like your fellows, your counterparts in the rest of Europe who are maybe encountering this for the first time to really learn from your experience?
Thank you very much. In the case of Moldova, we have experienced probably all the elements of the hybrid war, and not all of them are going to be, used in your countries. But the most important one is the cognitive war, because this is difficult to see, and this can have significant impact. In the case of Moldova, Russia's narrative has been: you are a small country, you have a weak state, your institutions are not able to protect you, to deliver. They try to portray us as corrupt leadership, saying that EU choice is a bad choice, EU is not for you because EU has different values or it does not respect your traditional values, and that in the end, if you do not vote for people who support Russia, then what is happening to Ukraine is going to happen to Moldova. So the narrative has been like that, and of course the economic situation being affected by the war in Ukraine was not great, and this was also used by Russia. When the living standards are not growing, it's easier for Russia to use that. So we have seen all of it. Cyber, just to give you one example, the day of the elections, the Central Electoral Committee site received almost 1 billion malicious requests. The idea was to take it down. And why was that important? Because they wanted to discredit the elections. In Moldova, for many years, you can see immediately after the elections the counting of the results. So like in 2 hours, 3 hours after the elections end, you know who won the elections. Imagine if last year when we had the parliamentary elections, at some point the site would go down and then people will believe, like Russia kept saying, that these are false results. So 1 billion of such attacks. The information manipulation, this was the most important one, and this is the most dangerous for everybody. Just one troll farm, which had 100 or 90 TikTok accounts, they produced thousands of videos, and they reached 35 million views in a country with 2.4 million people. And there were many examples like that. The illegal financing. In Moldova, this was about financing pro-Russian political parties, and since 2023, Russia established 10 new political parties, in addition to those which have been there before. And then they also tried to bribe voters. This has been difficult to trace the money because they're using more and more cryptocurrency. They're using all kind of channels, and it's not easy to trace this. And we have estimated that Russia spent last year on Moldova's elections about 2% of Moldova's GDP, just to give you, an example of what it means. And then, of course, destabilization activities, because this goes well with fear, paid protests, sabotage, and many other things. These were the main elements, but I guess for many countries, the manipulation of information is the most dangerous part to democracy.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'm going to come back to you on some of the quite shocking statistics you mentioned that I'm guessing not everyone in this room was aware of. 1 billion attacks on your central election system, 2% of Moldovan GDP spent by the Russian side to try to manipulate your elections. You know, it's interesting how much Russia is investing, even though some of these new tools like AI that you alluded to are obviously making cognitive warfare cheaper. So we can just imagine the combination of financing plus new tools of warfare being deployed, what effect that has. So Prime Minister, I want to come to you. The President mentioned the importance of cognitive warfare as a tool of hybrid war. As Sweden has recognized the idea of psychological defense as being a whole of society issue, as I think President Jäger also mentioned. And I was reading some of your recent remarks, and you said that Russia has been reckless in its use of these kinetic below-threshold threats. Given how vulnerable so many European countries are that are not used to these kinds of attacks, do you think it's fair to say that deterrence is not just being tested, but that it has in fact already failed?
I don't think it has failed, at least not yet. I think first it's very humbling to and learning to talk to Maya on these things, because you realize what the Russians really can do when they find the opportunities. And it also gives you reason to figure out what are our vulnerabilities. We have not exactly the same. We have other ones. And just to state the obvious, I think for a country like Sweden, we have been suspicious against the Russians since the 17th century. So we have some kind of experience on that. We have very little of a Russian-speaking minority, and honestly, those who do speak Russian in Swedish, quite a few of them are soldiers trained by Sweden. So they have other reasons for being. They are not that attracted to these messages. And we have full unity on the support for Ukraine in politics, which doesn't really create this vulnerability. So I think, and to add to that, we by tradition have extremely good intel on what Russia is doing. So there we have limited vulnerabilities. The Baltic Sea is a bigger one. Baltic Sea is a big vulnerability, and I think it's fair to say, given our experiences for the last years, that the Baltic Sea has never been tested so much as it is right now. It's equally fair to say that we have built up capacities to defend the Baltic Sea in a much, much more detailed way. So I think it's more protected also compared to before. We do not attribute if we don't have extremely good evidence for that, but that does not mean that we are naive. So we don't think things just occur, you know. Suddenly things just happen, very hard to explain. But there's a huge difference between realizing that this might very well be an attack, kinetic attack, even though under the threshold, and just an accident. The word bad seamanship tend to end up in the debate very often, honestly. And there might be a limit to how many bad seamen you should find out there. But we have vulnerabilities, and we have increased our efforts enormously.
So I'm going to come back to you on this issue of the shadow fleet, which is a slightly different problem set, but an incredibly significant one, certainly for Sweden and for all Baltic states. But I want to come back to President Jäger with the same question about deterrence. Because you mentioned in your opening remarks that we need to start thinking differently and more proactively. But based on what you described, the number of sabotage operations that you're tracking in Germany alone, not the entire European and NATO space, it does seem like deterrence has failed, and it seems like the Russians have an open playing field. What do you say to that?
This is a two-stage process. First, you are confronted with specific, smaller, sometimes bigger events, and you connect the dots, and you find there is a pattern. So this is the first step. Second step, and this is really difficult, you need to attribute what you see. And this is always a very complicated and a time-consuming process. I just mentioned that we made a public attribution to a Russian cyber group, Storm 1516. We could trace that back to the GRU, but that took quite a while. So that's not easy. And the third step, this is what I mentioned, necessarily must be that we make the other side very clear, if you continue to do such things, this will not be without consequences. And this is the last link. So I'm deeply convinced we should much more often prove that we would be able to do very similar things to make the other side also feel the pain.
So keeping with that issue and comment you just made about consequences, Admiral, I want to come to you. You obviously chair one of NATO's most important decision-making bodies, and I wanted to ask about something you recently also said in an interview where you said that NATO is considering getting more aggressive in pushing back against these types of hybrid threats. But is NATO now actually doing, not just considering? And what are the consequences that you think would be credible and legitimate consequences to impose on the Russian side?
Okay. I know it. I know the answer. But, let me go very, very quickly through what happened. That happened back in last year, September. Then the Financial Times, then the interview went up 40 days after. Why? I don't know, but that was something unusual. But again, then a lot of stuff come up on a newspaper. Well, NATO is aggressive and on and on. I got something to read on that day. Just let you know that that was 2nd of December. Up to the 30th of November, my name, NATO and Cavo Dragone, whatever name, on the media was just pretty much a zero. In the 1st and the 2nd of December, my name was on the media for 34,500 times. Except for my ego, who skyrocketed, I was so happy. But other than that, we find out in NATO that on that huge number, the 85% of the time, that name was, that article was kept by Russia or Belarusia sites or trolls or bot or hobbit or whatever, call it the way you want it, and was remanaged and highlighted the words preemptive attack and aggressive, just to demonstrate that NATO was aggressive. That got that kind of result on the media, and just consider that Russia are spending $2 billion per year just for cognitive warfare, and they succeed. So NATO on this side, NATO is discussing all the options, and again, it's to be not to be just reacting, but acting or be proactive It could be one of them. But again, in the hybrid warfare, this means, I give you an example. We had aircraft, civilian aircraft, jammed in their global positioning system, and so on. Finally, they need to do something else, let's call it an emergency landing or close to that, because they were jammed by a site. Okay, next time, if we know it, and if we know from where this kind of jamming is happening, we should, or we could, is one option. Just interfere with that, just jam early, and save lives. And they're also doing hybrid stuff on power plants, which are, serving hospitals, emergency room, and on and on. So, if I know in advance that something is going to happen in this hybrid field without taking into consideration escalation, so doing something proportional, that could be an option. NATO is not doing this, but this is one of the options that NATO could adopt, and I confirm.
Can I ask, why are we so afraid of talking about getting on the offense when it comes to hybrid threats? The Russians are intensifying their attacking critical infrastructure, they're attacking civilian infrastructure, they're assassinating people on European NATO land and territory. The list is very long, and I think President Yeager did a very good job outlining it. Why do we seem to be afraid of saying we will get on the offensive? Why is that a problem?
Yeah, well, let's state that we are a political military defensive alliance. Political military is not in alphabetical order, as you can imagine. It's just because the political side will take decision, the military side will give the best advices that we can to the political decision maker. It is something that one of the limits that we pose to ourselves, that I don't agree personally. But in all our confrontation with our counterpart, we have a lot of limits given to us by our morale, by our ethic, that our counterparts doesn't have. Again, we decide this because we are democracies, so we have to cope with that. But I think that we could think of start talking that some preemptive action could save lives. It could be the way just to face this kind of attack and to be able to solve this kind of problem.
I think the other word that we should be thinking about is asymmetric response, right? It doesn't have to be symmetric. We don't have to do what the Russians are doing to us to induce costs and to switch to, I think, a different idea of deterrence, not by denial, but deterrence by punishment. I want to bring in more from the rest of the panel. And Prime Minister, I want to come back to you because we were talking about a connected part of hybrid war, but a separate issue, which is something that's very top of mind for you, and I know for Sweden and the Nordic states, the shadow fleet. That is a huge problem for all of Europe. Do you think we have exhausted the legal capacity and capabilities to deter the so-called shadow fleet, these unflagged or strangely flagged vessels that keep crossing the Baltic Sea? It's still happening. So have we exhausted our solutions? And if so, what should we be thinking about?
No, first of all, we have not exhausted those possibilities, even though we tend, as democracies, we tend to be pretty cautious. We prefer, the freedom of navigation. We don't breach, conventions because there are risks in that as well. But I think we are pretty successful, and that connects to your other question of being asymmetric. Hurting the Russian economy is another way of doing that, basically. And I think that is perhaps more successful than, we don't have the tradition of running around the world and assassinating people. And I don't think we should take it up either. So we have better methods. I think the Russian economy is extremely vulnerable. We have a lot of data telling us that they are being very much hurt, and the shadow fleet is one way of doing that, the sanctions. But if we really were serious, massive sanctions from the US and Europe all jointly would have massive effect on Russia. So we are slightly slightly hypocrisy in this. We could do far more than we are doing. And on the other topic, we are defensive, obviously, but it is very possible to be have very offensive defense measures, and we don't always talk about we are able to. I mean, obviously, we have pretty offensive defense methods also in cyber that we are developing, learning from those who actually try to hurt us as well. But there are good reasons why not we don't, explain that in public.
Thank you for that, Prime Minister. I want to stick with the idea of methods. You described quite a few asymmetric methods that could lead to a more effective deterrent. One of the things that we work a lot in my institution in Washington at CIPA is that this idea of a theory of deterrence by punishment, not by denial. But I think the methods of the intelligence agencies are different than some of the ones you described and potentially complementary. So I wanted to ask you, President Yeager, you started to outline some potential ways in which we can impose consequences. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that in addition to what the Prime Minister just put out. And then I want to come back to President Sandu on a question about the EU.
Yeah, I fully understand that the Admiral feels and sees some restraint on the NATO side, because the stuff we're discussing here is typically stuff be dealt with by intelligence agencies. And I also agree asymmetric might be a good approach. For example, a foreign country blowing up railway tracks in Poland, our answer must not necessarily be and should not necessarily be blowing up railway tracks in other more eastern country. But we do have opportunities to make them feel the pain. Just take the example of cryptocurrency. For people acquainted with the right methods, it's possible to steal other people's cryptocurrency, and that hurts. And this is just one example.
So thank you for that. So President Sandu, I want to come back to you before we open up for Q&A, which is a big and important part of the MSC tradition, but we haven't talked about the EU. And of course, enlargement is a very important issue for Moldova. It's an important issue for the broader union. How do you see the relationship between Moldova's accession to the EU and perhaps Ukraine's as well, connected to deterring these kinds of hybrid threats and hybrid attacks?
Well, Moldova has resisted the attacks during our 2024 elections, 2025. But there is that much that we can do when you are a small country alone. We have learned, we have increased the resilience of our institutions, we have exposed what Russia was doing, which was not difficult because Russia's interference has been brutal. In other countries, it's not that brutal and it's more difficult to expose it. We had the whole of society and whole of government approach, and this is what helped. But we do need to be part of the EU if we want to survive as a democracy, and we want to survive as a democracy. And there is a window of opportunity now, and we need to use it, because otherwise uncertainty leads to vulnerability, and Russia is using very well, exploring very well these vulnerabilities. So we are committed to a merit-based process. We're doing our best, but we also hope that the member states, the EU institutions are going to find the solutions so that the EU integration will happen, the enlargement will happen.
Thank you so much. And I want to come to a Munich young leader for our first question, and please catch my eye if you want to come into the conversation. Gideon, where are you in the audience? There you are.
Thank you. My name is Gideon Adunya. I'm the political advisor to the German Navy Chief. So my question goes to the Admiral. Admiral, sir, what can NATO do, or how should NATO react when we see our interests not targeted in our home countries, but in regions abroad? For example, Russian campaigns in West Africa, targeting our interests there. How can we enhance resilience with these countries?
I think that considering that our area of responsibility is kind of, well defined in geographically speaking, but all this kind of area are of course under tight attention for us, and we are having an aggressive partnership program to try to be close to whoever nation are asking us to be helped. So that's basically what we usually do on a request basis. I want to be clear that we are not proposing ourselves out of the blue, but if this nation think that our 77 years experience, the way that we have practiced, procedure, doctrine, probably we made mistake and we've refined all of them. So, the 77 years of experience, we are just giving them all they need in this and just following them side by side. That's either we call it institution building, and we are close to them. And also, hybrid warfare is part of the issue that probably they need more. And of course, we are kind of ready 120% to stay side by side with them, and they can be elected as partner with some condition to be partner, and we can interact with them if they need this kind of help and support. We have been doing this, and we are eager to do that.
Thank you so much, Admiral. I'm going to take the next two questions together, so we have time for our panel to respond. The gentleman here and then the lady here, together, please.
So thank you very much. I'm Saif. I am chairman of the Security Sector Reform Support Committee in Iraq National Security Council. So my question will be to President Yeager. Good to see you. As you served in Iraq, I would like to ask you this question. In an environment where hybrid threats increasingly exploit institutional fragility, how can partners balance deterrence with capacity building in states like Iraq without reinforcing dependency or undermining sovereign security sector reform? Thank you.
Would you mind holding for 1 second? I want to bring one more into the conversation, please.
I also started to, listening to the answer. My name is Hanna Lubakova. I'm a journalist from Belarus, in exile, obviously, and yet another Munich young leader this year. My question is to Madam President and Prime Minister. There is a major enabler of Russia's aggression, military, and obviously hybrid threats. This is the Lukashenko regime, the Belarusian regime. And my question is specifically about that. So what should the response be towards the Lukashenko regime from the EU and potentially from NATO, of course, if you are willing to talk about that? Admiral, I'm asking because Lukashenko is the weakest link in the invasion, and essentially the weaker Lukashenko is, that would also make Putin weaker. Thank you.
And of course, Belarus is a staging ground for Russian kinetic and non-kinetic attacks against NATO and the EU. So I think the first question was to you, President, so please.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Very important question. Of course, that is possible. We can and we do support countries like Iraq and others, as you described it. We share knowledge, we cooperate, and we help where that is the wish of our partner to be educate. But the precondition for all these measures is we do it by invitation. So if a specific country asks us to help, we examine, we think about it, and if that makes sense for both of us, we are happy to do it.
Thank you, President. And then the question on Belarus, I think that was for everyone on the panel. Perhaps we can go in reverse order, and I welcome distinguished panel to make any final comments as we're very tight on time. So, Admiral, I'm going to start with you, Prime Minister, and Madam President.
Well, NATO is studying, is having, producing plans and contingencies and on and on. Belarus, of course, let's consider, NATO stated that Russia is the threat and global terrorism are the threat. That was back in 2022. Belarus, we can consider that proxy, consider that, a very close ally to Russia. So I assume that we are just involving this area in our preemptive planning, in our regional plannings, in our family of plan, and of course we are handling that precisely like this, a threat. It is a threat.
Thank you, Admiral. Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, I'm not an expert on Belarus, but I know we have measures against them as well, but I do think we count them as proxies. But if I were to just, a segue would be, another enabler is China, obviously. And we should put much more energy on trying to limit the Chinese abilities to be so enabling of Russia's war, which in itself names another country, namely Iran. We see risks in Sweden. Iran, with the Swedish security agency has revealed the fact that Iran is weaponizing criminals in Sweden, not for views, but for news, to do bad things, which in itself creates a lot of uncertainty in our country.
Madam President.
I believe that the sovereignty of most of the countries which used to be part of the Soviet Union depends on how the war in Ukraine is going to end. And it should be in the interest of all these countries for Ukraine to win this war, because if not, then the sovereignty of these countries is going to be in danger. Unfortunately, some of these countries actually helping Russia avoid sanctions. And I do believe that sanctions should be enforced, and those countries which are helping Russia to avoid sanctions should also pay the price.
So this has been an absolutely fascinating discussion. I have top 3 takeaways from it very briefly. One, my takeaway is that we need to do more and be more proactive, maybe consider a little less since we're in a state of war. My second takeaway is work through partnerships. Those are absolutely critical. And then lastly, think asymmetrically when it comes to deterring and defending against hybrid war, and maybe consider getting on the offense. So thank you so much to my distinguished panel. Please join me in thanking our panel for this conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Center for Security and Emerging Technology, Helen.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to be moderating this panel on AI, outsmarting ourselves, the risks and rewards of the AI race. And before I bring our group of panelists on stage, we will hear some short opening remarks from Professor Yoshua Bengio. Professor Bengio is an extremely distinguished AI researcher, known as one of the godfathers of deep learning. He's a Turing Award winner. He's the head of the Montreal Institute for Learning Algorithms, and he is now also the scientific director of Law Zero, a new organization he has recently founded. So, yeah, Professor Bengio, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. I want to start by bringing you up to the facts, the scientific facts about the advances that AI is showing in scientific benchmarks over the last few years. But in particular, some people may have said that, oh, there's a slowdown, but we don't see that in those benchmarks. And if this continues, this will be so transformative for our societies, and in particular in ways that matter for security that I want to tell you about today. So, yes, this technology can bring tremendous benefits, but only if we steer it wisely. And that means also something we can't do individually, in one company or one country. Maybe the most important message, besides the fact that capabilities are going up, is for you to understand or integrate the notion that intelligence gives power. Okay, and we're building machines that are smarter and smarter, and it seems to continue. So, what can go wrong with that power? It depends on how it's used. It can be used beneficially. And I want to bring an image that Dario Amodei has been using, this notion of a country of geniuses in a data center. So if things continue at the current rate, we'll have millions or hundreds of millions of these entities that could be as smart as our best researchers in, according to him, just a year, maybe a few years, depending on who you ask. So what can go wrong with a country of geniuses in a data center, right? It depends of two things. Who decides what they're going to be up to, and whether we can even control them to do the things that we want. So currently, the way that we're designing AIs doesn't prevent bad actors from using those systems, even though it's happening, behind an API, through the internet. So we don't even know how to make sure that the AIs are following our instructions. For example, not helping cyber attacks using the intelligence of the current systems. So, what is it going to be when these systems are much more powerful? One way to think about this is a little bit like this country of geniuses from a national security perspective is like another country, on the international scene. And we're not sure if they're going to be benevolent or if they're going to have bad intentions. And we're not sure if they're going to be working towards goals that we want, if they're controlled by others that may have, maybe in some ways in an adversarial position. So this question of how do we design AI that will follow our instructions, it's still something we don't know how to do. It's like we're training these entities like we're training a young animal, but the animal is getting smarter and bigger, and we still haven't figured it out. So if humanity was of one mind, it would be easy to fix this problem. But there's competition. There's competition between companies, and there's competition between countries. In addition, the harms that could happen if this power is used in nefarious ways isn't something that's limited to one country, right? An AI could be designed in one country and then it could be used by people in a second country in a way that harms people in a third country. So we're going to need international coordination to deal with this. And it's difficult to do this coordination when we are all competing with each other, because in the short term, it looks like we have to cut corners on safety, on making sure that those AIs will respect our instructions. Because currently, all of the pressure on the companies, for example, is how do we make these AIs smarter, but not necessarily better behaving in a moral sense or just of following our instructions. So it's a kind of prisoner's dilemma where if we don't step out of the game and if we don't coordinate, there's a possibility that we all lose. We all lose because the technology we develop can be used by, say, rogue actors in a way that's going to harm us and a lot of people. Or we could all lose if we create even rogue AIs that we don't know how to control and are smarter than us. So it's not just a race towards progress. It's a race towards potentially shared instability. And there's no winning when speed outpaces safety, only a collective increase in risk. Without appropriate guardrails, it's important to understand that this technology could destabilize the geopolitical stability that we've known for many decades. There could be a concentration of power in the hands of a few companies or a few countries that completely changes the face of the stability that exists right now, whether it's economic or military. So there's a lot of uncertainty about everything that I'm saying. Nobody has a crystal ball, but if we look at the trends, this is where it looks like we're going. And there could be very positive outcomes or very negative outcomes. It's going to depend on our choices. It's going to depend on our ability to step back from that race. So to conclude, just want to mention that we will be presenting in India the International AI Safety Report, which is an international panel with 30 countries and where we have tried to bring together all the scientific evidence to inform policymakers about these issues. And I'll be pleased to offer my scientific perspective in this panel. Thank you.
I believe we just have a brief change of scenery. Professor Benjo, please have a seat, and I can introduce our remaining panelists. We have truly a powerhouse panel to discuss today. First, I'll introduce Henna Virkkunen, who is Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Technology, Sovereignty, Security, and Democracy. Welcome. Senator Chris Murphy is U.S. Senator for Connecticut, and I believe also has the distinction of being the first senator to have a tweet about AI go viral. So excellent participant for us today. Madam Fu Ying is the former Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China and is now the founding chair at the Center for International Security and Strategy of Tsinghua University, obviously a very familiar face at Munich. And Kent Walker is President for Global Affairs at Google. Welcome, Mr. Walker. Wonderful. So our time is short, and our topic is very large. So I thought I would start by laying some groundwork that I believe we can all agree on. Just by show of nodding heads so we can get it covered. Do we all agree that AI is an absolutely transformative technology and deserves the attention of this conference? I think yes.
Yes.
Do we all agree that AI has the potential to create enormous benefits for society if we handle it well? I believe yes.
Yes.
And do we all believe that it poses significant risks that we will need to manage carefully? I believe also yes. Wonderful. So as a brief level setting, I would love to see, just by show of hands in the room, who here uses AI regularly? Language models, chatbots, similar. Fantastic. Okay, so a familiar room. That's great to know. To get started, I thought I would ask our three panelists directly next to me, our government and former government panelists. We're constantly hearing about the need to win the AI race. Would you each talk from your, I think, fairly different vantage points about how you think about what it means to win an AI race, and if you think that's the right way to think about what is going on here?
We as Europeans, we see that it's very important that we have also our own capacity when it comes to AI, that we are not dependent totally on third countries or one company, because we see that this is very critical technology and we want to be able also to develop our own models in Europe and train with our content, with our languages, with our data here. But who is winning the AI race? I don't see that it's necessarily that we should have like one actor who is dominating AI. So I think those maybe who are able to really capture the productivity, also security value with the AI, they will be the winners, of course, in this race.
All right, so capturing economic and security value. Senator Murphy?
Well, to me, it's about finding this balance that we heard about in the opening remarks, capturing the benefits of AI, the transformations that it could make to healthcare research, energy development, basic everyday problem solving, without it causing both economic and spiritual disintegration. In fact, that might be our primary victory in the short run, is to be able to work together or separately on a regulatory regime that doesn't collapse our economy as we lose jobs at a pace that creates political disintegration, and that we don't collapse our cultures spiritually as we transition the human race away from the core basic meanings and purposes, conversation, friendship, creativity, problem solving, to machines too quickly. So to me, I think I wake up every day thinking that victory looks like preventing the worst, more so than capturing the best. But obviously, you want that balance in the end. That's victory to me.
Thank you. Madam Fu.
Thank you. Winning implies a finishing line. But with science and technology, it's not a short period of racing. It's every latest model is the best, and the next is better. So you wouldn't say you can stay winning just by one success. But it's a legitimate question because now, obviously, China and US are leading, but they are not able to collaborate. Science and technology is meant for improving human life, improving society, but the lack of cooperation of the major countries, major companies, is hurting the progress of the advance of science, and especially if the race is going against safety, like Benjo has on many occasions talked about it, that is even more dangerous. I remember it was, I think it was 2019, Dr. Kissinger, he was in China. We were discussing about the safety of AI, and he was very concerned that the China-US could not collaborate. And our agreement was that if China-US could work together, we might find a way to address this existential threat for mankind by the advance of fast advance of AI technology. But if each country tries to fight the other with the AI technology, then AI might win. So there is a higher risk for mankind.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, I would love to talk about, as the AI race has taken shape and has accelerated, it's interesting, the panelists I think we heard so far, maybe questioning the goal of winning the race above everything else. But one side effect we've seen so far is it's spilling out of the digital and into the physical with the massive infrastructure build out that we have been seeing over the past year or more. And along with that infrastructure build out, we've seen a lot of public concern about things like environmental impacts of the need for computing power, the possibility that we might be in a financial bubble and what might happen if that pops. I know Google has thought a lot about these issues. I'd be curious how you think about the way that they fit into the kind of overall risk and reward calculus with AI.
Yes, thank you. We've always talked about developing AI boldly and responsibly, and we take that very seriously. Releasing our models only after they've been reviewed carefully, fine-tuned, gone through extensive red teaming. That commitment extends to the construction of data centers, where we are trying very hard to use sustainable resources to do it, to reduce the amount of energy, reduce the amount of water that's consumed for every query that's made. We want to make sure that we're responsible stewards in the way we do this. Even as it's right, we do invest more and more. We are at the same time also seeing real-world benefits from these technologies, and it's important to note that. The panel's acknowledged it, but they range from Waymo cars, which will, I think, save hundreds of thousands of lives every year. Weather forecasting, flood forecasting, which is now covering billions of people around the planet, giving them advance notice of severe weather events. And also playing defense when it comes to cybersecurity. Some of these tools are in the hands of terrorist groups or adversaries. We need to be able to anticipate and get ahead of challenges we'll be facing in cybersecurity with tools like Code Mender, which can self-heal networks. So it is going to be a balance, and we want to make sure we're proceeding deliberately, intelligently, and in a holistic, collective way. Some of that is thoughtful regulation. We've long said that AI is too important not to regulate, and too important not to regulate well. And also there's a responsibility for the private sector here, working across standards organizations, ISO, the Frontier Model Forum, and others, to come up with a definition of what does good look like, what should you aspire to, and what should you avoid.
Wonderful. I'd love to turn now, there's been a couple mentions of international coordination or cooperation on AI already. I would love to turn to try and get as concrete as we can about what that could look like. Maybe Professor Bengio, starting with your thoughts. I mean, from what I've seen over the past year or two, maybe a couple of years ago, the closest thing to international coordination and cooperation was a budding effort to put out safety frameworks, frontier frameworks for the new risks that are emerging as the technology advances. So risks like as they become more capable at cyber offense, as they the AI systems become more able to help people develop chemical weapons, biological weapons, as the AI systems become more autonomous, perhaps able to contribute to AI R&D themselves. We saw a real wave of these safety frameworks being put out by companies. US companies put out frameworks. Some Chinese companies committed to putting out frameworks. I'm not sure if that's eventuated. There was some real energy behind that kind of industry-led international coordination, also around the Bletchley Summit and Seoul Summit. From where I sit, it feels like some of that energy has ebbed over the past 6 or 12 months. I'd be curious if you agree, and if so, whether you think trying to revive that process is the best chance for international cooperation, coordination, or where else sort of concretely you would push that?
So, yeah, I mean, there's a balance of things that have happened. For example, there were only 6 companies that had a security framework a year ago. Now there's 12. There was no effective legislation. Now we have the code of practice in the EU. We have legislation in California and New York, and other states are coming up in various aspects of AI. So I think that there has been progress, but of course, as you said, there's been also lobbies that are trying to prevent any state government intervention. Going back to the international coordination problem and some of the things that Madame Fu said, there are lots of things that can be shared. Like if we make progress on the science of safety, for example, it's in everyone's interest to share that information, right? So that's one example. Another thing that's good to start working on right now, even though we don't see a vision for the short term for international coordination, say involving the US and China, is technology that would make it feasible and easy to verify any kind of future treaty. And it can be useful even for verifying that companies are doing what they said that they would, right? So there are a number of groups trying to make sure that, a treaty isn't just going to be something you have to trust the other party to do, but that can be verified. So in other words, technologically, something that would be different in the chips and the hardware that makes it possible to check, things like how big of a model you're training and other quantities that matter. I think ultimately the other thing I want to say about international coordination is the forces of competition are not helping, but if the awareness of the potentially catastrophic risks, whether by misuse or loss of control, grows sufficiently, then all parties understand that we could all lose if we don't coordinate. Like, it's not in the interest of any of the party that these catastrophes would happen. And then it's just like we've seen for nuclear weapons, except that it took like 15 years after the Second World War for getting these things going, and we may not have 15 years. We have to do it faster.
Would other panelists like to add on international coordination? Madame Fu, I know that you've spoken about the importance of international cooperation on AI. How do you see the concrete next steps forward at this moment?
There have been a lot of efforts actually at the UN level. For example, China is very supportive of UN playing a role in gathering a consensus on AI safety, broaden awareness. And the Bletchley process was also very important. It really tried to organize at the government level of what is called AI safety institutions collaboration. But unfortunately, this process is not moving forward. But the people who have been on the track are still talking with each other. I think it's very important for people like Joshua and Jeff Hinton and in China, Andrew Yao. There is a group of very important scientists who gather together annually, and they go a few steps ahead and set the warnings. It was 2024 when Benjo came to Beijing, and that's how I started. He educated me about the AI safety issue, and the meeting launched this red line statement, which really has become a kind of a going ahead of everybody and setting the standard, trying to set the standard. Unfortunately, the development has gone almost crossing the technology is almost crossing the red line, and there's still not yet a globally agreed regulative framework. That's very unfortunate, and that's why I think we should be aware that the geopolitics interference in the science progress is very dangerous.
Just to reinforce this question of crossing red lines, we've seen in the last few months, as I mentioned, cyber attacks that were in great part just run by AIs themselves. But we've seen also in many evaluations that the AIs, the most advanced ones, they now know when they are being tested and they are behaving so as to pass the tests. So it could be testing their capability to see if they have dangerous capabilities, if it's get used in the wrong hands. Or it could be that they have good intentions, or they won't cross our moral red lines. But now we are in a situation, the companies are admitting, where we're not really sure when we get those risk evaluations what we're getting. And this is just, I think, a wake-up call to see that something we mentioned in the international report, that currently the science of mitigating the risks is progressing, but not nearly as fast as the capabilities of these AI systems.
I would just add, there obviously is an effective moratorium on the United States right now when it comes to interest in either domestic regulation or in international regulation. And a mandate for an American leader to prioritize working internationally to regulate AI doesn't come from nowhere. The industry right now is spending millions of dollars trying to suppress conversation in the United States at the state level and at the federal level around a regulatory framework. And so it becomes very difficult for there to be any president who's going to prioritize bringing this conversation to China or to our allies if there are hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on our politics in the United States by the AI companies and by the technology companies trying to destroy any enthusiasm or conversation about regulation. That's the political reality.
I think it's also a remarkable industry. I don't know that I've ever before seen an industry where the industry players themselves are spending an enormous amount to push against regulation, and then some of the leading employees inside those companies are spending their own money to lobby for regulation because they're so concerned about the technology that they're building. And that's
or leaving the company.
Or leaving the company and blowing the whistle, that's right. I'll turn to audience questions in just a moment, so please have a think about what you would like to ask our panelists. But one more question before then. Perhaps Vice President Rikkunen, for you as a leader in the European Union, and then Mr. Walker, for you as a leader in a multinational company. I would love to hear, we're here in Germany. I'm based in Washington, D.C. We like to think purely about the U.S. and China often. But I would love to hear about the middle powers and how you think about that. The EU, are you acting primarily as a bloc trying to compete as a superpower bloc? Do you think there's a role for coordination with other middle powers? I'm originally Australian. And yeah, Mr. Walker, would love to hear how you think about that, operating across borders as an American-based company.
Yeah, maybe coming back to that question that should there be international cooperation when it comes to rules in AI. I think certainly that we should have more international cooperation now and activities in this field. Of course, European Union was the first continent to set rules to AI, and there we have also in our AI Act, we have very risk-based approach. So we see that most of the cases, the risk is very low where we're using AI, but then when we are speaking of the user cases where, for example, AI is operating the systems in the hospitals or in transportation, when AI is deciding who will get the job, then AI is making very important decisions which are having huge impacts to people's everyday life. And those systems, they have to meet certain standards. They have to be tested before they are entering to the markets that people can also trust to these technologies. We think that it's important basis for innovations that people can trust to our technologies. And also in generative AI, general purpose AI, we have also rules there about transparency, safety, security of the systems, respect of the copyrights. And there we have also a code of practice where more than 26 companies, they were signing that they are committed, voluntary, take also these actions to make sure that they are complying with our AI Act. But I see that those countries who haven't set any rules to AI, they have to come back to that because, of course, AI, in the same time, when it's creating great opportunities, there's also risks coming, and we have to be also prepared for that. European Union is acting as a one bloc when it comes to our digital markets, to our single markets. We are boosting innovations and investments. We are heavily investing together with our member states now to AI infrastructure as well, setting up 19 AI factories and very soon now launching call for gigafactories. And we are doing it together with our member states and also together with the industry. And also we have digital partnerships with Canada, with Japan, with Korea, and of course these like-minded partners, Singapore as well. We're working also with Australia, Brazil. So really, I think with these partners, it's also important to look how we can also work in field of AI and also shape globally, of course, the rules on AI. Because I see that the safety should be interest of everybody globally when it comes to AI.
And we share the interest in a global framework and alignment and cohesion. We work with the Vice President's services and with Professor Bengio on the code of practice to which we subscribed.
Thank you.
Yes, we worked in California with Governor Newsom's office on a version of that in California with regard to transparency. And we remain engaged in a number of U.S. states, and we would support a federal framework for transparency, for some of these other issues. Many countries around the world are facing this challenge, from Japan to Singapore to India. Obviously, the UK is working through a variety of other issues as well. At the same time, we also have to recognize existing laws should apply to AI. And we need to think through the implications there because there's so many different applications of AI, from healthcare to online content to banking and the like. Existing regulators need to think through how does AI change the work they've been doing. There's a lot of expertise there. We need to revamp it and re-energize it for this new century?
Thank you.
In China, the regulative effort has become, is growing gradually, and it's based on a decade of internet governance rules and regulations, and now we have incorporated AI into the law. And in China, the thinking is to try to strike a balance between safety and development. We call it small steps, fast pace. We launch AI management regulations every other year, and to try to also issue targeted measures to make sure that the regulation keep pace, but not to block the technological progress.
Thank you. Yeah, let's turn to audience questions. I think we have time for at least a couple. Over here, we'll start, and there's a microphone. And I'll remind, of course, we all know a question is maybe 1 or 2 sentences and ends with a question mark. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Nubar Fain, and my question is to Mr. Bengio. We're talking as though these AI systems will remain within the domain of how humans behave. But as you know, a week or 2 ago, there was with Moltbook a system which looks a lot more like nature and evolving capabilities that I think humans will never understand. If agents gain those capabilities, how are humans going to regulate what we don't understand?
Well, that is exactly why we need a lot more scientific understanding of what is going on, and a requirement in the future for companies to also know what they're doing, because right now, really, there's so much in terms of unknown unknowns, especially when you have millions or thousands, hundreds of thousands, I think, in the case of Moltbook, of AIs interacting with each other. That's completely unknown territory, and we're seeing strange things. These are not controlled experiments, so it's not clear what's really going on. But there should be more serious studies to understand these dynamics. We also have been seeing, by the way, over the last year, especially since the summer, dynamics of the interaction between people and AIs, where people become emotionally attached to an AI and can become, completely delusional in this loop. With some serious consequences already. So there's really, this was not something that was on the radar screen a year ago. Nobody anticipated any of these things. And that is exactly why we need to be cautious, why we need to study those phenomena before they are deployed on a large scale without, knowing the consequences.
Another question? I will happily keep asking questions. Wonderful.
There's a question.
Over here. Thank you.
I was at Google a couple of days ago, and you were very proudly announcing how much more of your code is being written by AI. Do you think that this is safe at this point in time, given that all studies show that the code produced by AI is of a lot inferior quality compared to human written code?
We do have human review of the code that's being developed, but I would say the quality of AI code is improving. A lot of it is being done at a basic level. The humans are still doing the architecture, essentially, and the administrative tasks are being done by models. But this continues to advance. We're seeing great, and not just Google, Anthropic, others are doing very good work in terms of creating code-building machines. You've heard of vibe coding, where we're reducing barriers to entry. People who didn't have a background in coding are actually able to use these tools to create applications that are useful for themselves. So it's obviously an area to watch. We need to drive down the hallucination rate, make sure the code actually performs appropriately. But at the same time, again, there are adversarial attacks against code. Much code already that's written by people has bugs in it. We don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And AI can actually remove bugs and vulnerabilities in our existing systems. Again, Anthropic just published an example where they were able to identify hundreds of vulnerabilities in open source code that they're now working to remediate. And so AI can actually help us and get to a better than human standard in some cases. I suspect Professor Bengio wants to weigh in.
Yeah, no, I agree with the things you're saying, but I want to also emphasize that the public declarations from many in those companies suggest that they have a plan to advance, in particular, the ability of AI to do coding and research in AI. And the idea, in case you're not familiar with it, is that once we have AI systems that can code and do research in AI, as well as the best humans, that these AIs start really be driving the next generation of AI and accelerate that progress. Because once you train an AI, it's like you have a million of these in your data center running together. So there could really be a possibility for this kind of advances to really change the game and also change the balance of power, by the way, that this conference is about. And we should really keep an eye on this. Also, if the AIs are designing the next version of AI, then the guardrails coming from human oversight might not be sufficient to check that there are no backdoors and bad behaviors that we don't see coming in those future versions. So it's not something that is happening right now, but this is clearly the path that many companies are talking about in order to get to superintelligence. And we should be very, very careful about how this is going to happen, if it does.
Let's go just in the front here. Mm-hmm.
And thank you so much for the moderator and the panelists for the great discussion. I'm Mohammed, I'm from Sudan. As AI increasingly shape global power structures, how can nations in the global south ensure they are not merely participants in a system designed elsewhere, but active architects of AI future that reflect their own economic priorities, cultural value, and democratic aspirations?
Thank you. Which of our panelists? Vice President?
Yes, I see also that AI is something so important that everybody should have really access to that, and we should really support all the countries also to build up their capacities in this field, and like you said, also to really train and develop the models based to different culture and languages, and we see that this is a very important part, of course, of the technological future of the countries. So I think it's also important to support that kind of activities all over the world, that everybody is having access to these important tools.
And I would just say this is reflected in a conversation that happens in the United States. What freaks people out in the United States is the idea that there are going to be only a handful of companies that are going to control these enormous data sets and these enormously powerful capabilities, and that one person could wake up one day and decide to make a tweak to the code, the algorithm, the way in which the LLM works, and your existence has fundamentally changed. And so it is in, I think, the interest of the global south, the interest of the world writ large, but also in the interest of the constituents that I represent, to try to build out AI in a more decentralized way than it exists today. Now, we're very fearful of that in the United States because we see a much more centralized process in China. And we are told repeatedly that if you don't invest power in just a handful of companies, you'll lose this race. So add to the list of things that we should be talking about at a global level, how you build out a future platform in AI that allows for more decentralization. That's something that we can be talking about at that table as well.
I just want to repeat some of the words that my Prime Minister, Canadian Prime Minister Carney said at Davos recently. If you're not at a table, you are on the menu. So what this means is the countries that don't manage to be in an alliance to make sure they will have a say in how AI will be developed and deployed and how that power will be decentralized, right, could end up victims in one way or another, or at least decisions will be taken without their voice. And it's not clear right now how developing countries can have any chance at having a voice, but this should be the priority because there are lots of countries that are not the US and China, and when they get together, I think they are a force to be reckoned with.
These are clearly important considerations. My colleague James Manika co-chaired a UN report on the global perspectives on AI, trying to bring in perspectives from around the world. And we have commissioned research polling in different countries. It's notable that the most optimistic region of the world about AI is actually the global south. because they see the potential for clean water, for better health care, for improvements in transportation and energy, et cetera. So the promise here is great, but the need for wide input into the conversations and the values that are behind the development is also clearly important.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question, if we have another. We'll go here in the front.
Hello, I'm Khadija Bukhari. I'm a Munich Young Leader this year, and I'm from Pakistan. You talked about the fear of select companies, multinational, controlling AI and therefore controlling the information. My question is, isn't that the same risk that comes with if the government is controlling? Because there's also only select type of regulation that can happen. It requires resources, etc. So are we just changing faces from multinational companies to select governments that will still then be controlling the same narrative?
Well, certainly any time that you're talking about a robust system of government regulation, there's a risk of winners and losers being chosen by the government. But there is plenty of history in the way that the United States regulates emerging industries to show that we actually can prioritize protecting consumers, protecting human beings, rather than allocating who wins in a market or who loses in a market. You know, if you just started with some very easy steps like requiring watermarks for AI-generated content, keeping kids away from these chatbots, that doesn't give advantage to one company or another. It just protects human beings from the immediate abuses. So your question is the right one, but there is a way to do it that doesn't put a finger unduly on the scale.
And I would just add one quick thing. If we don't want to see concentration of power of the kind you're concerned about, you know, it can't be that we allow a single company to dominate or a couple, and similarly, we can't allow a single country or a couple to dominate. It has to be a world that is multilateral, where we manage that power so that we all win.
Thank you. I'm being told we need to wrap up our panel. I will thank you very much, and please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists on this important topic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue with the program immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the program in the main conference hall in another minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, we've prepped the stage. I kindly ask you to take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now so we can continue with the program. the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Good evening. I hope everybody is finding their seats. Please bear with me. We'll take another 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure before this day of intense discussion concludes to welcome a very special guest of honor here before dinner time starts. President Macron of France has been here, I hope I'm right, at least 4 times before. So if my calculation is correct, this is his 5th appearance in Munich. And we'll try to give him a special certificate of honor for this repeated loyalty to the Munich Security Conference. We are very happy to welcome you here once again, Monsieur le Président. It's a special honor to have the President of France addressing this crowd, and I would hope that you will all give President Macron a warm applause of welcome. We've had in the earlier stages of today several presentations, including, of course, one by Chancellor Merz of Germany, about how Europeans look at the current state of play. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock or so, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will address this audience. And I hope very much that as we continue to discuss the state of the transatlantic relationship and the propositions about how the European Union can assert itself, maybe more than has been the case in the recent past, I hope we don't lose sight of the fact that there is one, can I call it one elephant in the room, that's called Ukraine. We need to make sure that our efforts, that our focus continues to be on how to make sure that this country will not go through a 5th year of being terrorized by continued Russian aggression. And this is why we will tomorrow evening not offer our annual Ewald von Kleist Award to an individual personality who deserves to be honored. Instead, we've decided to honor the brave people of Ukraine. So now, without further ado, Monsieur le Président, I'd like for you to take the floor, address this crowd, and then maybe we have time for a few questions after that. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Head of State and Governments, Madame la Présidente de la Commission, ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Ischinger, dear Wolfgang, for organizing the upload before the speech, which is always the best guarantee. And second, to be, in a certain way, the embodiment of the transatlantic relation, because I was not here last year, but I see you're back, and this is good news. Nevertheless, and I will try to address your point of self-assertion of the European, and I wanted to come today in front of you with a message of hope and determination. Where some see threats, I see our fortitude. Where some see doubts, I want to see opportunity. Because I believe that Europe is inherently strong and can be made even stronger yet. And this is now. That a stronger Europe will be a better friend for its allies, especially for the United States. and that everybody is asking us to be stronger, except our adversaries, of course, sometimes also, less understandably, ourselves. And this is what we need to remedy as well. And this is why I really believe, and I want to start with this remark, we need a much more positive mindset. And in support of it, I would like to start by offering a brief clarification. There has been a tendency these days in this place and beyond to overlook Europe and sometimes to criticize it outright. Caricatures have been made. Europe has been vilified as an aging, slow, fragmented construct sidelined by history, as an over-regulated, listless economy that shuns innovation, as a society prey to barbaric migration that would corrupt its precious traditions. And most curiously yet, in some quarters, as a repressive continent where free speech, or I would say, where speech would not be free, and alternative facts could not claim the same right of place as truth itself. That old-fashioned and cumbersome concept. I want to offer a wholly different view. Europe is a radically original political construction of free sovereign states who conjured together centuries of rivalry and war to institutionalize peace through economic interdependence. And don't believe once again, this is an old-fashioned construction. This is what we need. This is what we have to advocate. And I see so many friends from the Western Balkans and Moldova here. They want to join the European Union. Why? Because they know the value of this approach. And we are too shy not to say we are in a certain way starting not to believe in ourselves, which is a huge mistake. Everyone should take their cue from us instead of criticizing us or trying to divide us. When President Putin came here 20 years ago to make the case for spheres of influence for his country, he was actually arguing for spheres of coercion at the expense of Europe. He was, in effect, advocating for the resumption of a doctrine repudiated even before the breakup of the USSR. We all said no. And it is the same resounding no that we are opposing to the reckless assault against Ukraine. But that line of thought, where your neighbors are considered as captive satellites, and they should be forced back when they stray away from orbit, has not disappeared. Quite the contrary, it seems to gain new traction. And to all those who are thus inclined, I would say, look at Europe. Obviously, the European Union, but as well, all these close friends of Europe, Western Balkans, Norway, UK, Canada. Look at what we can achieve with a partnership of equals. Look at that incredible space for the free movement of goods and people, a space of freedom, a space of peace and prosperity. Look at the life expectancy, health, equality and freedom indicators. And we still believe in science in Europe, even when we speak about health and this type of things. And I really believe it's much better. Look at our climate and competitiveness policies. Look at the number of EU Nobel Prizes and Fields medals. Look at how the European cohesion policies ensured economic convergence and how citizens, their liberties, their press, schools, universities, and academic freedoms are protected. It is a space, not a coercion, but of cooperation. We should be proud of our European achievement and know our strengths. Obviously, we have to fix a lot of things. We were all together yesterday in a retreat to speak about our competitiveness. And we know the homework we have to deliver. But let's speak about our homework behind closed doors and let's deliver. But let's provide a positive image of ourselves and let's be proud of ourselves, because this is what our fellow citizens need. And this is, I really believe, the reality of this continent. We should be proud of our European achievements, indeed, and we Europeans are proud to play down ourselves and to endure that others would do so too. We shouldn't, period. This doesn't mean that we are not challenged, but let's face this challenge and let's fix them. But I wanted to start with this clarification. And I will not speak, perhaps you will have questions about Middle East. I will not speak about Iran, even if all of us, we are in total support with civil societies after what happened. But I want to focus precisely on our existential challenge, Ukraine. Ukraine today, Ukraine tomorrow, Ukraine the day after, and security in Europe. Ukraine is obviously the first challenge we have. And on this challenge, we delivered. We delivered. With a total assistance of 170 billion euro package, making Europe by far the main donor, and today almost the only source of military funding. We imposed 20 sanction package on Russia and entirely rearranged our economic model to reduce dependency on Russia. And very rapidly. Nobody thought in February 22 we would be able to do so. We did it. I fully support President Trump's drive towards a negotiated peace, one that should be just, lasting and robust. And I want to believe that we're getting closer. But as discussions are taking shape, Russia keeps pounding civilians and destroying energy facilities with the obvious aim of freezing Ukrainians into submission. The answer cannot be to cave into Russia's demands, but to increase pressure on Russia instead. And let us look at the broader picture. If you take this past 4 years, Russia, after invading Ukraine, is a weakened country. It squandered inordinate amounts of money on a senseless war and has now entered recession. It is isolated economically. It is completely dependent on China. While the country already had a severe demographic problem, it lost hundreds of thousands of young lives to an illusion. It meant to fight NATO expansion. Sweden and Finland joined NATO. It meant to weaken Europe. Europe is massively rearming. This is a strategic, an economic, and even a military failure. And when I hear some defeating speech about Ukraine, when I hear some leaders urging Ukraine to accept they are defeated, overpricing Russia in this war, this is a huge strategic mistake because this is not a reality. One day Russians will have to reckon with the enormity of the crime committed in their name, with the futility of the pretexts, and the devastating longer-term effects on their country. But until that time comes, we will not lower the guard. We must ensure that the settlement protects Ukraine, preserves European security, disincentivizes Russia from attempting again, and also doesn't give the rest of the world a calamitous example to follow. So the Europeans have a direct stake. As main actors of the support to Ukraine, as members of the coalition of the willing, as fellow inhabitants of the same continent, and because of the European destiny of Ukraine. First, we have to make sure that Ukraine is in a position to continue to resist the aggression. Last December, European Council decided on the 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine for 26 and 27, two-thirds of which will be devoted to military equipment, with a clear Ukrainian and European preference. And France will do its part. And I want to thank the President of the Commission for the hard work in order to deliver this package, and it will be voted in the days to come. Our Defense Minister just visited Kyiv. Our Deputy Defense Minister did the same. And we sent new equipment to Ukraine on top of what is done. And I want to thank Germany for the great commitment and all the financing. Second, we should keep going after the Russian war economy. We are preparing a 20 sanction package in the EU, focusing on the energy and financial services actors. And we should continue to hit harder the Russian shadow fleet. Russian oil revenue is down 25%. And 75% of sanctioned ships do not return to Russia. We should definitely step up and generalize this effort against the Russian shadow fleet because it's efficient and it's painful for the war economy in Russia. Third, we should intensify the work carried out with the coalition of the willing on security guarantees. Imagine 1 year ago, we were just looking at the US to try to clarify if they were ready to engage on Ukraine or pushing just for the end of the war without any condition. The big change during this year, this coalition of the willing, from the Canadians to the EU, Norway, Iceland, Western Balkans country, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, we finance 100%. When some US materials is delivered to Ukraine today through the coalition of the willing, it is financed by the coalition of the willing. So it's a first wake-up call, and it worked. We organized ourselves to frame the support to Ukraine, and we did organize and finalize in January with a clear political mandate the security guarantees for the day after the peace, in order to make this peace credible and sustainable. Our military staff are finalizing this work with now a clear backstop provided by the US and a monitoring process, but a clear commitment of all the Europeans and allies in these security guarantees. Fourth, the Europeans will have to agree to any possible deal, because they will be an essential part of any security guarantees, any prosperity package, any sanctions relief, any decisions on the European future for Ukraine. No peace without the Europeans. I want to be very clear. You can negotiate without the Europeans if you prefer, but it will not bring a peace at the table. It is for the same reason that I have decided to establish a direct channel of communication with Russia in full transparency with Ukraine and our European partners and our American allies. We will be part of the solution, and we should be part of the discussion. And we have our own European interests to defend in this, especially when it comes to the future of strategic stability on our continent. And this is for me the second challenge ahead of us. How will we, in the future, coexist in Europe with an unreconstructed, aggressive Russia on our borders? And we have to discuss this issue now. If we reach a settlement on Ukraine, we will still have to contend with an aggressive Russia, with a defensive industry on a sugar high and a bloated army. We will have to define rules of coexistence that limit the risk of escalation beyond current work on separation of forces after a future ceasefire. As Europeans, we will start with defining our own security interests. And this is part of such a peace deal. Should we accept the deployment of long-range missiles within distance of our borders? Should we accept Russian interference in our neighborhood? What does arms control look like in the age of drones? Will it be possible to define missile limitation arrangements in Europe, like the INF Treaty, while China has become a factor in arms control? And what about the nuclear domain, where New START, the last treaty still in force between the US and Russia, is now terminated? How will we rebuild our alliances in our immediate neighborhood when Russia is trying to maintain or increase its footprint in the Mediterranean Sea or in Africa, aligning with all the forces of destabilization? I'm clearly incomplete in this list, but all of these questions have to be carefully prepared by the Europeans, because we will have to be at the table of these discussions, and these discussions will occur, and we have to be prepared. And we all forgot that a few years ago, we just lived in an order where all these questions were partially fixed by very old treaties, negotiated without the Europeans, for the Europeans, betrayed without any consentment of the Europeans, and sometimes with the withdrawal of some allies without any coordination with the Europeans. And I still remember the end of the INF Treaty. I discovered it in the newspapers, as all the allies. We have to be the one to negotiate this new architecture of security for Europe the day after, because our geography will not change. We will live with Russia at the same place and the Europeans at the same place. And I don't want this negotiation to be organized by somebody else, as the Europeans. Even in periods of less confrontation, it took sometimes decades to craft any of these treaties that helped mitigate the dangers of the Cold War. But the Europeans must start this work with their own thinking and their own interests. So my proposal today is to launch a series of consultations on this important issue, which we have started to flesh out with our British and German colleagues, but in a broader European consultation with all the colleagues here, with a lot of capacities, a lot of strategic thinking. I see my Swedish colleague and a lot of European colleagues. We will address together these issues. We will coordinate, and we have to face it. This leads me to the third challenge. How do we build leverage to enter into such discussions in a position of strength? Europe is rearming, but we must now go beyond. Europe has to learn to become a geopolitical power. It was not part of our DNA. We conceived ourselves as a political construction to provide peace. We delivered. Second, a single market to provide growth and prosperity. We delivered. Now we have to reform it in this new order. In this new geopolitical environment, Europe has to become a geopolitical power. It's ongoing, but we have to accelerate and clearly to deliver all the components of a geopolitical power. In defense, in technology, and in the de-risking vis-à-vis all the big powers in order to be much more independent. But when I speak about Europe becoming a power, I don't speak about France or Germany becoming a power. I speak about Europe. So we have to think and act as Europeans, I would say by design. And this is what we have to do now. And if this time of rearmament is a time of dis-synergies, of separation, or national power, it would be a huge mistake. We have to think now, power at the European scale. We have to think about our defense, obviously, but we have to reduce our dependencies through policies of European preference. This must be the case for the entire value chain, from AI and cloud computing, critical minerals, space, clean tech, as well as defense industries and design of armament. Everywhere we have over-dependencies. We have to de-risk our model, and we have to endorse clearly a European preference. Targeted, perfectly designed, and I want to thank the Commission for this hard work, but this is a necessity. We will be credible only if we are able to procure and produce what we need, without foreign strings attached. We have achieved significant progress last year within the EU. We have agreed on a defense readiness roadmap to 2030 to fill our critical capability gaps with standardized and interoperable equipment in Europe. And in this spirit, I believe clearly we have to follow up. This is why it makes sense to make the future air combat system together with Germany and Spain. It does make sense to have concrete projects like air defense with SAMP/T new generation with Italy and UK. It does make sense to have early warning system like JEWELS, our initiative with Germany. And we have to accelerate the cooperation we organized sometimes 7, 8 years ago, and we have to build additional cooperation. And I want to warn everybody, you have a lot of money on the European market on defense and security. If this money is used just to have national solutions, or just to favor the national players without a clear European approach to build European standards, to make European simplification, and to play Europeans, and to help countries to deploy as well additional industrial footprints, we will waste our money, waste our time, and create a lot of dis-synergies. Huge mistake. So I'm an old-fashioned guy for these days, but I do believe in the FCAS, I do believe in JEWELS, and I do believe in SAMP/T new generation, because it's hard for me to understand how we will build new common solution if we destroy the few one we had. Sorry to say that. And we have adopted new EU financing instruments, such as EDIP and SAFE. And don't underestimate the strength of this instrument. We decided to raise money on the market for EU to make common protection. I don't want to pronounce any name, or I know the taboo sometimes we have. But de facto, we decided to issue money on the market, have common borrowing programs on defense. It's a very good thing. Because this money, we have a lot of appetite in the market to take it. There is an appetite for safe and liquid assets. This is European money. And it will be used for European solutions and European programs. It's wonderful innovation. We should actively expand our toolkit to include items of strategic value, such as deep precision strike capacities as well. And the European initiative called ELSA is very important in this regard, because it is something, despite the end of the INF Treaty, which will allow us to close the gap. And it's very important, the discussion we have with UK, Germany, but open to a lot of other European players, to have a new generation of long-range missiles that will give Europe a new edge. But credibility is not only a question of missiles. It is in large part a question of determination. If we want to be taken seriously on the European continent and beyond, we must show the world our unwavering commitment to defend our own interests. It starts, of course, with continuing to extend our support to Ukraine, but it could nicely follow with fending off unjustified tariffs and politely declining unjustified claims on European territory. This is what we did, and this is what we will do. Therefore, before concluding, I would like to mention briefly a last challenge, as many of us Europeans will soon have important elections. Defending our sovereignty also involves protecting the integrity of public debate and democratic process. And this is as well a question of security and safety for our democracies. And they are quite clearly under attack, and I speak under the control of several leaders, largely attacked during the electoral process. And information manipulation, foreign interference amplified by online platforms and social media is clearly a critical issue for all of us. How is that the craziest and most harmful narratives can go unchecked in our digital space, where they would fall under the law if published in print? We started to deliver a good agenda in Europe with the DSA. This is a very important regulation, because for the first time we created the framework to regulate this platform. But how do you want to be serious and consistent when we speak about defense and security, and to say free speech means no regulation on our social media? Meaning free speech would mean I will give the mind, the brain, the heart of my teenagers to algorithm of big guys, I'm not totally sure I share the values, or Chinese algorithm without any control. We are crazy. This is why we launched this initiative to ban under 15 years old access to social media, because it's a matter of health, but as well protection of our education and democracy. But how can we imagine that everything which is forbidden in the public space, racist speech, hatred speech, anti-Semitic speech, and so on, could be allowed in the digital space because it would be free speech? But I mean, we have a good knowledge of free speech. It comes from this very region of the world. We designed it during the European Aufklärung. I mean, there is a clear meaning of that. When you have free speech, you have respect, you have rules. And the limit of my freedom is the beginning of your freedom. And respect is part of free speech. If free speech... And it's a matter clearly of democracy. But as well, when we are democracies, we want to respect and we want to be respected. This is where we are. This is our view as well of the transatlantic relationship. And this is the basic of a good transatlantic relationship. And this is why it's extremely important we go further on the regulation of social media in order to preserve the DNA of our democracy, in order as well to preserve the integrity of our democracies. Because at the same time, we are opening the Pandora box and allowing a lot of hated speech in these platforms and social media. We are too weak and too naive vis-à-vis external interferences and foreign interferences. No doubt. We should forbid the capacity of these guys to interfere in our public space. And we should ask this platform, first, to completely block trolls, bots. We have to be sure there is one single person with one account. If this is an AI system, if this is bought or organized by big organizations, it should be just forbidden. Second, we need the transparency of the algorithm. We are a democracy. We don't ask for the IP, and we ask for transparency, which is part of our democracy. Third, we need the responsibility of this platform when they don't respect our social order, when they don't respect our rules. And as the DSA allow us to do so, we have to go further in order to sue those who would clearly decide not to respect our rules and our regulation. And we should block all those who allow interferences in our systems. So as you can see, it's quite a menu of things to do, and I will stop here. We should exhibit strength and tenacity on Ukraine. We should articulate among Europeans our real long-term security interests in our region and give ourselves the mettle and the clout to prosecute them. And at the same time, fortify ourselves as confident democracies. These are no mean challenges, and I really believe in the power of our audacity. This is the right time for audacity. This is the right time for a strong Europe. And this is such a Europe. Clear in the support of Ukraine. Determined to support Ukraine to the very last minute. Clear on the condition of a sustainable peace. Clear on the conditions vis-à-vis Russia and building its own architecture of security. Clear on how to de-risk its model. This Europe will be a good ally and partner for the United States of America, because it will be a partner taking its fair share of the burden. It will be a partner being respected, and we have to be respected. We did a lot, and we will do more, but we will follow this path, believe me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this really extremely interesting presentation. We have time for just a couple of questions, I'm afraid. And I'd like to start the questions by referring to something which Friedrich Merz, when he spoke earlier today, referred to. If I remember correctly, it was in the year 2020, 6 years ago, when you spoke here. You talked about nuclear strategy. You repeated what you had said earlier at a speech in Paris. And it is now 6 years later, if I'm correctly informed, that my government is now reacting by saying, yes, we are starting to talk. Could you talk about this again, please, and tell us, have we lost 6 years? Is our answer 6 years late? And what exactly could we expect if there is now going to be a dialogue, hopefully not just a Franco-German dialogue, but a dialogue between France as a nuclear power with her European partners? Please.
Thank you very much. I think it's normal it takes time because it's a very sensitive and complicated issue. But I want here to remind everybody that since the very beginning, the French deterrence, nuclear deterrence, has what I would call a European inspiration. General de Gaulle, since the 1960s, mentioned the fact that part of the vital interest of France was precisely the European footprint. So it's not new. And all my predecessors reiterate this approach. But I think in this very time and for me it's clear since 2019, and the unilateral withdrawal of the INF Treaty by the US, we have to reshuffle and reorganize our architecture of security in Europe. Because the past architecture of security was totally designed and framed during Cold War times. So it's no more adapted. Obviously, today we are 100% focused on the support to Ukraine, which is normal. But this new architecture of security will be part of a long-standing peace package, for sure. And it's extremely important in this regard to take into consideration all the capacities. Our own military capacities at the national level, perhaps some common capacities at the European scale. We should think about that. Long-range missiles and deep precision strikes. This is why I mentioned this capacity, because it's extremely important, at least to be credible in this dialogue with Russia, because they do have these capacities. So if you want to start a credible dialogue, sometimes you have to do more, even if this is to do less after a negotiation. But it's extremely important. And we have to re-articulate nuclear deterrence in this approach. And this is why we are conceiving, and in a few weeks' time I will detail that, but we engaged a strategic dialogue, obviously with Chancellor Merz, but with few European leaders, in order to see how we can articulate our national doctrine, which is guaranteed and controlled by the Constitution, with special cooperation, common exercises, and common security interests with some key countries. This is exactly what we are doing for the first time in history with Germany. And I think this dialogue is important by itself, but it's important because this is a way to articulate nuclear deterrence in a holistic approach of defense and security. And this is a way to create convergence in our strategic approach and strategic culture between Germany and France. And I think for me it's very important, because this is the cornerstone of such a path forward. I want to say as well, we have obviously a specific dialogue with UK as another nuclear power. And in Northwood, a few months ago, we finalized a new treaty precisely going forward in this cooperation. And we have as well, some leaders disclosed this discussion, and Ulf is part of them. So with Sweden, we have as well a very specific discussion, but with a selected approach.
Thank you very much. We have time for maybe one more question, because dinner is waiting. I'm looking for maybe the gentleman here in the third row. If you could please identify yourself.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup pour votre soutien à l'Ukraine dans votre discours. But my question is next.
Thank you so much, President
But
Macron.
unfortunately, less and less Ukrainians survive during these years. So my question is, when the coalition of willing will become coalition of sending troops to Ukraine now? Because when you are saying we will send troops after the ceasefire, it's signal to Putin, don't end the war. But when you will say we are sending troops now, that's the signal there is no sense to continue the war. He will not achieve his goals in any way, because we need peace as soon as possible here in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. And let me express my gratitude for your French words and our respect to Ukrainian people and their strength and their resistance. What you describe is perfectly true, because since day one, what we decided is to help Ukraine in this resistance war, but to refuse to engage in an escalation process with Russia, meaning not to attack Russia on its territory and not to engage boots on the ground. So we still work in this limit, and you're right. And I totally understand your frustration and what you say. At the same time, we did a lot of things a lot of people thought as unthinkable a few years ago. I mean, sending fighter jets, tanks, long-range capacities, a lot of financing, etc., etc. So 1 year ago, a lot of people were just hoping that this effort will not stop. What I can tell you is, first, as Europeans, we provided a clear message. This support is not contingent to the financial support of the US. And it's very important because it is undervalued. We are no more dependent on the US financial support. The coalition of the willing members finance 100% of the war effort. We are still dependent on some US capabilities, some equipments, but we buy it to the US. They don't even give it. We buy it to the US. With European taxpayers' money, with Canadian taxpayers' money, Norwegian taxpayers' money, etc. So we de-risk from this point. Now what we have to do is clearly, to make clarification on the ongoing discussion. I don't see any evidence and confirmation that the Russians want to finalize peace now. They still bomb civilians, they procrastinate, and what they do, quite classically, is that they bank all the concessions being made by negotiators on territories and other things. So they want to last. So we have to organize ourselves to last and to resist. Today, if we engage and send troops on the ground in this situation, we take the responsibility of escalation. I'm honest with you. If we send troops on the battlefield. So I think today you will not have any consensus to do so, and I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, and I think we would be responsible of triggering, I think, probably a loss of control of the situation. What is important to us now is to deliver the package we voted and we decided, to put your country in a situation on energy and defense and security to resist, but as well to reconverge with the US on a common perception on the situation. As long as the US will have number one scenario, I have a short-term deal and I will favor this scenario, we will lose efficiency in terms of sanctions and pressure and so on. So I think our top priority should be in the weeks to come to re-engage with the US, assessing with us the fact that there is no more room for a credible short-term negotiation, and putting additional sanctions, additional actions against the shadow fleet, and increasing the pressure on the Russian economy in order clearly to stop this war, but in a much better situation. This is my view. I perfectly understand and respect the fact that this view is not the ideal one for you, but this is, I think, a credible one, and on the short run, the best possible scenario.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sorry to all those who wanted to ask additional questions. We've really run out of time. Dinner is waiting for, I hope, all of you, certainly for you, Monsieur le Président. This is why I would like to invite you once again to offer a round of applause to our...
Thank you.